introduced Cheng brand of motorcycles into Nigeria. This was how Innocent Chukwuma's company started assembling branded motorcycles, just like Leventis and Bulus Enterprises. Today, the company is one of the major importers, suppliers, and assemblers of motorcycles and motorcycle parts in Nigeria and West Africa as a whole. Expansion of the business. As the saying goes, expansion comes from wanting more and more until there is nothing left. The entrepreneur is always innovative, looking for new markets and new ways to sell to his customers. Innocent also ventured into the plastic business. He decided to produce all plastic components in his factories so that more units of spare parts can fit into the container. Today, his plastic factory is one of the largest manufacturers of crash helmets in West Africa and also the largest manufacturer of plastic products in Nigeria. Subsidiaries of Innocent Group of Companies. Innocent Nigeria Limited. The company was incorporated in July 1987 and entered into a joint venture of assembling motorcycles in Nigeria with Chinese motorcycle manufacturer Cheng in 1994. They specialize in the manufacturing of motorcycles, tricycles, spare parts and accessories. And the factory is located in Nnewi, Anambra State. Innocent Technical and Industrial Company Limited. The company commenced operations in October 2002 with its head office at Plot WL Industrial Layout, Emene, Enugu State. They produce high-quality household and industrial plastics, health and safety accessories, storage container, fixture and fittings, electrical components, and accessories. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing (IVM), the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in Nigeria. One of Innocent Chukwuma's cutting-edge achievements is the establishment of an automobile manufacturing company in Nigeria. The business mogul established the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in the country. According to him, he noticed everyone was involved in motorcycle business, including the Indians in Nigeria, and also the state government has started banning commercial motorcycles due to the involvement of the riders in heinous crimes and high fatalities. So he decided to go into manufacturing of motors. This insight led him to establish Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, a company that would not only distribute parts but also manufacture vehicles specifically designed for Nigerian roads and conditions. In his words, he saw a need, a gap in the market, and he knew he could fill it. And he also believed that Nigerians deserved high-quality vehicles that were built to withstand our unique challenges. Chief Chukwuma's vision extended beyond simply assembling cars. He was determined to create a truly indigenous Nigerian brand from design to production. The company was incorporated in 2007 and commissioned on the 15th of October 2010 by President Goodluck Jonathan at Nnewi in Anambra State. Today, Innocent offers a wide range of vehicles from SUVs and cars to buses and trucks. Each vehicle is meticulously crafted with durability and affordability in mind. The company also provides good services for repairs and parts supplies. Innocent Motors vs. Guarantee Trust Bank. the legal battle. The legal dispute between Innocent Motors and Guaranty Trust Bank is a significant event in the Nigerian automotive industry. It is also a complex case that has spanned several years and involved multiple court rulings. In 2011, Innocent Motors initiated legal action against Guaranty Trust Bank, alleging that the bank mishandled funds belonging to the automaker. Chief Innocent Chukwuma claimed that GT Bank failed to fulfill its obligations regarding financial transactions. This led to substantial financial losses for the company. Chief Chukwuma sued GT Bank in 2011, claiming the bank owed them a significant sum of money. Now, from 2011 to 2019, the case went through a series of court hearings and appeals. Chief Innocent Chukwuma got his victory when the Court of Appeal in Ibadan ruled in favor of Innocent Motors. The court ordered GT Bank on 29 July 2011 to pay Innocent Motors the judgment sum of 2.4 billion naira with a 22% interest per annum on the judgment sum until its final liquidation. Guaranty Trust Bank challenged the court's decision, and in another court ruling in 2013, GT Bank was also ordered to pay 4.7 billion naira to Innocent as restitution for arbitrary charges. Guaranty Trust Bank also challenged the ruling of the High Court at the Court of Appeal, the Enugu Division. In December 2014, the Appellate Court asked GT Bank to deposit 6 billion naira in an interest-yielding account to be supervised by the court's registrar. The money was to be domiciled in an account that will accrue interest, pending determination of the suit. Guaranty Trust Bank challenged the Court of Appeal's decision and filed an appeal with the Supreme Court. And in a surprising turn of events, the Supreme Court overturned its initial dismissal of GT Bank's appeal in 2022. The court acknowledged an error in its previous procedure and allowed GT Bank's appeal to be heard. The final outcome of the case is still pending as GT Bank's appeal is being heard. Innocent General Tires and Tubes Company Limited. Innocent Chukwuma expanded his business to include tires and tubes. The company produces motorcycles, tires, and tubes. They produce about 8,000 pieces of motorcycle tires and 13,000 tubes daily. The company's plant is located in Enugu State's southeast region of Nigeria. Boards where Innocent Chukwuma serves. He was made Honorary Life Vice President of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Mines and Agriculture on the 23rd of November 2013. Innocent is also a Grand Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Strategic Management. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma currently sits on the board of IVM, Innocent Group of Companies, and a member of the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria. He also serves as a Chancellor at Imo State University, Owerri. Innocent Chukwuma, marital life and family. Chief Innocent Chukwuma's wife is Ebele Chukwuma, and the couple is blessed with 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters. In conclusion, Chief Innocent Chukwuma's unwavering belief in his dream as a successful entrepreneur has paved the way for a brighter future, not just for his company, but for the entire African continent. He has inspired a new generation of entrepreneurs to dream big and strive for self-sufficiency. He pursued his talent, he learned skills to improve on his trading abilities, and grew to become a very successful entrepreneur in Nigeria and also in Africa. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma's net worth is estimated at $1.5 billion. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing is more than just a car company. It is a symbol of African potential and Chief Chukwuma's success story has resonated across Africa.
At a time when Africa has been infiltrated by the much-dreaded monkeypox, and Nigeria has just survived from the claws of free spree killing cholera, the Lagos state has seen fit to provide a free medical outreach to residents. On August 12, 2024, in the heart of Lagos, the health of mothers and children were catered to by the Lagos state government under a free health program tagged Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health. The program, organized by the Lagos Island local government, had in attendance the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, the Special Advisor to the State Government of Health Matters, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, the local government chairman, Muibi Alade Folawiyo, and the Senior Special Assistant to the Chairman of Lagos Island Local Government, Honorable Bola Oloniyi. The attendees had this to say.
So we've got family planning, we've got free antenatal, as most of you are aware, free antenatal for all our pregnant women up until when they have their children, whether by cesarean section or by normal delivery. One other thing is that we're also pushing our health insurance. We're trying to encourage our mothers and the general public at large to take up the Ilera Eco health insurance so that they can actually get access, which is very important, to quality care from our primary health care facilities before they are referred, if need be, to the secondary or tertiary.
I'm deeply happy, and you can see the people of this local government was happy. You can see how they troop out in numbers, and at the same time the women and the children are all here. You can see the kind of enthusiasm that people put in. It's a very good thing, and I believe that people sees good in what we are doing today, and by the grace of God, especially the area of vitamin A for the young ones.
The MNCAH program provided free medication, food and health care for the children and the mothers of Lagos Island community. Tests were conducted for HIV, tuberculosis, and cholera, among others. The head of nurse at the Lagos Island local government, Oham Antonia, explained the importance of the care for mothers and their babies.
It's about nutrition, the kind of food to give to their children, even the kind of food pregnant women take when they are pregnant. And it must be what we have in the community, the food we can afford. So that is why we display all the foods that we have, especially what we can afford in our community.
Healthcare, generally being expensive and difficult to come by for the average Nigerian, was provided for free. It was a statement that Nigeria has the ability and the backing to provide for its citizens and its future. The event, hosted by Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, who later arrived at the event. However, the healthcare of mothers and children wasn't the only consideration, as men were present for x-rays and healthcare products on ground. Chike H. Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Good morning and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. I'm sure this is not the face you are looking forward to seeing, but hey, here we are. It's a beautiful Monday and this is Lagos and you're live on SOUQ News. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. Hans will soon join us very soon. He's on an international assignment and once he settles in, you will get to see his face. But for now, just talk with me. We'll get down to the nitty-gritty of the issues and the headlines for today. So wherever you see headlines, read all about it. We'll be back and I will give you an expose of where the headlines are coming from and those you should take note of. Don't go anywhere. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
to Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insights that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Business Landscape, and we get on the road. We're going straight to Bangladesh. Financial Express Bangladesh. And one of the major headlines you get to see is a Bangladesh Financial Intelligence Unit, that's the BFIU, for urgent agreements. Finance on the move. Now, the story has it that BFIU submits list of 10 major destinations of laundered money. Yes, like you heard that right. Now the business financial intelligence units are up and doing, and they are not just doing, they are kicking. They've told us 10 major destinations of money taken from illicit activities and not accounted for. And these places include, I'm reading directly, it's just the headline, so read about it too. US, UK, Canada, Dubai, Malaysia, Australia, Switzerland, Hong Kong, Thailand, and China. Well, you didn't get to see any African country in that particular list, but we wish and we wish. We must bring back the siphoned money that has depleted our country's financial system, says the governor of Bangladesh Bank. Now, they are opening a probe to find one Bangladesh ex-minister's wealth to the tune of 800 million taka. That is some good money. That is some very, very good money. Now, this is also one of those headlines we want to see across Africa. And not just tracing where these monies have been to, but also having that collaboration for, if possible, these economies to own up and also know that corruption is two sides. It's not just the taker, but the keeper is also corrupt. Yes, we keep going. UN to support Bangladesh police electoral reforms. And the story has it that integrated IT systems planned to cut hassles, corruption, and the United Nations will support Bangladesh to get this done, especially in wild areas which include police and election reforms, as the entering government rolls out major restructuring of the country's institutions. Now, this particular message is coming from the UN resident coordinator, Professor Yunus Sunday. And this support reform said that this must unify every single one. Is not looking at the divisions or the politics or the parties, but this is for the whole nation, and the main job of his government is to set an example for everyone. Bangladesh has been in the news for a very long time, for good. Then some unexplained things that we can't really hold on to, and now they are trying to get their ball back on track. We wish them the very best. We're still on headlines, and 3 dozen renewable energy projects await government approval. Proper scrutiny of projects, it's a must. That is nearly 3 dozen renewable energy projects with around 3,287 megawatts generation capacity are now stalled at the final stage of inking power purchase agreement with the State Power Agency. These are stories that are still making major headlines in Bangladesh, and we wish them the best. We really wish them the best. In this era of power being directly proportional to development, directly proportional to ability for nations to generate not just income, but get their people duly employed. Wish them the best. We're still on headlines, and Bangladesh has been up and hot for a moment. As for hot editorial, this headline, just listen. Remittance inflow at 1.63 billion in 21 days of September. Now, a whole lot of attention is paid to remittance. That's good. That's nice. But let's also look at the particular nations where this remittance is coming from. Do they really depend on this form of inflows? Where do they really put their heads and hands and hearts to? Productivity. Remittance is good, exceedingly good. Don't get us wrong. But let's also hold on to productivity. That is where the crunch is. Central bank, that they're looking at being able to tackle inflation crisis right now. But well, that is story for another day. So get up, pick up those papers, hard copy, soft copy, and read all about it. Okay, now let's get to Kenya Business Daily. How Kiribu Group exit sparked old mutual shareholders battle. You need to pick up those papers and get to read all about it. Now, if you get to a little meat of it, it tells you that minority investors feel shortchanged in share sales. Now, Tycoon Joel Kibe sues insurance firm for financial loss. These are the stories coming from Kenya, so you need to pick up those papers and get to read all about it. If it's too negative, don't worry. Try safe. Then stay on SOUQ News, and we will assist you to detox. Now, silver stockpile 1.97 trillion shillings in fixed deposit account. Speculators hit us. These are some particular stories that you read and you shake your head. Where exactly is that story taking us to? Now, speculators are looking at 91% of mining permit bids rejected. All happening in Kenya at the same time. You need to pick up those papers and read all about it. A lot is happening in Kenya as we speak. Now, let's get to some other stories that might not be that good. Chronic illness fuels medical inflation. That's also coming from Kenya. Now, where that story is going to really take one to, we are not sure, but pick up the papers and get to read about it. When we look at illness, is it a pandemic? Is it an epidemic? Is it affecting an entire community? Is it creating fear? Is it affecting businesses? At what point in time is it affecting productivity? Is it costing the government more because they have to now take capital and budget plan for something else and get it into something else? These are areas you get to read up and get more information. But before we get down to more news coming out from the headlines, we'll go on this very short break. Don't go anywhere. Remember, this is SOUQ News and you are live on SOUQ Business Landscape. We'll bring you more headlines, but don't go anywhere. We'll go on this short break. We'll be right back.
In today's fast-paced world, Staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back. This is still SOUQ News, and you are with me on SOUQ Business Landscape. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. Remember to follow us on all our social media handles. It's almost the same thing. SOUQ News TV. This way it's pronounced. SOUQ News TV on all our social media handles. Follow us. Send us the messages. We will get and also reply and be part of the conversation on daily basis. Now let's get to Business Day South Africa. Good news to bike and motorbike manufacturers and business dealings and sellers. Home delivery of motorbikes give sales a lift. Now, for those involved in delivery services, logistics using bikes, and those having fun with bikes, motorbike manufacturers and those selling and in the business are smiling to the bank because they are selling more. That and every bit of that you will get from Business Day South Africa. And also the headlines is also telling us from that same papers, Eskom Sasol to collaborate on gas. Okay, we wish them the best. They've had issues with power generation for a while, and I think they are dealing with it. So something good is always something good. So get the meat of that from Business Day South Africa. Also in the papers, headlining JP Morgan boasts its Sibanye stake. Okay, so if you also a shareholder or you bought some in that particular conglomerate, go read all about it. SA South Africa needs law for startups. Okay, what that is saying, read. Few notice the macro change. That's also part of the startup headlines. So go grab yourself Business Day South Africa and read all about it. Now we keep going. Now also from South Africa, Gauteng water woes on the rise. It's not always nice to end on this kind of sad news. But hey, we wish them the best and we hope they get to sort their issues out. So hey, if you want to know what's happening there, pick up the papers and read. Business Standard India is where we head to. VI rings $3.6 billion gear deal with global vendors. These are one of those headlines you look at and you will be happy. Thinking is your country, but let's get to see what it's talking about. With combined market capitalization of 10.36 trillion lakh, it goes past SBI Group just a day ahead of hurriedly called Vodafone Idea. Meeting meant to suit the nerves of investors amid the company's sliding stock price and a negative narrative around it. The telco announced a $3.6 billion deal with global equipment maker Nokia, Ericsson, and Samsung for the supply of network gear over a 3-year period. As long as it's good business, read all about it. India is still in the news. Bajaj now the third most valued finance group. Okay, it's all good. For those wondering, Bajaj gets to your country. Be it those tricycles, be it those bicycles, be it those batteries, be it those powered mopes, they are there. So we'll head to Business Standard India and get to read all about it. It actually overtakes the State Bank of India in profit. Okay, it's all good. So whatever is happening in India, if you look forward to getting the meat of the news, grab the papers and read all about it. Now we'll keep going. Still in India, bank control much of the financial space. Who was going to control it before? We. So to every member of Bajaj Group, if you hold a share there, if you want to buy in, we wish you the best. Just know that it is your money and it will speak for you. Yeah, we keep going still on India. Okay, let's get to what's happening in Venezuela. Venezuela crude flows to state refineries via third parties. For those wondering, Venezuela happens to be one of the highest producers. Let's leave the production first. They have a very large deposit of crude, one of the highest in the world though, but they've been in crisis for quite a long time. So for their crude to be getting to state refinery via third parties, that leaves a lot of questions to answer. But if you want to get to know all about the news, then grab the papers and read. Now the state's part of it says that staging a comeback while public sector refineries await a sanction waiver from United States to purchase crude from Venezuela. They have already begun engaging in second-order transactions to source it from companies that already hold the waiver. Happening within a country. Grab the papers and get informed. Floor power. Will the government cut import duty on wheat? That is a major headline. I think you should go pick up the papers and get informed. When it comes to wheat, everyone is affected. Anything that bakes, wheat is involved. Anything that looks like bread, wheat is involved. So hey, if you're not planting it and if you're importing, I think you should know everything that's happening about wheat because it concerns you. On September 13th, the central government tightened the stock holding limit on wheat and a renewed clamor for lowering the custom duty to enable cheaper wheat import. However, flour mills say the concern over wheat price is unwarranted and the grain is not overpriced. Well, I think the money in the pocket of the buyer should determine if it's overpriced or not. Boots on ground business correspondent model needs mending. So hey, pick up the papers and get to read all about this. When it comes to headlines that you just look and tell yourself, okay, I think this is about selling these papers, then hey, you get there and read all about this. We'll go on another very short break. While we return, SOUQ Business Landscape. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Let's get your day started well. We'll be right back.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome back. This is still SOUQ Business Landscape, and you are here live with us on SOUQ News. Straight to the headlines from the Financial Times UK we go. Now, European steelmakers press Brussels to tackle a flood of Chinese exports. Now, Beijing's subsidies blamed. Price driven below cost of production. These are those business dealings that will never, ever go away. I bring goods to the market, you bring goods to the market. We all want to sell. So how can I protect those from my client? Plea for comprehensive tariff. European steelmakers have appealed to trade officials to tackle a surge in Chinese steel exports that have driven European prices below the cost of production. Should we give like hands up or an applause to China for doing the do. Please use the sharing tools found via the share button at the top and side of the article. Now, for those watching us, make sure you get to share, make sure you get every single juicy detail of this, because China is at it again. And Europe is trying her best to protect their manufacturing industries. But China is saying nothing. We all come to the market. So who wants to buy? Buy. But as it is right now, the steel production from the European side are saying that we are selling below production cost. So to get the entire gist of this, go and grab yourself the paper and get to it. Still on that issue. Now, China happens to be one of the world's largest producer of steel and is expected to export more than 100 million tons of this metal this year, more than any year since 2016. And this surge has already raised trade tensions and prompted several countries to introduce tariff on import. China, kudos to you. Now, still heading to the next headline, we heard Reeves to deny plans for austerity after criticism of Labour's gloomy rhetoric. Now, if you want to get the full gist from the Chancellor, just head and pick up that particular paper and read all about it. There's a whole lot you will get. You will even join the argument if possible. Agree, disagree, just grab the headlines, because we keep moving and we keep moving on. Now, to the next headline we go. Now, banks $1 trillion rate profit. This is where we get to pause. The headline is very catchy. $1 trillion rate profit. US banks made a $1 trillion windfall by failing to fully pass on to savers the higher interest rates that were kept in place by the Federal Reserve for the past 2.5 years. This is on page 8, and I think you will be interested in this just like we are. So please grab the paper and read. Get informed, and let's talk about that later. Challenge to Google. AI-powered search engine Perplexity has entered talks with potential clients, including Nike and Marriott, as it seeks to disrupt Google's dominance of digital advertising. It's all about the money. Who is making the profit? Who is challenging to make the profit? Who is competing? Who is sleeping? So wherever you are, pick up the papers and get to know the shares you should be hedging on, putting your money on, or running away. So pick up the papers, headlines, read all about it. And SOUQ Business Landscape brings it down to your face. It's going to be on your doorsteps now. Childhood jabs fear. Still part of the headlines. A UK government advisor has called on ministers to tackle low childhood vaccination rates after data uncovered an extremely worrying decline in their uptake. Now, for those that are vaxxers or non-vaxxers, or for those that believe or don't believe, there are certain vaccines that we on this side will say take. But if you say no, nobody can force you. But remember, for every bit of that news, go read them all about it. But for children, please, there are specific vaccines children should take. If you're watching us, wherever you are, there are vaccines for children, newborns, before they are born. So please make sure they get those vaccines and get their immune up, and not also be a carrier or distributor of some particular ailment that should be out of circulation. Now, let's go to Gulf Times, Qatar. QRDI hosts first SME forum to foster a dynamic ecosystem. Qatar is always in the news for some positive vibes, and we say congratulations to them. So pick up the Qatar Daily and get to read all about it. We still heading to the next headline. It's yours, and it's yours to read. Qatar Chamber discusses commercial cooperation with Rajasthan. Now, the Qatar Chamber and an India delegation from the government of Rajasthan discussed ways of enhancing cooperation between Qatar and Rajasthan and establishing joint projects and alliance, and further explored enhancing cooperation between Qatar and Rajasthan and exploring investment opportunities in both regions. This is good news, a whole lot of good news. What we are all about in SOUQ News, getting businesses up, running, and informing you to take those particular decisions. Policy is not out of it too. Now, Qatar brand database to be launched on WIPO website, WIPO WIPO website. Now, this is all about getting your brands out there, getting the business out there, and getting people busy. For those that are wondering why the smile is happening, Hans has just come into the building. Now let's get to Green Repo. Green Repo seem to make inroads, and we say congratulations to them. Seen as the bedrock of sustainable finance, that's Green Repo, is increasingly finding its position and share in Qatar's financial landscape. Experts say that Green Repo will be the best, get the best done. But that is all in the news. So we have to pause for you to pick up that particular papers and read all about it. Don't sit on it. Now, MSIT opens nomination for Qatar Digital Business Award. MCIT, the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, they've opened nominations for the Business Award for 2024. And this was announced for opening of nomination of the 8th edition of Qatar Digital Business Awards. Nomination will be opened on September 22nd to October 6th, 2024. So if you have your audience and you've got your business covered and you have played your part, well, send in your nominations and we'll sit down here and get to tell our viewers how far and who won what. Remember, this is SOUQ Business Landscape, and we'll tell you headlines, read all about it. As the affectors will tell you, where we can learn, we'll tell you, where we can emulate, we'll tell you, where we are getting it wrong, we'll also tell you. You should be part of this conversation. So get to our social media handles, SOUQ TV, SOUQ News TV, on all social media handles, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, same, SOUQ News TV, and join the conversation. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks, and it's been my pleasure sitting in for Hans Nba. We'll do this again on Wednesday. Have yourself a beautiful start of a Monday, and remember, be your brother's keeper and hold a smile all through today. Have yourself a nice day. Bye.
I feel like it'll be a good stuff. So it's another another opportunity for us to look at issues related to business, finance, and economy.
Yes, it was really, really extremely powerful just to help you start to inspire you to have.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep watching
SOUQ News TV.
The best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble.
Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, This Is Black History. Andrew Young, Visit Africa in the Late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the light different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
One thing that worth being treasured and celebrated is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owodionere, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance, brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community.
In the midst of this, delivered me. They thought I would never.
During the event, Dr. Ayo Onafuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onafuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself. I'm university, this university, that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every section in this, every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Timi Onafuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
When I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place. And I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing the stories, giving me the ideas. And I thank him and I thank God again for giving me this opportunity to come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The president and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onafuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example, you're a shiny light. I'm proud of you and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea, write the first book, the second book, the third book, and getting up to this one, I'm proud of you, sir. I'm very, very proud of you. It means you're a winner.
Speaking with SOUQ News, the Onofuyes and well-wishers shared their thoughts.
Focus, have faith, have the Spirit of God in you, do the will of God, do it good, do it right. When you do it right, you get it right. And when you have time for God, God will make things possible for you. Just have hope in Him. And whatever you believe in, focus on your belief, work on your belief, and don't just sit back. Strive in that belief, and one way or the other, God will pull you through. God will take you there to that destination.
We've seen him as somebody very unique. He's always different. Everything about him is always different. So we knew that God's grace is with him, and that's why. And that his dad, being an author, noticed in him that he had something in him. He loves writing as well, just like his father. So he actually, encouraged him to start doing that. And if you read the book, it's all about what's happened to him. That's why that title comes in as, the world around me. So that's why he's an author, the young author for today.
What mostly inspired me was my dad, my father. He became something that I could look upon and look forward to, and he's already a great example of what would happen if you started writing. So now every day he just encourages me to start and pursue my career that I want to achieve, which is writing.
To be fair, I saw him go through a few challenges, which hasn't always been easy, obviously, as his child, but at the same time it was remarkable the way he came from those challenges and how he handled them first of all, and then what he produced through those challenges, and that's always been something that has inspired me.
We've been for a few years, and since I've been with him, I really like him. I really enjoy him. Having him as my in-law because he's very quiet, jovial, then intelligent, then accommodative, and very spiritual. So I learned a lot of him from him. Even I told my niece that I feel jealous of him.
One thing I want to say mostly that I know about him is he's always learning. As he is always learning, he's always also teaching you. There is no day, even in church, that we're doing maybe a spiritual program, he will always want to bring something out that you, as an individual, as a youth, as a child of God, something to direct you back to God.
It is with great pleasure and excitement that I stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the launch of a remarkable literary work.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals.
However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. They may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very, very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Hello, we're glad you have joined us on that program that sets the pace for your day. That program that gives you a sense of direction when it comes to issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is Early Exchange, and I am Femi Adele. It's the beginning of a new week. What a beautiful day. Now, I must ask you how you've been. What a way to have you join us today and to start your day with us, because today we're going to make your day productive. Today we'll be looking at the advisory from IMF as more political parties are pushing for high government spending. We're going to analyze how government spending will affect state of the economy, as IMF has placed a caution for governors, for presidents, and even for states that are in their political years to exercise caution. We're going to look at how fiscal discipline will also help the cost of governance. Today is also a special day in Nigeria. The MPC meeting is expected to take place today. The two-day event is scheduled to take place at the CBN headquarters in Abuja, and it's scheduled to start at 10 a.m. today, and tomorrow it's also going to be part of the conversation. Also, we're going to look at some of the expectations. The much-awaited MPC meeting is here. What could be the decision of the CBN at this meeting? We're going to review the decision taken by the CBN at the last meeting. Don't forget, you can be part of this conversation. Maybe this could be an opportunity for you to advise the CBN on what to do as regards control inflation in Nigeria. The question is, will CBN cut interest rate or increase it? Whatever it is, in few hours, we'll get to know what will happen. Don't forget, you can join us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, YouTube. Just search for SOUQ News TV. There you find us. Just like we're doing on this program, Lesson is also here to give you the best of programming today. Lesson, how are you today?
I'm great, Femi. You sound filled with strength and you're ready to run this morning.
Yeah, every day comes with new opportunity, and you have to embrace it with strength and with sense of focus.
Particularly Mondays after a well-rested weekend.
That's the impact of having a good weekend.
Okay. Yeah, and talking about the weekend, lots happened across Nigeria. It was election for Edo State in Nigeria, and the outcome of that election has been announced. We'll look at that later, but like Femi read out and as part of what will be looked into in the show today, it talked about parties across the world all in support of fiscal policy more spending by governments, even when some can't afford to do that. Why is that the case across the board? To find out in the course of the show, as we have a finance analyst and a public affairs analyst too that will be joining in the course of the show. You want to know who he is, I guess, but that will not be until after you've listened to Timi Omole take you around the globe and tell you what's new. Hello, Timi. Good morning.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
A very good morning and thank you for joining us on the news update here on SOUQ News Television. I am Temitope Omwali. Heads of member states of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, recently gathered in Lagos to advance the $15 billion Lagos-Abidjan Corridor Highway Development Project. This game-changing initiative aims to enhance regional economic integration by connecting Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, Benin Republic, and Nigeria through a 1,068-kilometer highway. The project, which has been in development for 11 years, has received significant support from the African Development Bank. Once completed, the highway will traverse 8 border towns, starting at Eric Moore in Lagos and ending in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, and it's expected to carry over 500,000 passengers daily. The project is part of the broader Dakar-Lagos Corridor, a flagship development program of ECOWAS, and is expected to drive regional integration. Ghana's Minister of Roads and Highways, Mr. Francis Boakye, emphasized the critical role of infrastructure in socio-economic development, highlighting the highway's potential to facilitate trade, tourism, and economic growth across West Africa. With construction targeted to begin in 2025, the project is gaining momentum, and ministers from participating countries, including Côte d'Ivoire's Dr. Amédée Kouakou, have reaffirmed their commitment to accelerating the project. The Lagos-Abidjan Highway is poised to become a key driver of economic growth, boosting trade and tourism in the region. Nigeria's petrol prices saw a significant hike in August, rising from 770 naira 54 kobo in July to 813 naira 46 kobo, with a 7.78% month-to-month increase and a 32.51% year-to-year increase, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. This adjustment reflects global oil prices increases, subsidy removal, and exchange rate fluctuations. The new prices vary by states, with Benue recording the highest average retail price at 941 naira 24 kobo, and Delta, Cross River, and Edo having the lowest prices. While this change may impact consumers and businesses, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPC) recent partnership with the Dangote refinery brings hope for relief in addressing fuel scarcity. However, experts debate whether this partnership will lead to price reductions in the short or long term. The NNPC has also adjusted prices at its filling stations, ranging from 850 naira to 890 naira per litre, depending on location. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, achieved remarkable success in August 2024 with 1,821 arrests, 142,291.3 kg of drugs seized, and 414 convictions secured. The agency also destroyed 49.63 hectares of cannabis farms and rehabilitated 949 individuals. 2 major drug barons were apprehended, and 280,389,068 was recovered from forfeited assets. The NDLEA's progress is bolstered by its alternative development program aimed at eliminating illicit crop production and improving rural communities. The agency's Marine Command officers are also receiving advanced diving training to combat cocaine smuggling. Under Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa's leadership, the NDLEA remains committed to staying ahead of drug cartels and protecting Nigerians. Kenyan President William Ruto has expressed his openness to converting Kenya's anti-gang mission in Haiti to a full United Nations peacekeeping operation. During his visit to Haiti, Ruto assessed the progress of the Multinational Security Support MSS mission, which aims to curb gang violence and address the resulting displacement of people. The MSS mission, led by Kenya, has made significant strides, with 400 police officers deployed to Port-au-Prince and an expected total of 1,000 officers. Other countries have also pledged support, with at least 1,900 more troops committed. The United Nations Security Council is set to vote on September 30 on renewing the MSS mandate for another 12 months, potentially transitioning it to a UN peacekeeping operation. This development demonstrates the international community's commitment to stabilizing Haiti and addressing the humanitarian crisis. Ruto's willingness to adapt the mission underscores Kenya's dedication to supporting Haiti's security and development. Samsung is set to invest $1.8 billion in a new OLED manufacturing plant in Bac Ni, northern Vietnam, aimed at producing displays for automobiles and technology devices. The announcement followed a meeting between Vietnam's Prime Minister Pham Minh Chinh and Samsung Vietnam's General Director Choi Jo-Hu on September 23, 2024. Located in the Yen Phong Industrial Park, the new plant will increase Samsung's total investment in Bac Ni from $6.5 billion to $8.3 billion. Samsung's presence in Vietnam includes 6 manufacturing plants, a research center, and a sales entity with a cumulative investment of $22.4 billion. Vietnam has become an attractive hub for global electronics manufacturing, and this latest investment further solidifies its position. The new facility is expected to boost the local economy, create jobs, and enhance Vietnam's role in the global technology supply chain. And that's all for now on the news updates. We'll bring you more details later in the day's bulletin. For now, we return to Early Exchange, where Femi and Blessing are on standby to continue the conversation. Have a good morning.
All right, many thanks, Temi, for the news update. This is Early Exchange, where the big story lives. We'll take a moment now. When we return, we'll look at our big story for today, which is the push for higher government spending by political parties. Stay with us.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, back to our big story for today, which is to look at the push for more political spending, as more political parties are pushing for more government spending. For some countries, you know, they're experiencing their political year. And that's why IMF has come up with this caution to ensure that countries they exhibit what we call fiscal discipline. There was a survey that was done by IMF considering the political landscape in about 65 advanced and emerging market countries, where it was discovered that the push for more government spending is prevalent, while the narrative for fiscal discipline is becoming unpopular. That will be the thrust of our conversation now. And joining us for this conversation, we have the international expert and a global affairs analyst, also a financial analyst. We're being joined by Mukhtar Mohammed. Glad to have you join us this morning. Good to see you again, and how are you today?
I'm doing great, thank you. Always a pleasure to be on your program, Femi.
It's really very engaging and also educating having you to join us on Early Exchange. So let's set the ball rolling. Now, a survey was done by IMF looking at 65 advanced and emerging market countries, where it was observed that since 1960, the disposition towards higher government spending is favorable compared to what you call fiscal discipline. Can you give us a picture of what could be fueling this kind of narrative, this kind of behavior, where even political parties are even pushing for more government spending in the midst of, you know, debt, in the midst of physical financial pressure? Now, there's that disposition globally for higher government spending, which brings the conversation to the cost of governance. Can you give us a background to this and what could be fueling this kind of practice globally?
Well, I think the background always has to be the United States of America when you look at their spending in terms of government, in terms of spending by the government. So a lot of countries just do what I call, they copy those narrative from the United States of America. But what they always forget is that the United States of America is the one that has the global currency. So they can decide to print more of that anytime they want. And they have a lot of trade agreement with a lot of these nations. And they are on their own part. When they do that to see how they can build more infrastructure, open up new areas for their citizens, looking at new research, looking at new development, trying to come up with new technology. So that involves high government spending. If you leave it to the private sector, they may not have the or where within to spend. And if you look at the United States, when it comes to military hardware and military software, the first place to stay by is with the government. And I think that's why American spend is more or less on military intelligence, military gathering, and now they've added to it artificial intelligence for security, and that's what they're doing. But when you look at other countries, mostly African countries, the reason behind some of those expenditure has to do with political decision, to have put more money in the hands of politicians or make politicians more popular because of the project they have brought to their community. So it's depending on which side of the device or which side of the country. So we're talking about developed nation, you're talking about developing nation. If you talk about developed nation, most of government spending going to key infrastructure. So they pay a lot in terms of expansion of infrastructure, building a safety net for their citizens, especially when there are little crisis. But when it comes to the developed economy, most of those spendings are showed in a lot of corruption, are shown in a lot of nepotism, are shown in a lot of favorism, and shown also in a lot of prestige for whoever whoever is in government at that time to say, okay, you know what, when I was in government, this is what I did, this is what I did, this is what is not driven by national cohesion, national development, and national security and national prosperity.
So now that the IMF is advising for a strategic fiscal policy for countries, given the fact that debt sustainability for many countries at this point is really not something that some countries have, what's is going to be the position of countries? You've talked about why some countries go into high spending. It could be for infrastructure, it could be for security. Now, looking at developing countries, which should have higher spending because the people tend to need more of government interventions, but there is spending that doesn't is not actually seen in the welfare and the standard of living of the people. What change can we see in that?
Well, the first thing you have to see is if you have a common vision and a common goal of what you want to drive as a nation. What you see in developing economies, especially African countries, I've said it in program, copy and paste. They're doing the how can we do yes, rather than looking at their own internal arrangement. How can we make it better? How can we make it secure? How can we prosper our people? Is this project meaningful? Give an example. In some African countries, we give Nigeria as an example. You have an airport in Lagos, and you're trying to build an airport in Ogun State, and you don't even have the network of road to move. If I decide, maybe let me say Ogun State is cheaper, like what you see in other developed nations. Because other developed nations, if you are going to a place like, let me give an example, you're going to Atlanta. Atlanta is a large route, so if you are flying from Atlanta to Houston, the cost of airfare is a little bit cheaper because of the large network of inflow of aircraft into that place. But when you are traveling from a place like Atlanta to South Carolina, then you realize that the population of the people are small. You have a smaller airport, so it's more expensive. But again, they have good road network. So those are part of the things that you look when you are trying to build infrastructure, when you're talking about physical discipline. But what we see, we don't see physical discipline. We see where it goes, like I said, still want to build an airport. And even the airport in Lagos, we've not even finished using it, like I always say. They are not building one gigantic airport in Ogun State. And you expect me to land in Ogun State. Now, come to Lagos. What is the incentive for me to land in Ogun State? For me to take a car to Lagos? What is the cost? The high cost of transportation and everything that's coming up. So what the government of some of these developed nations should begin to look at is to look at projects that are meaningful, projects that are lasting, projects that are productive, projects that are going to create employment for the people, projects that are going to outlive them, projects that can be improved upon. You're talking about housing. How are we not seeing that in successive government trying to bring houses, then open up new places to get people there, giving them tax incentive to be in those places, discongesting the urban area or discongesting the center of the urban area, like Lagos now. You see a lot of congestion is happening in the mainland now. They open up the Lekki as it, you are going towards Ekpe. Those are the type of development you should be seeing, and those are the type of when it comes to it, then government should begin to concentrate on infrastructure in those places, and that will also create revenue, create employment opportunity for government, and also earn revenue for government also. So I think the bottom line is really knowing what is your common goal, what are you driving at, why do you want this project, is it meaningful, is it for political reasons? Because all we've seen in most of the developing economies, especially in Africa, most projects are located for political reasons rather than economic benefits.
All right, interesting narrative there. Now, let's make a case for countries that are dealing with global crisis, security crisis. You have Ukraine, you have Russia, you have Israel, and the likes of them. Now, you're also aware of the role of the United States when it comes to maintaining peace in these countries at the level of investment, worth billions of dollars when it comes to equipment and the rest of them. Now that IMF is coming up with this narrative, the need to have what you call fiscal discipline, how possible, how realistic is this for countries that are battling with political crisis, battling with security crisis like Ukraine and the rest of them, and the impact of that on the rest of the world? So how easy it is for a country like US, who is committed to supporting Ukraine as regards this war, providing weapon and support, to also exhibit what we call fiscal discipline in the wake of these responsibilities that has to do with security issues?
Well, security, they say threat of security, somewhere is a threat to security everywhere. I think that's what the US is looking at. And we're talking about the intervention in Ukraine. You know the history of why the intervention has to come. It's a fight for supremacy. It's a fight for global control. I mean, global control, not allowing Russia and especially Putin to have a go. Now, when you look at that war strategically, what you see the US do is, you talk about fiscal disciplines. Most of those weapons that are being supplied to these countries are not made, they are made in the US and they are paid for by the US government to whoever are the manufacturers. Sometimes they are even paid to the Ministry of Defense that have those research that are doing all those things. So it tends to help the economy going forward, comparable to the other country, because some of these weapons that they take to these countries are not weapons that generally they are using at the moment. They are weapons that sometimes these weapons are not weapons they're using, but now they are growing that sector, the defense sector in America. The defense sector in America is one of the largest, one of the biggest cash cow of the American economy because of, in terms of armed production to various countries, not just the American economy. So when they are intervening in a situation, they are looking at the economic importance of intervening there. What the intervention is not that they're intervening in the area of cash. Those cash are being, those liquidity also are being invested in those companies in their own country, growing their own country. So it's more or less like you are intervening in a particular country, but again, the economic effect of your company is sound. Because you say, oh, we are giving 2.something billion aid, they don't take that money out of the US. They invest it in the US economy, try a US company that's going to supply those arms and ammunition to Ukraine for them. So the challenge is normally like the Russia and the Ukraine, that is on Ukraine, because after this war, if the war comes to an end, then they begin to deal with infrastructural development, and the same United States will come, they will have to build the infrastructure from Ukraine. They will bring in a US company to Ukraine, you build the infrastructure, and the fund is not going to come into Ukraine directly. It still remains in the US because it will be the bringing of a US company. So their own strategy is different. So they maintain physical discipline by improving liquidity in their system and by growing the local economy. But when you look at other countries, mostly developed countries, the only way they try to maintain physical discipline is to attract investments. And sometimes these investments are attracted into this country at a higher rate comparable to if they are left in their country. So by the time you see this now, you see that the developing economy are struggling to meet up, especially the exchange rate volatility, because that is why they want to see other countries come in to own their economy. But when you talk about the United States, they are thinking of how to own other people's economy, starting from their own, India investment in their own company, expanding to some of these countries. So that is just the challenge. Why? But it's very difficult sometimes for other developing economy, developing economy to be able to maintain fiscal discipline because they depend so much on the developed economy.
So, for an economy to be developed, let's look at this in the way economies are run by governments. Some governments will rather do more spending, others will spend less and maybe even increase taxes and all. So, which of them seem to be a better way to encourage development? In some countries, they don't even look at the government believes more in a market-oriented economy, allowing the private sector run the affairs or just determine what happens in the economy. Which of them would you say leads to development faster and easier?
Well, it depends. It depends on the crisis that you are as a government at a particular time. If you are in a crisis that has to deal with recession, then you may have to also think of spending your way out of recession. Let me give an example. If you in America, at a point when they deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, they injected a lot of liquidity through direct intervention to household, which means has to do with social investment. So depending on which side some economy have to spend their way out of their crisis, and some economy have to invest their way out of their crisis, and some economy have to attract companies into their economy and give them tax rebate for their economy to strive and stabilize. So now, before now, the whole idea of tax has to do with government revenue, but it has improved upon now that the Commonwealth more that tax is not just about government revenue; it's about coming in, having that tax holiday, grow your economy, help the economy grow. Then in the long run, you still pay those taxes, but tax is now a means to grow the economy. So you attract big player into your economy by giving them tax rebate, comparable to before, whereby tax is all about revenue. Now, tax is not being used to grow the economy rather than just about revenue. So that is one area. Then, if you look at, like I say, you may have to spend your way if you are going through a crisis. A given example, I still give Nigeria as an example. What is the cause of Nigerian crisis is the lack of infrastructure. So how do you pave your way? You may have to begin to think of building infrastructures. And how do you build infrastructures? Then you begin to look at which company can build this infrastructure for you. Are they locally driven or foreign driven? If they are foreign driven, do you have the capacity to maintain in terms of exchange rate volatility? If you are local driven, you then have the manpower and the capacity to give you a good job. So you, in between that, you come up with a concept that will work for you. But to other economies like the United States, whenever they have crisis of recession, they have crisis like we have COVID pandemic, because their currency is so strong, they will afford to spend their way out of those recession. And how do they spend their way out of those recession? They begin to look at social nets and then begin to give people subsidy in one area or the other to create stability for a certain period. Then before you begin to see everything normalize. So it depends on the crisis a particular economy is facing at a particular time, determine this kind of strategy they will use to get out of it.
All right, Mukhtar, I would still like you to shed light on this idea of fiscal discipline expected of countries, in the wake of, severe public debt, which most countries are battling with now. Now, for some of these countries, especially the developing countries, what should be the narrative when it comes to fiscal discipline? What should be the starting point? First of all, I would like you to establish what is the norm or the ideal when it comes to fiscal discipline. And what kind of template would you expect these countries to adopt, most importantly for developing countries, or perhaps just separate the template for established or advanced economies versus that of developing economies when it comes to fiscal discipline? And then how can they ensure that this is done in a way that is also drive the narrative about the cost of governance? There's always been advocate for cutting the cost of governance to also ensure fiscal discipline. How will these interplay in your own perspective?
Well, first of all, let's talk what is fiscal discipline. Fiscal discipline is all about management of your resources. That's fiscal discipline. when we're talking about physical discipline, we're talking about how do you manage your liquidity, how do you manage your gains, how do you manage your income by your expenditure. So that is what physical discipline is. So what are you allocating to a particular sector? Is it politically allocated, or is it for economic gain? I'm talking about the developing economy. Even if they do it in the developed economy also, there are some project that goes because of the political gain. Now, for developed economy to maintain, physical discipline, you must make sure that your revenue is more than your expenditure, and your expenditure is going into capital expenditure rather than recurrent expenditure. But what we see in developing economies is that we see a lot of recurrent expenditure taking a large chunk of their resources, and now they have now added another form of recurrent expenditure, which is debt. Before now, recurrent have to do with allowances, have to do with salary, but now most countries now recurrent expenditure now is debt, because the more service debt has now become a recurrent expenditure. So what you see is that once your revenue is not able to pay your debt, your revenue is not able to meet your recurrent expenditure. So what you have is that a lot of your revenue goes to recurrent expenditure. There is no provision for capital expenditure, which has to do with projects, which have to do with create jobs for your people, which build infrastructure for them to grow and grow their business. So what you see when there's no physical discipline, then the first place that you see the suffering is in terms of infrastructural decay, because there are not a lot of there's no fund available for them to tackle this area. So what is the strategy that most developed economies have decided to do, is to do what we call the PPP, build public-private partnership, whereby the private sector build and operate for a particular year. Then after that numbers of years, those projects are given back to the government, and throughout these numbers of years, these companies are also going to pay tax. Remember, I say how you use tax to grow your economy. Those are the strategies that are being adopted these days. PPP, public-private partnership. Now, that is how you can begin to look at physical discipline in the area that what you spend is less than what you earn. But if what you spend is more than what you earn, then you are going to the debt trap. That is why you see a lot of developing countries are in a serious debt trap because of lack of physical discipline in the area of recurrent expenditure. Now, if you look at developed economy, what they do is that a lot of their expenditure, a lot goes to capital development, capital infrastructure development also, and human capital development. So that's where they allocate most of their funds to, and then that build up their revenue, because they intend to export a lot of those products outside the shore of their country to also build up revenue. And they do a lot of trade with most of these countries that depend on their own currency for stability. So you can see that is the difference between the developed economy and the developing economy and the developed economy. Is all about physical discipline, and physical discipline has to do with expenditure, and expenditure has to do with what are you spending, what management. So once you go to look at all developed economy, the challenge that they have is that recurrent expenditure is always more than capital expenditure.
Now, moving away from recurrent expenditure, trying to move away from recurrent expenditure, what the IMF actually advises is for countries to move into investments that are long-term, or investments that have long-term sustainability, and also consider areas such as climate change mitigation, digitalization, and other areas that could help grow the economy. Let's even take a look at climate change mitigation, for instance. So it seemed like IMF is not actually asking countries to stop spending or have a spending cut, but saying move your spending to areas that have better economic benefit. if developing countries, for instance, are to move into or to invest in climate change mitigation and digitalization, what prospect does it hold for the economy?
Listen, so it will be difficult because again, when you talk about climate change, and for you to address climate change in developed economy, developing economy, then you have to go to the rural area. And for you to be able to address those changes in the rural area, then you have to build infrastructure buffer for them. Because again, then if you're going to build those buffer for them, let me give you rural area now. Most of them still use firewood, which is determined to the climate. But do you give them cheap energy? Do they have a cheap energy? Do they have gas? Rather, they renewable energy? What is the cost of that? So it's a big challenge for most developed economy to maintain that climate change issue, because those in the rural area will need to be provided for them to leave their old method of letting them know that it affects their climate. But if it's affecting their climate, fine, they want to change. But if it's also affecting their livelihood, then it will not see the light of day. So what we would expect that the IMF and others should do for developing economy is to intervene and invest in the area of climate change by renewable energy and making those energy cheap for them. That is the only way that you'll be able to address climate change in developed economy, because almost 60 to 70% of the indigents in developed economy are living almost outside the main city, and this main city lack adequate resources for them to be able to address the climate change issue. So it's about addressing climate change then, but most of these countries cannot address this climate change on their own without support from an organization like the IMF, World Bank, and other international donors, because of the amount that is involved in it and the fact that most of these people are living in the rural areas.
Now, let's address the public lifestyle of, political class and also office holders, most importantly in Africa. Of course, a global practice where you see presidents, governors in large convoy, fleet of cars, big allowances, huge state budget, which is far becoming a practice. Now, what is the influence of these when it comes to government spending? You're aware that conservative policies always advocate for small state budgets and lean allowances. But here in Africa, if you look at what is playing in Africa and by extension Nigeria, you have huge state budgets running to trillions of naira and even dollars. But let's address the lifestyle of the political class and political office holders. How much of influence has that had on the issue of government spending? And how do we correct the narrative in a place or in a country where people are used to this kind of practice?
You said the rating, people are used to this kind of practice. That is it, because of political gain. It's all about political gain. Government has now become a social investment. So you help a government come to power, then you must be given a political appointment, because government now is about social investment, political investment. So you see, it's of recent, I think it's one of the state governors in those states, about 300 and something political appointees. And so there was a time that when Rochas Okorocha also was governor of Imo State, he did the same thing, bringing up a lot of political appointees. But most of these political appointees, if you look at what is done in most of these developing countries, like Africa, is towards relevance in the rural area to be able to get their vote when it's time. And if you look at this, most of these things always happen in the first year, towards the end of their first year tenure in most of these countries, because they are thinking of having a second term. And so they try to make people look, because government has now become a wheel for life, for individuals to improve their life. Definitely government is supposed to be a wheel for everybody to improve their life. But now it's not coming that individuals see government as the only way that they can improve their life. So that is the major challenge. And it's a political challenge. And when it comes to political challenge, before that can be addressed, unless you have a leader that have strong political will to be able to do that. Yeah, like I like saying it, like if you look at Nigeria as a country and you look at the office of the president, you look at the media team of the president, why do you have senior advisor and senior special advisor when the job is all about managing the media team for the president? Why do you have the advisor on social media? Why do you have so many appointees that could be done by one person being the presidential spokesman, getting individuals to manage some of these things rather than creating a portfolio for them? So that for me is the major challenge. It's a political challenge. And as it stands now, most African countries, I don't think are ready to live that way governance, because that way of governance for them is about the future, their future relevance. How can they be futurely relevant in the scheme of affairs? Then they need to have people that will stay in there when they are out of there. And the only way they can get this is to use resources that are meant for development, for the empowerment of those people, rather than empowering those people to be able to be productive and help their own economy. So for me, that is the challenge, but it will take a leader with strong political will to be able to address this major challenge. And like you say, it's a global practice. Most countries, you see them, they do what they do, but again, you need to look at their income and expenditure. You need to look at the life of the average citizen of that country. You need to look at their inflationary pressure. You need to look at their housing needs. You realize that some of these countries don't have it so much like what you have in these developing economies.
All right, as a follow-up to that, let's also look at this angle to that development where political class are under financial pressure, due to demands from the electorate, maybe people from their constituency demanding for projects. And in a climate where money politics is prevalent, politicians are expected to spend money for a lot of things, for empowerment. Even in some instances, you buy jam forms and do registration for people, you buy food and all sort of things. How easy it is for them to be prudent in the wake of this practice, and how do we correct this kind of narrative, even though you've acknowledged that it could be a global practice, but in this kind of situation where it's also affecting government spending, how do we check this practice?
Ferry, it's difficult. Again, like I say, government has become a social investment. People look at government and an escape route out of poverty. So, because of the lifestyle of government officials, especially in developed economy, how do we do that? I still repeat myself, we need to have leaders that have the political will to do the right thing. Despite whoever, because what we see is that some of them will say, oh, I help you to come to power, I spend my resources to bring you to power, then I need to get back those resources. And the only way I can get those resources back is for you to give me an appointment in government. It's for you to give my own people, my own company, using some of my colleagues to get some of this job in government. That for me is the greatest challenge. So say this, say that, it all still have to deal with political will. Do you have the political will? Do you have the support of the people? Did you really win that election? Was it the people that were behind you, or it was by rigging? It's by the way you settle some of these people? Then in terms, since after election, you have to give them something to do. And when they are helping you, their main reason for helping you is because they feel that by helping you, they will be giving appointments. So it's a huge challenge for the political class and then for the citizens to be able to say, okay, this is my political, or don't just give me fish, teach me how to fish. But most time, because the political class in most of these countries has weaponized poverty, and so the average citizen does not see beyond the now rather than in the future. That is the greatest challenge, because poverty has been weaponized. Poverty has been used as a tool to keep the people where they are by giving them what will not drive, what will not make meaning in their future.
So when the people are poor and the economy is not growing, there are different things that could be done. So fiscal policy is one of the ways to actually rejig the economy. But some countries do not even have the revenue to make some, to back up some fiscal policy. And so they are going towards spending cuts, increasing taxes. What kind of situation does that create when there is need for spending, but the resources to back it up is absent, and the people are already impoverished.
That's why you see they go cap in hand borrowing, putting the people more into debt because they need to satisfy the need of the people. Because for a long time, the people have been neglected. So that is the challenge. The challenge is not a short-term solution to a long-term problem that has been there all the time. So what you need to see a rejig in policy and then a synergy between the monetary and the physical side. In a country like Nigeria, where most of the informal sector that has last chunk of the business people in this country is starved of liquidity by the monetary committee, either through reduction or supply of liquidity in the system or hiking of rate, it kills that sector of the economy. So what you see is, as long as the physical and the monetary side are not on the same page with the people, then you continue to have those challenges. So how do you address it? You begin to look at the priority of your own economy. How can you bring physical discipline by improving the life of the people, rather than, oh, you need to do this, you need to do this, we don't have the money, but we have to do it by month. But you are not doing it because of the people. You are doing it sometimes because of the benefit that it will accrue to you politically. So that, for me, is the major challenge in most developed economy. And we've not said one word today, I've not mentioned, but when I talk of challenge in developing economy, I'm talking about a monster called corruption. Even when sometimes money allocated for this project, they are either done shabbily or they are not done at all, and there's no accountability. Nobody's going after them to say you completed that job, because whoever giving it to them is must have told them the template, and sometimes you realize that these people have the job is supposed to be like 100 million naira, and they said, okay, you have to give us 20 million out of it. And so what you see is that they tend to be fall back because they have to pay that 20 million. And so by the time they pay the 20 million, they don't even have enough money to continue the project. So corruption also play a major role. And so to deal with that, you need to look at the system. You need to make the system work without people. And that's what we're talking about, building structures. And those structures are not short-term structures, are not a strong man structure, that are structure that can be internally driven even when you are not there. That, for me, is the solution to some of the problems that we have, either physically or monetarily with developing economies of the world.
All right, may I point your attention to this advisory from IMF? I would like to quote IMF, and I would love you to listen then react to it. Now, the quote: our latest fiscal monitor calls for governments to avoid slippages and focus more on rebuilding financial buffers and safeguarding fiscal sustainability over the medium term. There are two words there that I would like you to react to: slippages and rebuilding financial buffers, which over as stipulated by IMF, medium term. Now, for countries who are battling with the issue of debt and also high government spending, what kind of slippages do you think they should avoid, or pitfalls they should avoid? Then when you talk about financial buffer that could help them recover, or like immunity against this kind of spending or the aftermath of the spending, can you shed more light on that? As a financial expert, what kind of buffer would you expect these countries to put in place in order to survive, or if not immune against the effect of high government spending?
The answer is very, very simple. Reduce your recurrent expenditure. High political appointees, reduce the number. Try to invest in the productive sector of your economy. So it's very simple. And when you are trying to create an economic buffer for your country, then you have to improve upon your goods that you export out of the country, and then build your reserve. You can only build your reserve based on the type of group that the goods that are attracting international payment from you. And I'm not just talking about just crude oil. No, I'm talking about you have to look at the generality of your economy in terms of those buffers. So it's very easy for you to get and reduce recurrent expenditure, especially high cost of governance. Why do you have to have 6 special advisors, 7 special advisors? Some of them have as high as 30 special advisors. They have a commissioner. Then you still have special advisor. You have a president. You still have a lot of special advisor on security. you have a special advisor on power, and you still have minister for power. So all these are conflicting. So for them to do that, first of all, you reduce the cost of governance, especially in the area of political appointee, to build financial buffer for your people. They must be investing in the creative sector, whereby most of these things are exported out of the country, and the country earn FX and build their reserve. The only way you can build financial buffer is to build your reserve, because if you look at developed countries, why the challenge is immediately the exchange rate of their currency and that of the dollar begin to rise astronomically, it becomes a problem for them. So, but if you have a buffet, like what happened to Nigeria during the global economic crisis during President Olusegun Obasanjo, there was a buffet that was being built by the reduction of debt from the Paris Club and also the high cost of oil revenue. And so how the finance minister at that time was able to manage this revenue to put them in savings for the rainy day. So that is just the best way to do. Reduce your current expenditure, improve in building up your liquidity, especially in the area of your foreign reserve.
We're talking about what government can do. What about the people? What is your role in this? What is the role of the people in spending, in higher spendings? Earlier we talked about political parties across board mostly being in favor of higher government spending. Is it a strategy sometimes to win elections when they promise higher spending?
Well, that's a strategy. Here, especially, I think with this word I'm about to use became popular during Ayo Fayoshe's time as governor of Ekiti State. He talk about he talk about stomach infrastructure. He said not about physical infrastructure, it has to do with stomach infrastructure. And like I said, the political class have weaponized poverty. And so most of them not even seeing the future. The people are not looking at the future, and this is because of lack of education. And so the key to reduce all these challenges that this country has is build your educational institution to be able to teach everybody what it means to be a citizen of a country. What is your contribution? It was JF Kennedy that said, you think not of what the country can do for you, but what you can do for the country. But in Nigeria, they will say, what has government even done for me to even be thinking of government? So the mindset has to shift, and the people have to hold their political appointees accountable, not just because he gives you 20,000 today, give you 15,000. You are not able to tell him that why is that project that was supposed to be meaningful, why did it stop? Is it because of lack of funding? How do we help? Do we contact the authority? Those are part of the things that the people need to be doing. They need to be holding their political appointees accountable. They need to be involved. They need to know who their political appointees are, how many bills he provided, if it's in the Senate or in the House of Representatives, how much project has he been able to do, not corruptly, but directly through intervening from some of those are part of the things that the people need to. So what you ask me, I say the people need to begin to ask their representative, why is this? Why is this? Why is it not like this? Why are we still? So by the time you begin to ask questions, that means that they will know that the non-political crowds are more educated than before, and they will hold them accountable. Then they will sit up.
All right, let's look at this side to this conversation as well. The role of political parties. In Nigeria, we practice what you call multiple, party system. Unlike in the past when we used to have two parties, you used to have NRC, SDP, but now you have more parties. How is this also influencing government spending or the spending on the part of the political parties, where you have more candidates? Even for INEC or the electoral body, means more spend. You have to spend more money on ballot boxes, to entertain the candidacy of these political parties. There are those who are advocating for Nigeria to return to a two-party system in order to curb government spending and even have a unified kind of legislature where it's also easier to cut the number of representatives for Nigeria. How easy it is for Nigeria in the wake of this mounting financial pressure? Do you think it will be expedient to look into these directions?
It will not be expedient for me because the political class will not want that, because that's what you see. It's only in Nigeria if somebody tells you, give his complimentary card, and you look at complimentary and say, I'm a politician. It's not politics is not a career. So, but a lot of these people just do all those things. So I think for me, I think we need to the need for the political class, political parties. They don't have ideology, Femi. In Nigeria, they tell you that PDP, APC, APGAP, Labour Party, they are all the same. And if you look at it, some of the people that in Labour Party were one time in PDP or they went time in APC, when it doesn't work out for them, when they are no more popular there, then they look for the next. So it's just the way it is because of there's no ideology, there's no there's no sincere drive to build a company that to build a political party that is based on ideology, not a political party that accepts every comma that comes in. Oh yes, it's a family affair. No, and then the political party also that have their own particular manifestos, whereby the government in power, if we see is PDP is in power, the people should know what's expected. Like in America, when the Republican is in power, they know what's expected. When it's Democrat in power, they know what's expected. So until we begin to build that ideology, whereby a particular party goes to power, we know this is where we'll be putting money to. It's not that today is in APC, tomorrow you have to come to PDP, and then we continue to celebrate that same person. So for me, that is the challenge.
So let's take a trip to America now, since you mentioned America in your comments while talking. This is the election period in the US, and the candidates have been talking about what they would do and talking about what they would not do. So, but one issue that is of concern to Americans is the debt issue, the rise in debt or the high debt of the US and how that's going to be managed. And the US is a country where the government have always been doing high spending. They have a credit system that a lot of citizens are quite used to. Given the IMF's advice and the upcoming election, what area do you think that whoever emerges will be moving towards in terms of spending in the US?
Like I said, when you look at every political party there, you know where they're spending, they will spend more. If a Republican comes into power, you know they will spend more in terms of in the area of defense. And so they want to build more defense buffer, especially now that they have internal security threat and then global security threat. When the Republican comes to power, then you see that they will invest more into healthcare and then and the people in terms of interventions through direct cash supply. So those are what is expected. Now, how do they balance this with their debt? Like debt in itself is not a bad issue. And that's why America is the world most indebted country at this moment. And but again, when you are looking at debt, you have to look at your debt to your GDP. That's like Nigeria will tell you the debt to GDP is okay. What about is you don't use GDP to pay your debt, you use revenue to pay your debt. If you look at the American economy, why they don't struggle is because there's a lot of revenue that can pay off all the debt that's when they are due, because a lot of their companies are doing where they are exporting outside the shore of this country, of their country, so they are any more effects there, and their currency happen to be a global currency, so they don't have challenge with most of all the things that we here will have challenge with. So it has to do also with what is your trade volume with other part of the of the world. That is the main key driver of some of this. So for America, we expect that we already know what to expect when the Republican Donald Trump win or Democratic Kamala Harris wins. We know what is expected. We know Kamala Harris have talked about putting more money on the hands of the people economically. That if you have 4 children, then government will see how they can be subsidizing the last side. If you look at Donald Trump, he has mentioned more towards reducing the inflow of immigrants into the economy of America, so that more of the what they call the indigenous American will have more jobs. So all these are clear-cut policies that they are talking about, and these are policies that they will definitely put through all their heart in to achieve. When we talk about African politics, when we go for campaign, we don't see those political statements, whether we go there to dance and dance and dance, then we come back. There's nothing anybody's taking away from there. And the next time we are voting for those people. So those are the challenges. So it's a different type of challenge for both the developed economy and the developing economy.
All right, so before we let you go, having talked about what obtains in one economy is different from what obtains in the other, particularly if one is developed and the other is not developed. Now, there are times when statistics or even reports are released by the IMF or the World Bank, and sometimes it seems like it's not a reflection of what happens or the reality on the ground, even when the NBS in Nigeria, the National Bureau of Statistics, sometimes release result like, oh, inflation is at this, and sometimes people feel, oh, this is not a reality, and the federal government looking at the methodology in arriving at results for inflation. What's your thought on it? Should we have our own, or should we come up with something that is quite, it actually almost equals the real status or the real state of things? What are your thoughts on that as we wrap up?
I've said it some time ago. IMF is not in Damaturu. IMF is not in Sokoto. IMF doesn't know what happened in Sokoto. So that's why I always say that when you bring in IMF policies, then you need to look at your internal policy to will this policy drive more people to prosperity or poverty. We have looked at IMF policy globally, especially to develop economy. There's virtually any developing economy that has come out of the wood through the intervention of IMF or World Bank, because their policies are not tailor-made for that. But like they give an example of Nigeria, when IMF is talking about high tax payment, it's talking about increase in electricity tariff. Those are not things that we have people, but the people earning ability is very, very low. So why you don't see those results from IMF? Because that's not the reality on ground. They don't know the reality on ground. I tell people that there's a difference between textbook economy and the real economy, where you see you need to rejig your strategy and then see how you can create more wealth and prosperity for your people. So why we don't see those results? Because IMF policies are not internally driven. They are like a global template that, oh, India used it, look at where they are, China used it, but they are not looking at the precarity and the culture of those people. So that is the major challenge. The same thing you talk about Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. Sometimes when you see those numbers, you say, where did they get their figure from? So that's another issue. Where are they getting their figure from? Are they getting in the street of Abuja, or somebody just sit down and say, this is what I think is obtainable now? So those are data management. What is their template in terms of gathering data management? With that, then you begin to know whether what they are saying is free or not. So it boils down to what we started before: physical discipline, and then also management. Management is key. How are you managing your resources? How are you allocating resources to the people? What kind of policy are you driving? Are you driving a World Bank policy that is largely driven by textbook economy, or are you driving an indigenous policy that you rejig to take your people out of the wood? So that is the challenge.
To react quickly to it as we wrap up, today MPC meeting is taking place, starting today. What's your expectation? Quickly.
My expectation in one word: hopefully the MPC should cut rate, because we've seen them, if, like I said, if we have been doing the copy and paste that we've been doing with other economy of the world, no, so economy now cutting rate. So if you ask me, MPC, maybe we'll get the first rate cut in Nigeria for a very long time. That's my expectation.
All right, I'm turning you to a prophet now and to a seer. Let's see if your prophecy will come to pass. But whatever it is, we must thank you, Mukhtar Mohammed, for spending time with us on LXing this morning. Always a pleasure having you around to shed more light on issues like this. Thank you so much for creating time on a busy Monday morning to join us on this program.
My pleasure, Femi. Thank you, Blessing. Thank you, Femi. Always a delight to be on your show. Thank you for having me. You have a pleasant week.
And you too. All right, this is the Early Exchange, where we share policy and the big story is always here. We'll go on a short break now. When we return, we'll look at the expectations as regards the MPC meeting, which is starting today. Stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, after the talk about fiscal policy with Mokhtar Mohammed, let's take a look now at the Central Bank of Nigeria's Monetary Policy Committee meeting, which will hold today, starting today actually. It's the fourth in the year 2024 so far. The CBN has had 3 MPC meetings, and in all of the 3 MPC meetings, we've seen an increase in rates, that is the monetary policy rate, which is the benchmark interest rate in Nigeria. We've seen it increase from 22% to 24.75%, and then it was left at 26.25%. So as the CBN sits today, the CBN NPC sits today for a meeting. It will run from today until tomorrow. What is the expectation of economists, of Nigerians? Would rates remain at 26.25%? Would it increase by, I don't know what basis points they would increase it by? Or, as Mokhtar Mohammed has predicted, would there be a rate cut? Because Mokhtar actually did say that the trend for countries that have been dealing with high inflation rates for now has been to cut rates. So will the CBN follow the trend, go in line with some of these countries and reduce rates? Well, we'll find out from our next guest, Julius Afolabi, who will be joining us in a while. I need to just get into Femi's brain right now and find out what he's thinking regarding the MPC meeting, which is starting today. So we've seen a progression in terms of rates increased from 22% to 24 to 26, and all of this have been in bids to reduce the inflation in Nigeria. But we've seen that inflation in Nigeria has not abated. So what are your thoughts? What do you expect the NPC to do?
Yeah, you're putting me on the spot now. You want to turn me to a seer, a prophet. But interestingly, today is the day we've been waiting for investors, people in the business communities. When it comes to the time for MPC meeting, it's usually much anticipated, and it's starting today. 10 a.m. It's taking place at the CBN headquarters in Abuja from now to tomorrow. So where you have all the experts in Nigeria coming together in the company of the CBN committee to see what they can do to manage inflation. There are different angles to these, different analysis. There are people who feel it is time for the CBN to think about a cut rate. Now, if you look at the pattern globally, let's take example from the US. Just last week, US also had to, the US Federal Reserve had to cut rate, because looking at the inflation at the US, it at 2.5%, even though the target is 2%. But because of the development with the management of inflation, the US Federal Reserve was emboldened to back on what we call cutting rates. So also back on England and the rest of them, even in Canada. So if Nigeria is going to take an extension from that, looking at the last figure released by the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics as regards inflation is about 32.15% now as of August. So there's a reduction in terms of inflation. So there are those who argue now the inflation rate is dropping, maybe on paper. For some, they might not agree it's dropping in reality when you look at the prices of goods and services and the hunger in the land. But if we're going to draw some reference from the statistics released by NBS in August, or for August, that's 32.15%. Maybe the CBN could be in a position to now thinking of cutting rate. And like Muta have said, I also want to subscribe to that. There's tendency for CBN to cut rate because the essence of tightening up the economy, if you look at it globally, is to curtail inflation. And if you're making progress with your inflation policy and you discover that you are getting the figures right, which is what happened in the case of the US, the US inflation, they're getting it right, Interestingly, they have a single-digit inflation. We are battling with double digits. But if you look at the appreciable progress within a month, the figure released in July and that of August, you will discover that there's a little progress. So maybe that could embolden the CBN to now think of, okay, cutting rate this time around. Then there's also peculiarity.
You don't need to ask me why I'm smiling.
We'll get back to it. I could feel why you are smiling. But the interesting thing is, which is another side to it, that the theories or the economic theories or the approach to tackling inflation in other climes seem not to be working here. And if you look at the peculiarity of our economy here, there are other factors. For people in the US, consumers in the US, they have access to basic things like health infrastructures, things like that. Health loans and some other things that take care of their basic things.
Credit
system and all that. But if you look at the peculiarity of our economy, there are those who argue that it seems that the global theory doesn't work in Nigeria. But the truth is, when it comes to containing inflation in Nigeria, it's not just about tightening up the economy. There are other factors like the exchange rates, which you also have to be looked into. Then you also have to look at the cost of production. So there are two things that might likely take place if I'm to be a seer now, a prophet. It's either the CBN increases or reduces, but I want to go with the fact that they should reduce this time around.
Okay.
But, the decision is left.
If you're going with the option of CBN reducing, and it happens at the same time that the Central Bank of England is in reduced rates, and the Fed have cut rates in the US, and Canada too has cut rates. Doesn't that seem like a bad or good thing?
No, not really a bad wagon, because you also have to look at the effect of that on our economy. When you increase the benchmark interest rate, you are increasing the cost of borrowing. And so for investors in
Agree that
Nigeria,
it comes with, sorry to cut in there,
yeah,
but agree that it comes with lots of benefits. But these benefits could have been given to the economy long time ago, or even before we got to this point. Imagine increasing rate from 22% and then to 24.75%. And when people thought, this is too much, taking it up higher to 26.25%. And then now cutting. We don't know if they'll cut, but just assuming that the CBN actually at the end of the MPC meeting cuts rates to maybe 24, take it back to 24.75. However, I think that, when you were talking about, if you look at the figures, the inflation rates before and what it was at the end of August, it shows that there's been some progress. Now, there's some curiosity as to how this inflation figures are calculated and how they arrived at, because if you check the price of commodities, goods and services from the month of July to August and now till September, the prices doesn't quite suggest that inflation has dropped, which takes us to the second conversation we'll be having, the methodology of calculating inflation and GDP rates in Nigeria. Is there a need to question that?
Now, if you look at the appreciable progress we're talking about, it's just months on months. Maybe we're yet to see the impact when it comes to year on year.
If it's month on month and there's some significant decline or reduction,
but I get
it should actually translate in the goods.
Yeah,
the price of goods, even if it's by 5 naira.
I get the point you're making, but this thing is a combination of several factors. You must understand. If you're going to have that impact on the prices of goods and services, it might take a while, but we must understand that the peculiarity of our economy is different from any other economy.
Oh yes,
like the advanced economies. In fairness to the CBN, there's wisdom in tightening up economy when you're battling with high inflation. It's the global practice. Look at what happened in the US.
Economics?
No, according to economic theories, these are things or template, what you call monetary policy, that have been deployed by the CBN to manage inflation. And it's not peculiar to Nigeria. UK did that. The US did that. It's just that
using the principles,
exactly,
the known principles of economics.
For
which
4
Nigerian
years,
inflation
for 4
has
years,
defined.
the US didn't embark on cutting spree until after 4 years, which was done last week. So you can understand that there's wisdom when the CBN has decided to increase benchmarking.
I like to test that wisdom by asking this question. So the US that had a single-digit inflation, not even up to 10%, less than 5%, had to wait for 4 years and they kept increasing rates. So Nigeria had double-digit inflation that kept growing month after month, yet still had to use that same principle. Pardon me.
So you need to understand, first of all, Nigeria doesn't operate in isolation. Principles does not have boundaries. Whether you are in US or wherever you are, economic theories, they have
Femi, I like to take you off the hot seat.
However, that's the starting point. Principles have ideal. However, there are peculiarities when it comes to situation. That's why it's applicable to whoever you're applying that to. That's why they say for every rules, there are exceptions.
Okay.
Now, when it comes to globally, tightening up the economy to curtail inflation sounds like something you need to do, especially when you're battling with double-digit inflation. Now, in the case of Nigeria, there are peculiarities, which is why people are saying it's important for Nigeria to have its own templates when it comes to managing inflation and even rebasing the GDP. Because most of the time, in other clients, when you talk about GDP, it tells you how robust your economy is, but it doesn't connote strength. It could tell the size of the economy. But in peculiarity related to Africa, it doesn't look at the fact that your economy is big, doesn't mean your economy is strong.
Or productive.
All right. So that's where the peculiarities come in. And that's why it's important as a country. It's also important for CBN to look at other factors, the issue of exchange rates, cost of production, then the FX issue. These are factors that also influence inflation pattern in
That's not what you've done well. You've done well on the hot seat. But let me take it away from you now to a guest who joins us virtually, Julius Afolabi. Thank you for joining us. Good morning. You must have been listening to the conversation. What are your thoughts on the NPC meeting, which starts today, the 4th in the year? We can't hear you, Julius. I think you need to unmute your device so we can hear you clearly. There's still no audio coming from you. Could you please unmute your device? We'll give Julius Afolabi some time to handle his device so we can have some audio from him. Let's take a quick break and return to continue the conversation.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Many thanks for staying with us on Early Exchange. The conversation is on the MPC meeting, which is the Monetary Policy Committee meeting of the Central Bank that will hold today, as there are expectations from Nigerians and various economists looking at what the CBN will come up with. Will rates, that's the benchmark interest rate, be dropped from 26.25%, which is it was left at after the last MPC meeting, or will it be increased further? Well, let's look at that with Julius Afolabi, who's a premium business coach, as he joins us virtually this morning. Hello, Julius. Thank you. Hear you now. Thank you. All right. So the question I asked before the break is, this is the fourth MPC meeting in this year. So the CBN so far will be having its fourth MPC meeting. And from the three that have been had, the interest rates have been increased. What are your expectations? What do you see the CBN coming up with at the end of this meeting?
The issue of rebasing. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, let me know. Yeah. So the issue of rebasing actually is to face reality and stop living in denial. We can see very well that the economy is in a very bad shape, and is the responsibility of leadership to be able to hold these strategic meetings and be able to give considerations to the major factors and not leverage on the minor factors. That is one of the basic things that we must understand. So I expect that this meeting is going to come up with policies that are going to improve the infrastructures that will enable the gross domestic product. Yeah, that's the GDP, right? And then the hyperinflation is, we'll call it hyperinflation, is almost a galloping inflation because the prices of goods and services are not smiling. That is the sincere truth, which is affecting every other sector. So rebasing is important. The last time that Nigeria undertook a rebasing was in 2010, right? And global rebasing simply means that you looking at the prices of things and looking at the indices, the business indices that form the gross domestic product of the economy, which is very, very important because a lot of things have changed between 2010 and 2024. Given the rapid evolving kind of change that we experience today, the influx, the introduction, the emergence of new technologies and new economies as well. So a lot of things have changed in the business sector that requires inclusion in order for us to be able to arrive at what a realistic gross domestic product. That is very important. And for you to be able to do that, there's the need for you to have accurate data, updated data. And that's one thing that I think that the government needs to take into consideration. Do we have a robust data that can enable us get the accurate indices? The major reason why the meeting is important and looking at the economy with a rebasing eye or from a rebasing perspective is the fact that there is the need for us to increase investor confidence and to have economic accuracy, which is very, very important, right? Very, very important and basic. So if we don't have that accuracy from robust and complete comprehensive data, there is no way we can recalibrate the economy in order to recalculate the interest rate that is visible. Like I said, leadership willingness is very important. That's why I said the outcome of the meeting is going to be dependent on what leadership priority and perspective is. What the public expects is a totally different ballgame with what leadership considers as priority. Because in developing economies that have suffered hyperinflation, what eventually happened was them dollarizing their economy, having to sacrifice their own present currency in order to adopt more stable currency. In the meantime, depending on when the leadership decides to be able to repair its deficiencies and now matured enough to be able to handle the economy, then they can now do a partial restoration or complete handover of the economy. And that takes a lot. So this is what I expect all the economists and the juggernauts and the business-minded people that are going to be sitting down with in the meeting today to discuss at length and look at things from the critical perspectives, looking at what presently constitutes our gross domestic product. Is our indices, are they truly reflecting the changes in the economy since 2010? What is going to be our new base year? Right? What's going to be the new base year? If the new base year is going to be 2020, 2022, 2023, or 2024, of course, definitely it can be 2024. If it's going to be 2020 now, and 2020 is a major destruction. Yeah, it's a year of, universal destruction. So from 2020, after the COVID, a lot of things have happened and business has shifted gears, which has not been put into consideration in a lot of ways in our economy. So I feel that these are the intricacies we need to look at. What are the new economy? What are the new business sectors that have come? What are the changes that have happened over time that has not been included in our calculation? Do we have the robust data in order to be able to measure accurately what our numbers should be? Is our gross domestic product today a true reflection of the current economy? Because when there's an imbalance, definitely you cannot tackle inflation. The moment there's an imbalance in what is operational, what is functional in the business environment that is not captured in your numbers and in your indices, then you will know very well that what you cannot tackle that particular inflation. And nobody wants to go take on the risk of having to sacrifice or dollarize the economy, because I pray we don't get to that level. That would be dependent on leadership willingness to be able to take the steps that it ought to, because the changes in prices, the way they are going, well, I will wait until I see the outcome before we can say more on that.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Folabi, good to see you once again.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's look at one of the critical issues that will be on the table for this kind of meeting, very crucial and important meeting, is the issue of inflation rate in Nigeria. You almost talked about it, but I still wanted to shed more light on it. You will observe that consistently the CBN has decided to increase benchmark interest rates with the spirit of managing inflation in Nigeria. I would like you to do an assessment of that template. So far, will you consider that to be a necessary template for Nigeria, looking at the peculiarity of our economy? And what are the issues here? If you look at what is playing out in the US, using the same template, they are getting results. Now in Nigeria, it seems to us that there's still more to it. So what should be done to ensure that the inflation rate or the inflation management in Nigeria is actually getting the needed result and also in reality playing out on the prices of goods and services?
Well, number one, it's first of all, leadership willingness. You can't compare adherence to principles and policies in the United States and that of Nigeria. It's a far cry, right? There is the respect and recognition of law and economic policies than compared to that of Nigeria. Now, look, two people can have the same tool, but their understanding of the tool and the willingness to abide by the undertaking, the underlying principles of that tool, right, in fairness to the peculiarity of their environment matters to the results. Getting result is totally dependent on status reality, required capacity, and commitment to execution. Those are the three functions that determine getting results. In the US, you find out that they have, just like you laid the foundation during when you were on the hot seat, that in a single digit inflation economy, and they are applying this particular template and they are seeing results, you can see that the effect is minimal. You can't compare that with a double-digit inflation-driven economy and expect to get the same kind of result within the same time. You see, one of the things that Nigeria as an economy lacks is stress test. We don't stress test a particular template before we put it into play. Most of the time, we are doing trial and errors, putting the economy at jeopardy while we are testing policies that are not peculiar, that are not in consonance with our peculiarity, right? You may share similar characteristics with another economy, but the leadership practice and management, for instance, Zimbabwe had this kind of challenge, which they had to, that was typically because of their political instability, leadership failure, and public spending. They had to stop printing money and dollarize their economy in order to get stability. That was the only way in which they were able to call the personal and the grievous appetite of the politicians, right? That was the only way to do that. You find out that our, what do you call it, investment management, even if you have FDI in Nigeria, what about the management? What is the picture of our public spending? You know, inflation comes as a result of what the amount of money in circulation and the kind of, and the amount of goods that it can acquire. What the affordability quotient is, that's the really what inflation is all about. It was Ojukwu that once said that inflation is going to the market with basket of money and coming with food in your pocket, which is supposed to be the reverse order. So you see, public spending to a large extent can have pertinent effect on inflation. If you use these templates and all things being equal, our practice is the same, we can't get results. Until there is an internal change in leadership mentality, structure, and commitment, we can't have the results that the template should produce. And now tell me, how do you stabilize, how do you benchmark interest rates when all the realities that are supposed to follow suit are working contrary to that particular benchmark? You can't fix a particular price for a particular commodity that is supply, is in short supply and has high demand. What do you expect? You can't sell at that price. For instance, look at the price of fuel. The fuel is not available. Those who have capacity to buy are afraid of buying because they don't know the price at which the fuel is going to be sold. So we don't have fuel. And then the lack of its supply, even though it's available, but you don't know the price at which you are going to buy, people can't go back. Okay, this morning, ordinary pure water, the price had changed this morning compared to yesterday night. Can you see now? So somebody that brought 100 units of items goes to the market this morning, can't buy back that unit of item. And you want to tell me you have to fix price. If you fix price for the manufacturers and the price, the cost of production has increased, how do you expect them to survive? They will just shut down. And the more they shut down, the more it is aggravating and amplifying the interest effect, the inflation effect in the society. So we are going through a time where if we don't carefully manage and be ready and willing to be able to suppress our personal appetite and share and check and shrink ourselves of personal interest and look at public patriotism, there's no way in which we are going to make a headway. Rather, what we'll have a meeting, we'll have a template, but the realities on ground are fighting back at the templates that we have created. So you just have an escalation. So those are the issues that must be in place. Like I said, a lot of things have changed in the business environment that are not captured in our present reality, in our present figures. So you can have GT figures, GT GDP figures that are not a true representative of the consumer price index. So you can see it. So when you have figures that are not representing reality, it is just like a facade. So we can't actually say this template can work until the willingness and the readiness of government to be able to curb its public spending, look into areas that have entered into our economy that has not been captured, the areas that have been like Zimbabwe had to reduce their public spending, had to increase their investment in agriculture, which was their green area that could boost the GDP. Now, so what are the areas that should boost Nigeria's GDP? Nigeria, it does not lack human and capital resources. Nigeria simply lacks the willingness to be able to implement what should be done. So I think these are the critical issues that we expect that will be addressed in this meeting if we want this template to be a picture of reality and curb the growing and the frightening inflation rates.
All right. We've seen that according to the statistics revealed by the NBS, so inflation rates seem to have dropped from what it was some months earlier to what was released for the month of August. It's now 32.1% or 32% thereabout. So looking at that and the inflation rate itself, which the CBN has tried to reduce by increasing the MPR, which is the benchmark interest rate. Now, if we go by that and what had happened in other countries, say in the US, England, and Canada, we've seen that once inflation began to drop, at the end of the day, cut rates. Do we see the CBN doing same? And looking at the inflation rates that this NBS actually announces, can we say that's a reflection of reality?
Obviously, the answers are staring you and I in the face. The statistics shows reduction. Reality does not picture that. That means there is an imbalance. There's a gap in the two. Now, you have talked about Canada and the US. I have said it, and I'm going to repeat it. The leadership recognition of the power of principles and law, effective law, is one thing. The leadership willingness to be able to adjust what the reality is and the data is. You know, in a nation where you have comprehensive data, it's easy to plan. Remember, when you have when your data, you have comprehensive data, it's easy to plan because your plan and your results are predictable based on data. But if your data is faulty, there's no way you can get good results. So on what basis is the inflation figures dropped? In reality, ask Nigerians today. Now check it. What prices are reduced? What prices? What items in the consumer pricing index? What items in that category have really experienced the reduction in prices? You know, there are what I'll call premium products or universal products, right? A product that is readily used, universal applicability and usability within the economy. When such a product is affected, what happens is that particular is a major product that is a driver, a catalyst to other products, just like fuel. For instance, if the price of fuel comes down, you don't need a prophet or a magician to tell you that the prices of goods and services will drop. Why? Because it is a foundation, it's a catalyst product for every other thing. It drives a lot of the part of the economy. So when you have products like that, have their prices come down, inflation will automatically come down. So the question I'm asking is that what items were measured in order to be able to arrive at the statistics that NBC has provided for Nigerians? Now, if you're looking at minor products and not major driving products in the economy, you are not going to get the right indices. You will be publishing numbers that are not representing the reality of people. People will keep crying. It will be a facade. That's an economic facade. In accounting, it's called creative accounting, where the papers show that you are actually blossoming, but you are a bleeding economy. So you see it. So the items that constitutes the measurements, you know, when the consumer price index is based on the base year, what items constitute that calculation. That is what will determine the index. That is what will be the basis on which the interest rate will be calculated and benchmarked. So what are the items that constitute the calculation that supplies that indices, right? So those are the critical things we should look at. It's possible for you to use the items that will lower the inflation in order to have it public, you understand, to have to give and to cast a perspective on the general public that, okay, inflation has come down. It would only reduce agitation, public agitation. But in practical reality, when you go to the market, you will see that the reactions are not different, right? So those are media management strategies, which is very possible, right? It can be done where you have those kind of publications in order to reduce public agitation, right? But then in reality, it's a far cry. So the basic thing is that what are the driving indices? What products, what items on the gross domestic product data that we have is responsible for that data? So where you have accurate in Canada and in the US, they have complete and comprehensive data. Do we have such? Does Nigeria have the comprehensive number? Will we say we have the right population statistics of this country? Do we have the total capture of economic sectors, businesses are captured that can supply us, can give us predictable tax income? Do you understand? So these are the things that are raw materials for predicting results.
All right, so if this is the position of things and the federal government is planning to adopt a global methodology in calculating inflation and rebasing GDP, what would that mean at the end of the day? Remember that there was a time when for calculating unemployment rates, the NBS was using a kind of method, and after a while it changed that and came up with the unemployment rate at 4% after the previous unemployment rate was around 30%. And Nigerians screamed like, what could have happened, and explained that it's just a change in the methodology. So if Nigeria is changing or adopting a global methodology now in calculating inflation and GDP rate, does that seem like it's going to be a change in numbers and not actually a change in the inflation itself, as well as what would happen to curtail the growth of the inflation?
Sincerely, we can't deceive ourselves. The sincere truth is what you have already established, that changing a method might change the figures, but may not be a representative of reality. We can have a national, feeling, and then we can have a global face. You know, there's a way they will see you outside, just like somebody who has not eaten and is properly dressed. When he goes out, there is a public perspective of him, but at home, he knows what is back home with him. You understand? So we can globalize our numbers, our method, right, in order to be able to have international reputation management, kind of. But in reality, what we are experiencing at home is not a true reflection of what they see. Do you understand? And that would be a misrepresentation of the national reality. Now, the effect is this, that the foreign counterparts will be dealing with you based on the global perspective, and that could be further amplifying the effect on this. Imagine that you are getting a loan at 4% based on statistics, but when you bring the loan, you have collected several millions of dollars. But when you come back home, the value of that money is nothing compared to what they see it as. They will see it as a substantial amount that could probably complete a particular project or execute a particular project based on the numbers with which you use. Right? So, but when you come back home and you break it down into reality, right, you'll find out that the money is not as big as you thought it was. That is the risk. Right? Just like now you have, why do we have to do, like as a professional, even though you are a chartered accountant in Nigeria, if you have to go to the United States to practice, you will have to do some courses, right? In order for you to be able, what is that doing? That is trying to help you marry your knowledge in this economy and in that particular economy to understand how it works in that particular economy. That is like what we call compatibility, right? So you have to do compatibility course in order for you to be able to fit into that particular environment. So that's what happens. So when you have that global method, it might bring down our numbers, right? The numbers only help us to interface with the external environment, right? In the international scene. But in reality, when we come back home, the national experience will be at variance with the international representation of what it has. So you can see it's just, I'll look at it like a form of, like I mentioned, it's a package. It's not reality. So the effect is that it might worsen the experience. While our papers are showing this, you will be seeing that this is it. How did some organization collapse? Why? Because the paper representations were showing positive, but the actual reality was showing different things. So when a particular company is publishing profits, but in actual sense, the money is not there. So what happens? It will go down, definitely. So let's not deceive ourselves. It's better we sit back at home, look at the peculiarity of our environment before adopting a universal template. Find out what do we need to fix in order to be at par with those that are using it. So there is the need for that compatibility analysis before we can ascertain and say with confidence that we are adopting this method. It's not it's not like it's like trying to look rich, go broke trying to look rich. That's exactly how it is. So we are not trying to measure up. It's not a yardstick. It's not. There's no credit to the fact that Nigeria is also using the global method, while in real sense Nigeria has not done what it ought to do in order to be able to qualify for that global method. That's exactly how it is. That's the reality.
Right, interesting, Julia. So let's wrap up with these now. The meeting is expected to take place at the moment from now. You're aware that the benchmark interest rate is at 26.25% now. And when CBN increases benchmark interest rate, it also increases the cost of borrowing. And you might likely have what you call loan defaults. Now, would you expect with these examples or with this practice or development, would you expect the CBN to reduce benchmark interest rate this time around as we wrap up?
Now, this time around, reducing or maintaining the interest rates is going to be dependent on the reality on ground. It's going to be totally dependent on the reality on ground. You have to look at what exactly you have before you can determine whether what you're presently adopting is feasible to continue or to reduce. And now you have to go back and also say, if we reduce what the interest rate is, what are the likely effects based on the data that we have on ground? What is the data we have on ground? What is the reality speaking? If the cost of borrowing increases, definitely loan defaults will increase. What does that mean for the economy as a whole? What is the rippling effect, the multiplying effect on that particular snowball effect, right? So whether to increase or reduce coming from this meeting is going to come from the realistic consideration of what we actually have on ground. What are the items? What are the major sectors of the economy that when tackled, you know that these are pillars. And when we look at that and we measure what our decision is going to be, there's going to be an effective and practical effect. And that is what's going to determine whether we are to reduce or come to a midpoint. In best analysis, you will have three options. Either we reduce, we come to a compromise, or we increase. If in these three categories, what is going to be the effect and how long is it going to take for this to happen? These are empirical analysis that needs to be done, right? These are not just paperwork. These is going to function based on practical data, real-time data, right? That is going to tell us, okay, if we reduce this is what's going to happen. Right now, What is the lending rate? What is the effect? What effect has it had since we changed? And that will be dependent on having true data. Now, if you have the true data of what the effect is when you increase it, now if you reduce it, given what has changed over time, what is going to happen? How long do you want to test this? What are the cushion effects that we have, so that in the case of any form of emergency or overboard, what are we doing? What stopgap initiatives do we have? So these are ways in which economies are managed, such that it doesn't catalyze into catastrophe within the economy, and it doesn't bring a total shutdown, because a lot of things are getting agitated now, and people are just managing it, right? So it behoves on a lot of thinking. What is on ground? What is the environment? What are the feelers that we have? Now, another thing is, how do we communicate what we want to do? Most of the time, we lack good communication with the public.
We're out of time.
Yes.
We agreed a lot of critical thinking is needed now by the CBN's NPC as it meets today and comes to a decision as to what the benchmark interest rates will be for the next months. Well, thank you so much for being our guest on the show today.
Thank you very much.
We've been talking with Julius Afolabi, who is a premium business coach, a value improvement strategist, and an author. And we're looking at the meeting, the fourth MPC meeting of the CBN starting today, as well as the plan of the federal government of Nigeria to adopt global methodology in calculating inflation rates and rebasing GDP. Let's see how that works out at the end of the day. We'll update you as the developments emerges. That's the show today. Thank you for watching. I am Blessing AJ, and Market Insight comes up at 11. Follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV on Facebook, Instagram, on X. Leave a comment. Tell us what you think of the issues that have been discussed here today. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, the much awaited MPC meeting is going to start any moment from now. So be rest assured that for live update or development from that meeting, you can do a catch up on all our social media platforms. So you need to follow us for live coverage of that meeting. And don't forget some of the conversations we've had earlier. You can also do a catch up on all our social media platforms. Early Exchange will always return bigger and better, and it will return tomorrow better. I am Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
And hello there, and welcome to SOUQ Exclusive. My name is Lavina Emma. I am your host this afternoon, and I have a very distinguished guest joining us this afternoon, and his name is Mr. Jude Chiemeka. He is the Chief Executive Director of Nigerian Exchange Group. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, Mr. Jude.
All right, thank you. I'm actually the CEO of NGX Limited.
Limited. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so thank you so much for joining us. And this is SOUQ Exclusive, and we're going to be discussing Mr. Jude's career, his background, and why he chose the financial industry to grow his career. So first of all, let's just start with getting to know you better, Mr. Jude. Now, get to know more about you. Please, can you tell us about yourself?
Okay, Jude Chiemeka. I'm from Delta State. I have background in science. Started out biological sciences, and I migrated from that to business, where the interest really lies. So I have a postgraduate diploma in economics from University of Lagos. My first degree actually was also BSc Sciences from University of Lagos, and I have a master's degree in international law and diplomacy, also from University of Lagos. But I've also done a lot of executive education courses across different geographies. New York Institute of Finance, University of Oxford, Lagos Business School, and more recently London Business School. And the whole idea is just to have a more holistic approach to emerging thoughts. As a thought leader, it's always important to be abreast of emerging patterns in terms of what is going on globally, to be able to domesticate some of those knowledge to promote more financial inclusion in our own markets. So that's me in a nutshell.
Okay, that's a very remarkable educational background and everything about yourself. Okay, now to get to know more about you, when did you decide to go into Nigeria's financial industry?
So in my second year in a university, way back, I watched a movie called Wall Street, and I was really intrigued by the movie. It was largely around investment in the financial market, stockbrokers engaging with investment bankers. I found the whole concept very intriguing. Obviously, as a young person trying to determine how to navigate your career, even at that early age, it was very beckoning. So I felt that is where I should actually pitch my tent. And I was fortunate enough to meet a lady called Mrs. Adeniro, who was the first, if I'm not mistaken, the first female chartered accountant president of Nigeria. And at the time, she had a stockbroking firm she was running called the Million Trust, and I approached her because we were neighbors. And she was like, look, you need to finish school first because it's a very intense program. For you to become a stockbroker, you have to finish school. And so when I finished, I went to her and she accepted me. So that's how I started as an intern. More like out of school, and the interest was really capital markets. And in those days, to become a stockbroker, it's not like the way it is now. You had to be introduced by a stockbroking firm to the stock exchange, who will then consider your application and accept you to be trained, to be accepted into that exclusive club of city gentlemen, which largely at the time was a male-denominated club. But with time, that has been modernized. So people are doing Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers exams now, both sexes. But back in those days, it was purely a male affair. Females were not allowed to train as stockbrokers. And then I qualified in 1996 as a broker dealer, and the rest, they say, is history.
Hey, yes, that's very true. But, considering the fact that you said you watched the movie Wall Street and that was what motivated your decision. I mean, most people watch movies and then they decide, oh, I want to be an actor or an actress. So I would say that's a very unique, and it also brings more light to your very unique personality. Okay, now once you started off your career in that path, then did you face some challenges? Like, was it a decision your family readily accepted, or it was something you had to go about convincing them?
So I come from a very broad-minded family, so there was really no objection when I made up my mind that that's what I wanted to do. We were really free to choose. What was important was you needed to be a graduate. That was almost like a standard requirement. You didn't have a voice until you had graduated from school. So when I decided to go into that area, it was largely a choice that I made with a lot of, obviously, family support and encouragement. But what is really key in my journey is that I've been fortunate to meet people that are well-versed just by divine orchestration. Because when I left Dominion Trust, I also worked with a firm called SOUQ Trust, which was a leading stockbroking firm at the time. and it was being managed by Mr. Gordon Obaseki, His Excellency Gordon Obaseki, who is now the governor of Edo State. And I worked with him for 11 years, and in the course of that sojourn there, I was exposed to a lot of international best practices. We did quite a lot of exotic things back in those days. We were the first institution to talk about global depository receipts, where we helped UBA through JP Morgan to create global depository receipts for international investors looking to invest in Nigeria, but because of compliance, we're not able to do that. By reason of that global depository receipts, they were able to invest in the global depository receipts, and underlying assets were shares of United Bank of Africa. Away from that, we did quite a bit in helping during the first round of banking consolidation. We did introduce that element to banks like Guaranty Trust Bank, Zenith Bank, who utilized that to raise capital after that consolidation. And we were also fortunate to be the leading institution around Eurobonds in this country. I mean, if you talk about Eurobonds, AfroInvest did play a critical role in helping institutions to even understand and appreciate the use of that instrument to be able to raise capital. So we have, by and large, created a leading pipeline for domestic institutions to utilize international model of capital raise. And when I left SOUQ Trust or AfroInvest, which SOUQ Trust later metamorphosed into AfroInvest, when I left, I joined Renaissance Capital as the first CEO of their securities trading business. And at Renaissance, there was a lot of involvement with internationals who were on the buy side looking to invest in Nigeria. And so in 2008, 2009, there was a lot of influx of internationals into Nigeria. And the market at the time used to trade like $150 million to $200 million a day. Just to put it in perspective, today we're trading less than $10 million a day. But there was a lot of liquidity on the back of inflows of a lot of internationals. At the time, it was a 50-50 split between international investors in Nigeria and domestic investors in Nigeria. And then later, the whole thing, because of the FX challenge that we're facing now, we now have more domestic investors in Nigeria and less of international. And Renaissance did bring a lot of research to our market. There was a lot of coverage, very specialized individuals, talented, who were covering different sectors of economy. And that created a holistic approach to the Nigerian financial sector. So away from the banking, there were also opportunities in insurance companies who tried to raise capital at the time. And also there was a lot of extensive coverage for the traditional BCC, which is the banking, consumer goods, and then the cement. So the building material sector did get a lot of coverage as well. And it's not a surprise that today we have them as one of the most capitalized companies that are listed on the exchange. So away from Renaissance, I went to work for Chapel Hill. And I was responsible for Chapel Hill Dynam Securities at the time. We traded up and became a top 10. At the time I left, I think we were quite a market share of 4%. So we had done quite a lot, just curating on the back of the research, trying now to utilize that knowledge to gain domestic, because Chapel Hill is really entrenched domestically, to work the domestic market and gain more mileage from the domestic participation in our market. And that really opened up a lot of doors for the domestic investors. So we had a very good platform to marry international interests with domestic interests. So there was a lot of liquidity and order flow within that space. And I also went into asset management at the time, and they had a couple of funds that they were managing, which were doing very well in terms of the return. So all that insight made me to go into banking, and I went to work for under UBA Asset Management, and later UBA Stockbrokers, and eventually, due to the consolidation, is spun off to become United Capital that we have today, that is listed on the exchange. It's been an interesting journey, and I must say that I'm really grateful to the many people, mentors who have guided me. In terms of career, it's not something you do in isolation. You just have to pay attention to people who are doing what you are aspiring to do. It makes a lot of sense to have mentors who will guide your decision and also help navigate, because it's really important to learn from the mistakes of others instead of trying to make your own mistakes.
Yes, that was well said. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Chiemeka. Now let's take a short break. When we return, we're going to discuss further with Mr. Chiemeka. Do join us after the break. Welcome back, and we are still on SOUQ Exclusive. I am your host, Lavina Emma, and I'm with Mr. Jude Chiemeka, the Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian Exchange Group Limited. So it's been really great having these discussions with you and giving us an extensive look into your background, everything. Now, let's talk about the Nigerian stock market. It's undergone some changes in recent years, especially the technological input. But before we get right into that, let's talk about your entry into the stock market. Now, I would like to know what motivated you to get into the Nigerian stock market. And yes, so far, how's the journey been there?
All right, so just away from the initial interest to join the Nigerian capital market from school, qualifying as a stockbroker, and then now going into the capital market obviously as a stockbroker working for a stockbroking firm, it became clear that some of the policies, some of the practices from the regulatory angle needed to have more market interfacing contribution, so that it was easier to come up with products, to come up with practices and rules that will align with the people that you call market operators. So in 2019, I made that decision that I would like to join the Nigerian Exchange, which was at the time, Nigerian Stock Exchange. When I joined as head of trading business, and the mandate really was to help create products that will help deepen the capital market, and we hit the ground running, just trying to create more awareness of the products that are even being offered, and create more participation along those products that were existing in securities lending, for instance. But more importantly, to even try to create new products that will match the interest of the retail investors in our market, and at the same time, products that will help de-risk the market. So we're talking about creation of derivatives, which today we have launched the NGX index futures, which helps to de-risk the market. And we're looking now to launch the single stock futures, which will help investors really to de-risk the volatility that they face when they buy or invest in the capital market. So away from the trading business, the stock exchange itself went through a process of demutualization, which transitioned the mutual entity of the exchange into now a shareholder-based business. So it's now a business that is owned by shareholders, who are largely the trading license holders. And that has opened up the exchange to be a more competitive environment, to be more internationally focused, and to be able to do a lot more in aligning the interest of the capital market and galvanizing all of that to help the government to raise capital, as well as corporates to be able to raise capital in a seamless manner, allowing investors access to these products seamlessly utilizing technology. So to the year to date at the NGX, we've facilitated the raise of 5.7 trillion naira for governments, corporations who utilize our platform. And obviously, this banking consolidation brings to bear the very heart of the NGX, which is the technological backbone that the NGX provides, that allows investors to trade seamlessly Since I joined, we haven't had any down time or down day at exchange where the trading engine has not been working, because it works in a seamless manner because of all the many investments that the NGX have made in technology, thanks to the foresight of the previous CEO, Mr. Oscar Oyema, who really came to fine-tune the market and lay the foundation for the technological backbone that the market is enjoying today. Technology continues to be really the heart of the NGX strategy, and we believe that we can use it to create products and allow investors to trade and participate in our market in a seamless manner, both from the trading license holders themselves and the retail investors who utilize our market. So today, people can trade from the comfort of their homes. They don't have to go to the floor like they did in the past to trade. So all of that has been made possible because of this reliance on technology, which will continue to happen, because as you know, the NGX is also a part of the African Security Exchanges Association, which is really based on integrating stock exchanges in Africa across different markets, and that thrives on technology. So today you can trade seamlessly into Ghana, Mauritius, Casablanca, South Africa, utilizing this technological backbone that we have to drive increased participation across different markets in Africa.
That is really a whole lot of improvements, a whole lot of progress from back in the 19th century to what we have, back in the 20th century to what we have right now in the 21st century, and very impressive. Okay, now looking at your career so far, did you face any challenges while you were going up to your current stage right now?
Well, challenges are part of life, to be honest. So I won't really see them as challenges, because even now the environment that we find ourselves appears to be challenged, but then it offers a lot of opportunities. Challenges around even trying to find the right place. Like I said, when I was joining this industry, you couldn't just join, you had to be introduced. So finding the trading license holder who will take a bet on you to introduce you to the stock exchange, to allow you to trade. There were challenges around that. It took me 3 years after I joined Dominion Trust to be referred to the exchange to be trained, because they needed to be sure that that's really what you wanted to do, and then you have to prove yourself. And then working on the market operator side and looking like you have achieved like some form of plateau. Bear in mind that I left AfriInvest as a vice president, head of securities trading, to become the CEO of Renaissance Capital. From there, I became the CEO of Chapel Hill Denham Securities, and I moved to become the CEO of UBA Stockbrokers and later UBA Asset Management. Now, when you are a CEO in that capacity, obviously there will be challenges around trying to grow market share, trying to grow your product offerings, trying to be compliant with all the various regulatory considerations so that you're running an efficient and a transparent business. So you're bound to face all those challenges, but the way I've always looked at it is, there's no problem without a solution. You just have to look at the available models and then you'll be able to come up with the right solution for whatever challenge that you're facing at that particular time.
Yes, that's a very key phrase to look at. Yes, the challenges will always come, but look for the right model to definitely adapt to those challenges and ultimately overcome those challenges. Now, the younger generation, we often refer to them as Generation Z. Now, what would be your advice, or what is your advice to them going forward?
Well, it's very easy. One of my mentors is Pastor David Oyedepo, who said something like, everyone is busy, right? But it's the results that command respect. So you just have to be a problem solver, result-oriented, not just activity-based individual. In our time, we were told to be focused on one particular area, and we've tried to do that over a period of time within the same space. But in their own case, I think they should be talented. They should be able to find the ability to do several things and not just be, that concept of jack of all trades and master of none. I don't think it applies to this generation. So you should be able to do different things, and it's important to work on different skills. You can't just rely on one skill set, but more importantly is to identify really early what you want to do in life. Stick to it. There will be challenges, but just stick to it. There's need to be perseverant to persevere, and there's also need to be result oriented. It doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as you're result oriented, you will certainly essentially get the right result ultimately.
Okay, thank you so much for your time, Mr. Jude Chiemeka, as we discuss your background and everything concerning your career from when you started off, the reason for going into our finance industry. It's been such a pleasure and it's been really an eye-opener because you really shared so much about your history. This is really wonderful. So many thanks for joining us on SOUQ Exclusive as we discussed about Mr. Jude Chiemeka and also the progress that has been made at the Nigerian capital market. It's been so great talking to you this afternoon, and we do hope that this relationship will continue to blossom to better things in the future. Thank you so much for watching the program. I am your host, Lavina Emma.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hi, I'm Blessed Nation. This is SOUQ Exclusive. You know, when it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, you're talking about media consultancy, as she has been publicist to renowned artists such as the late Judge Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it, because they're classics. When you talk about Judge Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet DJ Kwega. Good morning. Welcome to the
Good
show.
morning. Nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Now, for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey, and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle, Orlando Martins, was the first African to go to Hollywood.
Yes.
So talk to us. How has it been for you growing up amid celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with great uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area. And I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental, because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to great uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people, and we didn't appreciate it at the time. And when I told the story when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language, I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother Babatunde and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokie-Apega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, she worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got the experience all round from media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artists, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looks after David Bowie, on the second day I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie?
I can imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together, and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share with me your experience working with George Michael. I'm eager to know how it must have been working with him, watching him, on TV. I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990. Well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him. When I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s, he was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London. And during the MTV Awards, everyone's assigned to a different artist. So back in those days, it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist. George Michael was there. You had the Foo Fighters. You had Janet Jackson. You had different artists. But that day, I was assigned to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander Palace, actually. I had to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort. Okay. I'm going to be your talent escort. And it was just him that came alone. So can you imagine with my idol who I'd loved as a teenager, meeting at the car and having to just be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At that stage, I wasn't working for him. At that stage, I was just starting out in my career in 96. Starting out in my career, one of my second jobs actually at MTV Europe in London, and looking after George Michael. And it was because of looking after him that day, and I kept in touch with his management team, that literally, I want to say 12 years later, I worked for him.
Okay.
In 2008. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that young girl who was all nervous, and you looked after him, and I just loved your company. Come and work in my office. It's because of him I can say a lot that I'm here today, because he gave me so many opportunities. I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards and what it was like in that aspect of your career, when George Michael passed, how was it? How did you take the news?
On that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something and said, oh, look on the iPad, it just flashed up, George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing, and I got a call, and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News, and he said, Jay, you've got to come on. We've spoken to the management, and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something. And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George. What a wonderful person he was, personable, kind. You know, when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. He was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy, very shy.
Strange.
Yes, and he'd say, oh, we have to do it. And he'd roll his eyes, oh, do we have to? Like, yeah, oh, you know. But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had. And unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone.
Yes, you feel he's alive
still
again.
alive
Yes.
and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in an
Yes.
interview that you granted.
Yes.
Talked about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus.
Yes.
But yet you're shy.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I think sometimes it's just taking a step back and sort of saying, okay, this is a little beyond me. I mentioned went to some Oscar parties just a month ago. We were in Los Angeles and we went to this charity event, which we thought would be a friend of mine invited me and said, oh, come to this, it's called the Green Charity. I thought, oh, it sounds simple enough, but it was at a very nice hotel. And who should walk in? Zendaya. And she's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, oh, hello, what are you here for? And I said, oh, I'm just visiting from London. And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like you're here today, you're a wonderful interviewer.
Thank you very much.
You know, lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give, no matter how high, no matter how the journey is going. I think we're all humans. And the way she, you know, took the time to say, oh, hello, and oh, what are you doing here? Where are you from? You know, and I thought that was really nice. And we just connected as human beings. So little things like that help, that you overcome whatever the personality is.
Let's get to the Academy Awards now.
Yeah.
I'm eager to know. Now, being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot. Yeah. I guess that there are not many Black persons in that space. So working in that space and doing your bit, how has it helped you? And how do you think it has also helped other artists of African descent in the entertainment industry? What have you learned that they should learn?
I think we've come a long way. It's getting better. We're not there yet, but it's improving in the sense that there are people now able to make films. Just recently, actually, just this time, a cousin of ours through our mother's related to his father, Miss San Harriman. His father was the late Hope Harriman, who's well known in Nigeria. And he was a business partner of my father's, Ben Ipega, Harriman, Ipega and Co. They were land property developers, well known in Lagos. Miss San had a film at the Oscars, a short film that was nominated with the actor David Oyelowo in the lead. And when you have our work being honored like that, he was a nominee. He didn't win this time, but the fact that he was at the Oscars shows you that we're being recognized, not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and his entourage, and I was the publicist there, and somebody came to me and said, could you go and find the publicist? And I had to say, I am the publicist. And they had to apologize.
Why was it hard for them to detect who the publicist was? Is it that you're this person who likes to be in your space? Is it you're called out?
At that time, I was there doing my work and being respectful, but I was the only person that looked like me.
Oh, are you talking about color now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because especially even now, in the sphere of publicists, I would say 3% of us are of ethnic minority in the UK, on par, on that level where we've grown, and the level working with very A-list talent and things like that. There are not so many of us. It's getting better, but we still have a struggle. I've still had issues lately in my life, in this role that I've been in, but I refuse to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to be very comfortable in the UK or working in the UK.
Yes.
Most part of your career has been in the UK.
Yes, most of it.
What is it about the UK that makes you comfortable? If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have worked briefly in the US and lived there as a student as well. And basically, and my ex-partner is from the US, Los Angeles. But essentially, the UK, because I went at 8, because I think I went as a young child, I went to boarding school there, so I really cultivated the culture there. And when you grow up somewhere, it becomes more familiar, if that makes sense.
More like home.
Like home. But again, it's a similarity with Nigeria. We all speak English, and this was a colony in its time. But there's that similarity with Nigeria and England in the sense that we're not far. Like, look at the time now. We're both on the same time zones at the moment. There's just that closeness to home. And I think that's why I became more settled there and became like a second home to me.
All right, let's talk about your first home, Nigeria.
Yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yeah.
This is your home. No one should ask you, why are you here? But I want to ask, what's up this time that you're here?
This time is very special. Well, essentially, again, we go back to George Michael, because I am here for the GT Food and Drink Festival. And basically, the person that I came with, we all came yesterday with Dylan Alora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos. And we came over with Tom Parker Bowles, who's the son of Queen Camilla. And we all flew over last night. And George Michael gets involved with this again because I met him because he was a friend of George Michael and someone that we organized tickets for back in 2008. So we thank George Michael. Because of George Michael, Tom is here. And so we're here for the food festival for a few days to enjoy, see what it's all about. I haven't been to any of these festivals. I think it'll be fascinating. And they have other people attending like Aldo Zilli, Jean-Christophe Novelli, and some US chefs as well. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. So that's brought me here for 5 days to enjoy Lagos. And I'm always happy to come home.
So it's a food festival. I'm going to tell you a bit about it because I was at the last year's edition. It was a while. Events talking about having.
So you've been?
Oh, yes, I haven't been. But I'll leave you to have your experience.
Okay.
But let's talk a bit about Thomas Parker Bowles. So, being a food critic,
yes,
that's not very common. Now, how do you become a food critic? It seems like you've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of different people. Now that looks like a career that is not quite common. And working with someone like that, from where you're coming from, working with those in music, it's different.
It's still in the realm of, in England, it's very popular actually. It's a very popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name in the sense of, you don't have to be a chef per se. It's more like you're an editorial person. It's like you review films, review music, review films, and you review restaurants. So for example, we took him to, there's a restaurant called Enish in London, Nigerian restaurants, and they have them in Dubai as well. Very popular outside Nigeria. And the people, critics have often said, we've written about food, Italian food, Spanish food, why not Nigerian food? And what I've really admired about him is that because he's written books, he writes recipes, and he works with chefs, and that's what food critics do. And it's a very popular thing to do in the UK right now. A lot of people are food critics, writing for the Times. You either write for a magazine or you write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. So the role of food critic is really, really something that's done worldwide. But I know maybe here, maybe in Nigeria, it's not so common, but it's very lucrative. Yes, it's very lucrative.
All right. So, what would you think Thomas Ball coming to the food call, the GT food call, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews, is going to do for Nigerian food? Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had a taste of the Nigerian jollof just want to talk about it and maybe look forward to tasting it. But there are different kinds of food that will be sampled.
Yes.
What would that do to Nigerian cuisine?
You see, there's a perception in Europe and in the bigger world. People assume, unfortunately, going on the darker side of things, they see a lot of people coming on boats trying to get into England. They feel like we don't have anything back here. We don't have the development here. You know, some of the buildings, the aspirational things of it. People are business-minded. Come into these studios for goodness sake. You can't imagine that this is all going on in Africa. I have people up to this day say, "Oh, do you have buildings in Nigeria? Do people eat? There's no food,
funny.
And they don't realize. So when you have an ambassador like Tom Parker Bowles come to Nigeria, and when he writes anything in England, everybody reads it, they comment on it. The fact that his mother's Queen Camilla of England, that might have something to do with it. But his voice is very loud, and what I'm really proud of him is that he said, I want to come and see Nigeria for myself. I hear these things at the foods, people like, oh, nobody goes to Nigerian restaurants. Who wants to eat Nigerian food? It's growing now. There's that interest. And it's good for us because we can bring our food to the world. For people who can't come to Nigeria immediately, people want to come and people will come. But people who can't come, people like him, food critics, can come back with that message that we've been to Nigeria, we see what they do, they're really doing well, they're trying. Yes, there's good and bad in everything, but they're promoting our food, promoting our culture, and it gives us industry, it gives us some business opportunities, it gives us partnership opportunities, and it's increasing our voice in the big global stage.
I'd like to get back to your first love, which is being publicist for entertainers.
Yes.
Now, in Nigeria, we have A-list artists that are known worldwide.
Yes.
They have managers. Some of them also have publicists.
Yes.
Looking at the way they're managed and the way the publicists run, is there a thing or two you think they need to know and understand when working with artists? How could it also help their career?
I think to realize sometimes it's not overnight and it shouldn't be so gimmicky. A lot of the time people want Instagram followers and let's do this crazy thing or let's do that crazy. You want it to last, you want longevity. So it might be that, we all love Burna Boy or whoever the big star is. But what I like with people like, I want to give someone an example like Skepta. Do you know Skepta?
I do.
He is wonderful because he's done things like with Channel 4 in the UK where he's done content with young people to try and bring them, let's take them away from the knife culture or any crime and trying to inspire younger people to do business, to do different things with their lives. So I think what the PRs can do is like use them as like an influence, as a force to say, come into this, you can do your career here. It doesn't always have to be in entertainment. You can be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer for an actor, you can be a lawyer for a singer, you can be a lawyer for whatever. Or you can do different jobs, but just to aspire to do better. And I think that's what PRs can do a bit more of and use the talent, that platform they have, those 22 million followers on Instagram, use it as a platform to inspire young people to come up.
And good enough, you are inspiring a lot of young people watching SOUQ News TV because this is what it's about.
Yes.
Changing the narrative, inspiring people to be
Definitely.
better. As a wrap-up, what's next for you after the GT call?
Oh my goodness. There's a lot because like I said, my main role at the moment is working with the BBC. So working on different shows. I've just done something called The History of Disco. And I was thrilled to see it on the flight over on British Airways.
Do you dance?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I won the Michael Jackson dancing competition
Really?
as a teenager. Yes,
I'd like to
did.
see that.
I want to do it here. But yes, so there's a lot in the pipeline, lots of new programs that we're doing with the BBC, and they're trying to make people more cultural and diversity aware. And I want to be part of that journey with the BBC because it has been in the States where people that look like me feel that we're not taken, you know, in the sense that we're not taking the direction that we want to go all the time, but they're trying to readdress that and make things better for everyone. So yeah, my future, I'm hoping to get involved with things like diversity causes and work with teams and everything, and work with new talent and new TV shows.
Okay.
So it's very exciting time, and get Nigeria involved as well. And do a bit more writing for BBC Culture and write about Nigeria and Africa.
Well, you've got SOUQ News TV with you.
Yes.
You want to do things, and we want to thank you for being here
Thank
today.
you so much for having me.
Oh yes, I like that you had this energy from start to finish.
Thank
it
you.
means that you're very passionate about what you do.
And grateful.
And you really want to change the narrative for people of color and make the world a better place, like Michael Jackson sang about.
Yeah, I know. God bless his mind.
And God bless the soul too of George Michael.
Amen. Amen to that. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a wrap on SOUQ Exclusive. We've been talking with, I like to add the to him. I hope the Juditai would not be angry. The JJ Ekwega, because this woman is awesome. Trust me, it's never been a dull moment talking with her.
Thank you so much for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Until the next, I'm Blessing AG. Thank you for watching.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. You are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, when we talked the other time and he said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Wash Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Wash, the vice president of Femi Wash Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of post television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine. I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers and sisters who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Because now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it. And then everybody can live in decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision. And in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orouje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
The markets are abuzz with activities today, the 23rd of September 2024, and it's our responsibility, owing you that much, to bring you all the updates and of course to let you in on other ways, as you were, that we can shape ideas that would essentially move the economy forward. This is where we analyze the numbers. This is where we talk about the essentials of the market that affects you and your pocket. Welcome again to Market Insights this beautiful Monday morning, and I'm hoping you are having a fantastic start to the week so far. I am David Chiedu, utterly delighted to be here this beautiful morning. Before we get into the heart of the conversation, because we are going to be talking about Nigeria and what the implications will be for the Fed rate cut. Of course, that one has gotten some global markets shaking in their boots, as you were. But of course, we'll get into the thick of things, the heart of the matter, as they say, in a moment or two. But before then, let's get straight to reporting what happened on the floor of the exchange group for last week, ended Friday, 20th October 2024. Now, at the end of the last weekday of trading on the Nigerian Exchange Group, NGX, a total of 554 1,221,558 shares in 8,670 deals, corresponding to a market value of 10,120,583,301 naira 45 kobo were traded. Compared with the previous trading day, that was Thursday, September 19, Friday's data showed a 21% improvement in volume, 55% improvement in turnover, but a 12% decline in deals. Now, the current market capitalization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange is 56.5 trillion naira. Now, in the aggregate, 118 NGX listed equities participated in trading, ending with 35 gainers and 21 losers. Fitsin Healthcare led the gainers with 10% share price appreciation, closing at 15 naira 95 kobo per share, followed by Maya going up positive 9.98%. Caberton Offshore Support Group went up 9.82%, and PZ Cossins Nigeria went up 9.81%. On the losing side, however, FBN Holdings came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 9.98% at 27 naira 50 kobo per share, followed by Northern Nigeria Flour Mills going down a negative 9.96%, and Nigeria Infrastructure Debt Fund went down a negative 9.93%, and Flour Mills of Nigeria went down 9.91%. Now, FBN Holdings recorded the highest volume of 152 million traded shares, followed by Japol and Ventures, Fidelity, as well as UAC Nigeria, correspondingly 27.2 million and 26 million, respectively. Now, regarding the performance of the NGX market indices, the benchmark NGX All Share Index climbed 244.24 points, or 0.25% to close at 98,249.99, representing a one-week gain of 1.26%, a four-week gain of 2.64%, and an overall year-to-date gain of 31.39%. The NGX Insurance Index, the Oil and Gas Index, the Pension Index, the Premium and Industrial Index all performed on the floor of the NGX. And I will take a short break, then we get into the conversation proper. Do stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back, and thank you for staying tuned. Now let's get into the heart of the matter. We're talking about the US Fed rate cut and its implications for our local currency and by extension the wider economy. Now on Wednesday, the US Federal Reserve implemented a 0.5% cut to its interest rates, marking the start of what many analysts anticipate to be a sustained phase of monetary easing, with projections indicating further cuts, with another 0.5% reduction anticipated by the end of 2024, which is a 4 percentage point drop in 2025, and also a final drop of 0.5% in 2026. Now, this more aggressive reduction in borrowing costs follows rising concerns about the state of the U.S. job market. Now, in its latest statement, the Federal Open Market Committee expressed greater confidence in inflation moving steadily toward its 2% target. Now, the committee believes that risks to meeting both inflation and employment objectives are now more balanced. Now, given this particular development, many questions have arisen as to what the implications are for the Nigerian economy. We'll discuss this and more on the program this morning. And joining us to have this discourse is a business strategist, corporate strategist, financial analyst, and public policy expert, Mr. Oladetan Oluwatosin Emmanuel. Good morning, Mr. Emmanuel. Welcome to Market Insight. Can you hear me? Fantastic. Nice to have you join us. So, Oladetan, let's start with your thoughts. Now, the U.S. has had ultra-high interest rates over the last 4 years. Matter of fact, going back to the era of the pandemic, as you were, because of inflation rate. Right now, they've raised, interest to contain it. Now, we see this decision, as you were, leading to some, the batting of some eyelashes, as it were, across major markets of the world, talking about the UK, talking about Japan, the EU as well, even thinking about doing the same. Now, what are your thoughts on this? Let's start with the fundamentals. Give us a sense of what's really going on in this sphere.
Okay, so basically, US has grown to be the world reserve currency. And when we say the world reserve currency, majority of the transactions carried out all over the world are traded in the US dollar. Of course, we'll see some other predominant currencies such as the Chinese yen, the European euro that is controlled by the European Central Bank, also leading transactions. But since the Bretton Woods agreement in 1945, US has been the major currency of trade. So that is, if US currency or US as a market sneezes, most economies are likely to catch a cold. Now, the US started increasing the rate since the time of the pandemic, and we could look at what really happened during the pandemic. It was an unprecedented situation whereby there had to be a lot of injections. In fact, the US had to do the US swap, whereby disruptions, whereby people could easily move money and have access to the dollars thereabouts. So if currencies require more access to the dollars, one of the tightening monetary policies that the US could do is for them to continue to increase rates. And ever since then, since the pandemic up to now, we've seen that the rates have risen from what it used to be to about 5.5%, which is predominantly high. So what that simply means is that it's going to be having an impact on inflation, is a higher cost for businesses to carry out their operations because the rate is quite high and unprecedented for them and it's not sustainable for them. But since we've seen a bit of stability and other balances within the global space, other economies have also reduced their rate, but in fact, it took so long for the US to reduce their rate, which reduced by 50 basis points, which is about 0.5%. We were expecting that at least, since the inflation rate is like about 2.3% now in the US, at least the interest rate should be just like about the inflation rate plus 100 basis points, like about 3%, max 3.5%. So we still believe that there's going to be a further cut in the interest rate. But another issue to really consider is the forthcoming American election, which is going to be happening in November, which is can also determine or is going to affect the who emerges the president of the United States. What is his economic policy? What we see Kamala and Donald Trump leading across the Democrat and the Republican parties. Both of them have different economic policies and they might want to drive different economic initiatives. So that's another factor to really consider, despite the fact we expect a further decline in the interest rates subsequently before the end of 2024. Now, what does this mean for emerging economies like Nigeria, developing economies like Nigeria, India, and the rest of them?
Oladeton?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. I was going to ask you now, because of because of what's going on, it seemed like there was a little bit of a dissent, if you like, between the chair and the governor per se, because the latter, beg your pardon, seems to think that it'll be better if the cut wasn't quote unquote whole at 0.5%. So she thinks, that's Bowman, thinks it should be 0.25%. Saying that it would have been a much better way to go. Do you share this sentiment? I mean, she's the governor, but then again, in your view, what do you think about this?
So I think the US is trying to be a bit more cautious. Simply around now, we've also seen that with the judiciary today applying a bit of caution as regards providing any verdict on any case. So, for example, inflation rate is like about 2.3% over the last 1 to 3 months. We've seen that majority of the stocks in the market, in the US market, have been on a downward trend. We've seen negative volatilities and prices being affected negatively. So also we are trying to, of course, we know that 5% is far large from what the inflation rate is, but we don't want to just assume that there is an ease. We just want to be provide a bit of stability thereabout. So it's nothing wrong for them to still maintain the rate, but we expect that in line with the economic policies and in line with the way interest rates have been structured, we expect it to be around 3.5 to 4%. But another thing is to also look at economic growth and also the state of employment. We've seen a lot of reduction, a lot of companies laying off their staffs. And if the interest rate continue to be at that 5%, 5.5%, is likely to impact on the wages. Simply means that it's going to force manufacturing, going to force the corporate world to increase wages. We've seen that Canada just recently adjusted their minimum wage, which is going to be implemented before the end of this year. And if you are going to be continuing to increase minimum wage or adjust the wages or the remunerations to staff, it's going to lead to another trigger of inflation. So the only way to steepen that inflation and maintain it at that particular level is for them to really adjust the rate downward. So she might just be a bit more cautious that we shouldn't take the bullish one. We're expecting like about a 1%, 1.5% since it has increased up to this level, but we still having it at 0.5% is still considerable and not an overkill for the US economy and the global market as a whole.
Now back home, we've had some experts, opining that all of what's going on has a higher tendency to influence our CBN's, decision, at the next MPC meeting, as it were, to, drive up, inflation, drive up, beg your pardon, interest rates, as it were. So, they're concerned that it might affect their decision at rate adjustment. While that is one fear, some of them also say that it might not exactly be the smartest thing to do at this moment. They seem to think that a pause to that particular action will be a much better way to go, especially as it balances inflation concerns with the need for, economic stimulation or growth, as it were. I mean, only last week we saw our headline inflation dropping to 32%. So, what do you reckon? Do you think, do you share their sentiments as to whether the CBN should pause or not?
So let's look at the locality. So part of the things that the issues we might have as regards the global space, the Fed rate. So as interest rate goes down, that is the cost of borrowing for the US market is also likely to go down. Simply that the return. So the returns that used to be around 6%, 7%, we can see more competitiveness for the Nigerian US bond, the Nigerian dollar bond, which is the $500 million bond, open to about 2 billion, with an availability of a market of about 2 billion target market, which we saw that was part of the things that also increased the foreign investment or the access to the FX. So Nigeria has the $500 bond is trading around $900 million, as we speak. Now, let's also critically look at Nigeria's inflation. On the Nigerian inflation side, you've seen that they've been an 18-month rise since December 2022, up to like about a peak of 34.19. Then it has gradually reduced. The month of August, we've seen the second decline to like about 32.15. But majorly, what is the driver of the Nigerian inflation? We've seen that the food inflation, which used to be like about 40.87%, has reduced to about 37.52. So we can simply see that Nigerians are a bit hungry. So the inflation rate in Nigeria is majorly driven by hunger. So since and now that the headline food inflation, which is contributing like about 16 to 17% all those while, has reduced to 37.15, we are likely to see that there's going to be the steep on that. Currently, the food inflation is contributing like about 16.65% to the total inflation, but that's not to say that the core inflation, the core inflation, which is the all items of farm produce less the volatility that we could see from agriculture and energy, because the petroleum has been subsidized, has also been on the increase. So this is not simply mean that the real inflation is driving. And also, when you look at the base effect, we've seen that the inflation has been on the rise for about 18 months. That means last year too, it was a bit high. So when we are comparing against last year, and the index factors, we can see that it's not really a structural inflation in the economy, but it's as a result of the food index, because the food index makes up majority of the inflation of the CPI, the consumer price index that we use in Nigeria. So as regards the monetary policy rate currently at 26.75, we expect that the CBN is likely to put a pause to it. Now, why do we say a pause? The only reason why the monetary policy rate has been increasing simply was because as a result of increase in inflation. Since we've seen 2 consecutive declines in inflation, it might not be so lucrative or so bullish for the CBN to revert a downward increase. So I'm not likely to see a pause or maintaining at 26.75 or maximum of a 50 basis point decline. And now, why would there be a need for the justification of that decline? We've seen that interest rates are 26.75. So you walk up to a bank, your cost of lending is within 30 to 35%. So how many companies in Nigeria are able to deliver that margin or that operating profit margin to be able to pay back the bank 30% interest in a year? That means within the space of 2.5 to 3 years, you are paying the bank your total capital, right, or which you've taken as a loan. We've seen that the Nigerian banking sector, we know of a particular bank that was able to deliver about the 1 trillion naira as half-year profit, and we've seen all that also growing. But meanwhile, if the banking sector is increasing and the profits within there is increasing, the productive arm of the economy, which is related to agriculture, manufacturing, industrialization, are we also seeing that same growth? We are seeing massive decline in that. So I think that there's a need for the CBN to also consider repositioning the economy. Based on normal economics, we expect that there should be a pause in the rate. But if the CBN would want to help the manufacturing sector, then they can just reduce it so that it's easier for the manufacturing sectors and the industrial sectors and the productive aspect of the economy to be able to have access to funds that they can use to grow and develop.
Now, earlier you mentioned something along the lines of competitiveness for local businesses. I'm curious as to how that would exactly affect us. The devil is in the detail, as it's said. Now, I'm thinking as the foreign goods become more affordable due to this particular development, it surely will be perceived that it would have some adverse effects on businesses, especially when, you know, you're considering things like profitability and market share. So I'm wondering, help me out here. If I can get those goods or get some services, as you were, cheaper when I do import, why do I have to source locally? That's just a question on the minds of some people. Can you help clear that up?
We should not forget that even as we speak, the foreign exchange is still managed indirectly by the CBN. So about 1 month, 2 months ago, we had the retail Dutch auction system, which is managing whereby the CBN can trade to the local market. The foreign exchange in Nigeria is still managed foreign exchange system. It's not a free float based on the market of demand and supply. So if it is not a free float based on the market and demand and supply, what the CBN can do is that the CBN can ease their intervention of the management of the foreign exchange. So we saw that the external reserve have increased to like about 37.31 billion, which is like about a 12% increase based on what it is as at the beginning of this year, which is like about 4.03 billion increase. So if the CBN is coming to manage at that point in time, like the retail Dutch auction and the wholesale Dutch auction system will be seen, and there is a bit of ease, then what the CBN is likely to do is for them to ease off their management of it. So we might not likely see that real impact in the FX. So currently, as of today, we're seeing that the FX is trading like about above 8,500. Last week it was trading above 8,600, about 1,600. Thereabout. So meanwhile, if you look at the purchasing power parity of Nigeria to the dollar, that is, you compare the prices of goods and services traded in Nigeria and traded in the US and other part of the world, it should be like about 1,200. It should be about 1,000, between 980 to 1,000 thereabout. So I think the Naira is still significantly undervalued. If it should be at 1,000 and it's trading at 1,500, 1,600, it's significantly undervalued. And we need a lot of supply, and the only way we can get much of this supply is for us to be able to actively export or actively trade or exchange the goods and services we have in Nigeria for the dollar. Now, if we are not, the productive arm of the economy is not actively doing that, so agriculture or manufacturing is within 4% to 4%, and within that 4% range, crude oil and natural gas is about 92%. So if crude oil and natural gas is still at the core of Nigerian exports, and we've not been able to even move manufacturing to like about 10% or agriculture to like about even 15%, then I don't think it's going to be easy for the CBN for the prices for us to reflect that lower prices, except the CBN. The only thing that can bring the dollar down to like about 1,000 is if the CBN actively intervene through a Dutch auction system. If not, even without the CBN intervention or the CBN management, the exchange rate should be like about 2,000, getting to 1,800 and 2,000 within that particular window. Hence the CBN finding a way to intervene in that. Thank you. David, I can't seem to hear you. I can't hear you. David, can you hear me?
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. You're still watching Market Insights on SOUQ News Television, and we have been talking about the US Fed rate cut and what it does mean for us here in this part of the world, talking about our economy and our Naira. We've been speaking with Mr. Oladeton Oluwatosi Emmanuel. He's a business strategist, corporate strategist, financial analyst, as well as a public policy expert. Has given us some of his thoughts so far with regards to what is really going on in the global market. And then, of course, we've circled back right here to our economy and what it does mean for us. Oladeton, are you there? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Now, earlier you were talking about some interventions by the CBN, and I quipped in before we went on that momentary break that some analysts and experts alike had before now hinted, ideas along the lines of having our currency subsidized. What do you reckon?
Okay, so basically, that is not the bullish approach to take. The more you continue to subsidize your currency, the more you continue to create a lot of intervention schemes for your currencies, the weaker your currency gets over the long run. However, Nigeria, as we speak today, the Nigerian currency, the Nigerian Naira is still a bit subsidized. So part of the things that accounted to the 4.1 billion 4.03 billion increase we've had this year is as a result of the 2.5 billion loan from World Bank, and also like about the some fraction of the 3.0 billion oil deal with Afrexim Bank, NNPCL with Afrexim Bank. But what can make a currency stable over the long run is active export. So basically, we look at the balance of trade. Nigeria have had the Q2 2024, that is, we've had a balance of trade surplus. Now, balance of trade surplus simply means that we simply exported much more than we imported. Now, why did we have a balance of trade surplus? It's simply because the cost of importation is lower. Is so high that people cannot really import. Now, we've seen a lot of manufacturing companies and a lot of companies leave the Nigerian market simply because it's quite competitive and it's quite not easy to carry out businesses. So if you continue to subsidize the currency, you continue to create a bit of intervention, you're only going to be playing a second place to the global market. You cannot take that leading position. The only thing that can help you to take that leading position is for you to invest in the productive aspect of the economy. You need to invest a lot in technology, and you also need to reduce your budget deficit or your debt to international organization. I think Nigeria is still at a very is at the brink of economic collapse if we continue to expand our foreign debt the way we are currently doing. 2.5 billion from World Bank and other foreign loans is not sustainable for the economy over the long run. The more we continue to expand our foreign debt profile, the more we continue to, or the more we are forced to play along to those.
Are you still with us? Are you still with us? All right. Oladeton Oluwatosin is still with us on the conversation. That little glitch we will sort out. But we are talking about the US Fed rate cut and its implications for Nigeria. Can you hear me now?
I lost you for a while. I couldn't hear you. I lost you for a while. I couldn't hear you. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, I can hear you now. You want to wrap up your thoughts so we can go on?
Okay. So I think what is going to make, rather than continue to subsidize the naira with respect to other foreign currencies or with respect to the dollar as a means of trade, I think what Nigeria should really do is reduce their foreign debt and also find a way to increase exports and make Nigeria a source of destination for foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment. That is going to make the naira stronger. But if we continue to subsidize the naira by several intervention schemes and all that, it's not going to be sustainable over the long run, and we're only going to be playing the second place. We're not able to make Nigeria or the naira strengthen or gain that economic relevance as other countries have gained in the world. Thank you.
We just talked about foreign direct investments, and I reckon that is one of the very many advantages that this could mean for us following what's happened at the US Fed, including, capital inflow, as you were. Now, as far as this is, this particular development is concerned, what will be the trickle-down effect? So as far as these advantages, if you like, are concerned, what will be the trickle-down effect to the, final consumer, I beg your pardon, the average Nigerian, whose hope on a daily basis is just to be able to feed? I'm curious. Can you help me clear that up?
Okay, so we said that over the last month on month, the foreign direct investment has risen by 0.03 billion. That's more or less like 100% to like about 0.06 billion. That's like about 6 million. Foreign portfolio investment have also increased from about 0.2 billion to like about 0.8 billion. Now, if we have foreign direct investment, that is, they are investing in Nigeria, we are seeing a lot of funds coming into the Nigerian space. It simply means that we have access. The pressure on the demand for the US dollar is likely going to be less, and simply means that it should actually make Nigerians productive. And people could have access to funds and develop and increase our exports. Now, if the investments it also depends on the kind of investment. Of course, we see that a lot of investments are coming into the Nigerian soil, are going into the services. Simply that is where they have the best returns. In fact, the Nigerian all share index, we are seeing like the banking stocks is like about 60% of the all share index, contributing a significant portion of the all share index that we have in Nigeria. And we cannot develop a nation by just services. You need to focus on the productive aspect of the nation that can able to drive industrialization. I think Nigeria still need to go through that industrial cycle whereby we need to increase our export. We cannot continue to, how many Nigerian banks are able to even export their services out of Nigeria? Likes of Paystat, likes of Flutterwave that have moved to other markets are just a few. So the only major thing that we can increase or advance our development is for us to be able to export increase activity within the productive arm of the society. We are not able to do that, irrespective of what we are just likely to see from these foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment. Is just a little balancing or a little adjustment to the economic state, which is not sustainable for the organization over the long run. And also, it simply means that they've invested. We are not seeing foreign equity investment. We are seeing foreign direct investment in debt. That is after they've invested in it, after they get their particular returns of course they're going to fly out back. So for example, the US rate is like about 6%, and the Nigerian foreign portfolio Nigerian dollar bond is 9.25%, and Nigerian treasury bills is like about 20% within that range. So if I convert, if the FX is a bit stable within 1,500, I bring in $1 million, which is like about 1.5 billion, and I invest it in a 1-year bill, and I earn 20% of it. That's about 1.8 billion, and I convert it back. So I've made a greater return. So it's not something that is going to develop the economy over the long term. It's just for people to be able to make short-term things. So I think what is more or less important to Nigeria is foreign equity investment, and the investment that is going to develop the active sector of the society, rather than things that for people to just bring in their money, or I call it more or less hot money, people to bring in their money, and when they get their returns, they fly back out of Nigeria.
You just talked about short-term gains, as you were, and that would ring true on some, or rather in some regard. Now, I'm thinking about it from a more personal perspective right now, and I reckon there's a number of people who will share my sentiments. Now, I have dollars in my possession. What do I do in the immediate term, given what's going on? Do I sell right now? Do I buy right now? Or do I keep it or hold on to it with the hope of, El Dorado tomorrow? What are your thoughts?
It actually depends on the CBN body language. So if you look at it over the last 3 years, the dollar have devalued by about 30% yearly. So if I have dollar now and I expect a further devaluation of the dollar, the best thing is for me to just keep it, right? And buy more now, so that by the time it devalues further to, let's say, 2,200, I'm able to sell back to the naira and I'm able to make more gain. But if the dollar is relatively stable as it is, of course, we cannot see further interventions by the CBN. But I think the body language of the CBN now is to manage the dollar at 1,500 or 1,200. Of course, if I expect dollar to be around that 1,500 and 1,200, the best thing I can do is for me to invest in the naira now, and over the next 1 year I get like about 21%. But if I get like about 21% and I convert it back in 1 year time, so it all depends on the volatilities. But I will not expect anyone to take a very long position. I will expect you to take probably like a 2-3 months or maximum of a 6-month positions, and for you to be able to, which you can easily leave the market. So, but I think most people now are investing in the Nigerian dollar bond, which is the $500 million bond, which has like about $900 million now, which is an average of 9.25%, which is significantly above the rates you could get in the US market and all that. So that's quite interesting. If someone have dollar, why not invest in that now? But if I expect a further devaluation, that the naira is going to devalue from like about 1,500. So within last year, at the end of 2023, naira was like about 800 to $1. Now, if I devalue over 100%, and I have the dollar now, what I just need to do is just for me to hold the dollar now and expect a further 100% devaluation from like, let's say, 1,600 to 3,000. Of course, I convert it back to naira, I'm able to make that gain. But if based on the interventions of the CBN, I expect there should be a bit of stability within it over, but don't hold too long positions, just hold short-term positions for you, and that's you're able to manage your portfolios better rather than holding a 1 year or 2 year or 3 year, which is I think is too long.
The fact that there is some attention for the dollar bond, as you were. Now, me, just like most other Nigerians, in fact, I'm actually very, ecstatic that you did that. But we're still worried about the risks attached. Now, are our fears or concerns valid, or do we just go for a more safer option, which is the euro bond, as far as this, development is concerned? I mean, I'm curious. It's a head-scratching moment for me at this point in time.
So basically, the dollar bond, because it's in Nigeria, issued by the federal government, the Debt Management Office of Nigeria, more or less like the federal government, and also is issued in foreign currency, so we can call it an euro bond. I don't think there's a bit to worry about it. So currently, the external reserve is around 37.31 billion. And it's just like about it, we don't have up to 2 billion. They are eventually going to be able to pay back and settle both the principal and interest as at when the only thing that might happen is they just deplete the further external reserves. So, but why do you want to keep something for 5 years and just be earning 9.25%? Are there no other productive things that I can invest that money in? If I don't have anything to do with the dollar, of course, I can just simply keep it there. But I still believe that there are a lot of productive aspects or mind opportunities within the Nigerian space. Especially within the manufacturing and the industrial spaces in Nigeria. We've seen the local sourcing of petroleum and it's in Nigeria now, so we could see the likes of petrochemicals, which actually going to get of that particular percent. So basically, we are going to see that the CBN does not want the FX to devalue beyond 1,600 over the short term, and they are putting everything possible in place. So I naturally think the FX should be about the 1,000 within the 1,000 window, 1,000, 1,200. So I think what is appropriate as an investor, depending on the size of the fund, we have large funds of millions of dollars. I would just rather invest in the productive arm of Nigeria and see how I can make more export, ensure that my export is majorly in US dollars and is more or less relatively stable. So if I'm able to invest in things that Nigerians can really export, I think I'm going to be able to get the best out of it rather than just keeping it and earning just 9.25% over the long 5 years. In fact, whereby the inflation in Nigeria is even about 32.15%, 9.25%, 32.15%. That disparity is just too much for me to just get my money there. I would rather invest in the productive arm of the society and be able to earn higher returns on that and be able to maximize my wealth.
Now, let's prognosticate just a little bit. In your view, do you see, based on current events, of course, do you see RFX, attaining stability of some sort long term? And I put long term within the range of 18 to 24 months. Do you see that happening?
It's going to be positive for the CBN to achieve that. And the only reason why the CBN be able to want to achieve that is simply because they want to attract foreign direct investment, FPI and FDI. The moment you're seeing further devaluation on the FX, of course, this money that we call out money are also going to find its way out of Nigeria. So the CBN want to attract more funds, and the only way we can attract more funds is for you to have stability on the FX or even have a further appreciation in the FX. So the CBN is on the best interest of the CBN to avert further devaluation of the naira. But if you are going to leave it without further intervention by the CBN or by the monetary policies bodies, by the CBN and other monetary policies drivers, regulators in Nigeria, is likely going to devalue further. If you just leave it based on market and supply or free float, it's likely going to devalue further. But with the CBN wanting to devalue further, no, they are not going to want to. They don't want that further devaluation. They rather want an appreciation of it, and the only way they can do that is for them to continually manage the position. And also, we see that CBN is looking at a $1 trillion economy some people have said over the next 3 years, some people have said over the next 10 years. But the way things are going, we are not going to be able to achieve that $1 trillion economy if we continue doing things this way over the next 5 years. Remember, the banking recapitalization program is also on ground to ensure that as of 2026, all banks are able to get have a revised capital threshold so that they're able to manage the activity of a $1 trillion economy. So I think the CBN will want to cause a little bit of stability within that particular range, but I think the naira is significantly undervalued, and the only way we can do that is for us to have more supply because the demand is not going to reduce. In fact, we're likely to have more demand. We should have more supply through export, foreign direct investment, and foreign portfolio investment. But I don't think it's sustainable for the CBN to continue, or the fiscal arm of Nigeria to continue to take foreign denominated debt like the federal government, World Bank debt, and the IMF debt that we are currently exploring.
Now, as far as public and private sector spending is concerned, what do you see as being the implications of the recent development on those?
Based on the recent development, private sectors are likely to there's likely to be a further decline in interest rates for the private sector, so we're likely to see more activities in the private sector. Also for public sectors too, we're likely to see more expenditures. We're likely to see more spendings within the public sector because it's now more or less stable or cheaper to source funds, which naturally should lead to an expansionary monetary policy. So we're likely to see more expansion, which will further advance growth and development within Nigeria. But we also need to be a bit of caution, exercise a bit of caution, and not expect that those growths are just likely to continue over the foreseeable future. How long do we want to see this ease, and what are the other sectors? It's not just monetary policy that is affecting the business. Is of course the business is affected by both structurals and all that other factors. Currently, not all private sectors, and in fact, not every arm of government have been able to implement the 70,000 naira minimum wage. Simply, some are clamoring because they don't have enough funds and all that. And also, what is the profit that the businesses have been able to make? How many businesses are able to increase their profit by geometric progression or have a 2-digit rise in profit, which we are not seeing within Nigerian space. So I think over the short term, we are likely to see a bit of relief. Then within the next 6 to 12 months, we are likely to see a bit of economic rebound thereabout, if this continues or we see further easing of the monetary policies rate.
Well, thank you very much. It has indeed been delightful talking with you this morning on the program. Oladeton Oluwatosin Emmanuel, business strategist, corporate strategist, financial analyst, and public policy experts. Very many thanks for joining us on the program this morning. We do appreciate your time. This has been Market Insights. Today we've been talking about the US Fed rate cut and what it does mean, or if you like, the implications for the Nigerian naira and the wider economy. Much has been said about the other global markets, as you were, following suit. And of course, us here being an emerging frontier market, what we're going to do about it. I mean, as we talked about earlier, the advice by a lot of analysts, including our guest today, has spoken about the CBN, holding off, if you like, on moving on with a potential rate, increase, as you were, the next MPC, and also speaking about the advantages of what's going on, the global market, more capital inflow for Nigeria, more FDIs, as he were, and, a more competitive market, which is also worrying some local businesses, wondering whether or not they will be better off for it by the year. But of course, with gazing eyes and fingers crossed, we watch and see how all of it plays out in the market, in the here and now, and of course going forward. And that's Market Insight today. But before we go, we will take a look at what it looks like on the floor of the currency market, both at the official and at the parallel market. Today, Monday, the 23rd of September, 2024, the official market seeing the dollar exchanging to the naira at 1,628 naira, to the pound sterling at 2,200 naira, and to the euro at 1,849 naira. And elsewhere, at the parallel market, the naira to the dollar trade is 1,639 naira, to the pound sterling 2,176 naira, significantly lower than the official market. And of course, the euro is trading to the naira on the parallel market at 1,819 naira. That's what it looks like on the currency market. And that is our overall package for you today on today's edition of Market Insight. Many thanks for joining us. Do stay close to your sets, because in a few minutes, that will be, of course, at the top of the hour, it'll be time for the news update. And of course, you want to join us later on at 3 p.m. for the major news bulletin. And of course, in between, some interesting programs that, of course, would tickle your fancy. I am David Chiedu. Until tomorrow, have a wonderful day.
Occupies 18th position on the World Coconut Production Index and produced about 225,526 metric tons of coconut in 2021, according to data from the Food and Agricultural Organization (FAO). Lagos, which produces half of the output, has doubled production from 70,000 tons to 140,000 tons in 2 to 3 decades to meet the demand. The number of registered coconut processors in Lagos State jumped from 500 to 3,000 in 5 years, 2024, according to the farmers. The chairman and founder of First African Coconut Company Limited, Mr. John Bede Antonio, has said that lifestyle and healthy living are fueling a huge demand for coconut products locally and globally. Antonio noted that the huge demand has spurred investments across the value chain as farmers were growing more coconuts to meet the rising demand. He added that Lagos State was also promoting support in the form of seedlings and training of new entrants of farmers. Coconut farmers were now replacing old trees with hybrid seedlings that brought fruits quicker. Coconut has numerous uses. It serves as a raw material for industries such as pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, food and beverage with limitless domestic and export potential. The most sought after component of the fruit is coconut water, which is very rich in potassium and other electrolytes. It is considered a health drink and recommended for diabetes patients, among others. It is grown in 22 of Nigeria's 36 states, with Lagos having the largest population. The use of coconut oil and other derivatives is growing daily, owing to benefits, according to Mr. Olakunlehin Oladapo, General Manager of Lagos State Coconut Development Authority. According to him, this is driving local production of coconut, with more people coming into the cultivation, processing and marketing of the cash crop across the major growing states. Oladapo stated that despite the production increase, the state was still unable to meet the demand likely covered by imports from neighboring countries. Increasing demand is driving new investments into the production and processing of coconut in the country, so says Idowu Agbelekale, the National Financial Secretary of the National Cocoa Producers, Processors and Marketing Association of Nigeria. She explained that entrepreneurs were already exporting some of the byproducts of the crop on a small scale. Agbelekale called on the government to assist in boosting the production of the crop to enable it to earn foreign exchange for the country, saying that Nigeria was here to fully harness the economic benefits from growing the crop despite its huge potential. Also, the Lagos State government was helping farmers to get improved seedlings as it planned to stay ahead in growing the coconut, in growing the commodity in the country, while creating jobs and boosting supply for processors. Coir, the fiber from coconut husk, is used in making ropes, rugs, mats, brushes, caulking for boats and stuffing for fiber mattresses. The fronds, the leaves, are used for brooms, cooking squares, woven into mats, or burnt to ash to yield lime. Husk and shells are a source of charcoal and can be used for fuel. Ms. Chune Chukwu, an accountant with a manufacturing firm in Ikeja, told me that she started using coconut oil on her hair in 2022, owing to its health benefits, and has not applied any other oil to her hair since then. The increased demand is being felt across industries that use it as raw materials, suggesting that the price will continue to surge according to experts. The prices of coconut has increased by over 100% from an average of 250 naira in January 2024 to an average of 500 naira for a small size currently, according to our survey. There is hope in the coconut. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers or consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Augmented reality (AR) is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Across the states from November 2023 to July 2024. With a monthly deduction of 100 billion naira from the Federation's gross revenue, the funds are held in a special account by the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee. This initiative was launched following President Bola Tinubu's establishment of the Infrastructure Support Fund in July 2023 to mitigate the effect of fuel subsidy removal. The funds are designated for critical sectors like transportation, healthcare, education, agriculture, and water resources to enhance state-level economic competitiveness and job creation. The government has consistently stepped since the inception of this initiative, though it remained unclear how the funds will be allocated. This effort is part of broader fiscal measures to ensure the subsidy removal translates into tangible improvements for Nigerians. Away from that, Vice President Kashim Shettima has arrived in New York to represent Nigeria at the 79th United Nations General Assembly, UNGA. His arrival at John F. Kennedy International Airport was announced by the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Communications, Stanley Nkwocha. The Vice President was welcomed by notable figures including the Minister of Foreign Affairs and other Nigerian diplomats. Shettima will lead Nigeria's delegation at this year's UNGA, delivering the national statement and participating in high-level discussions focused on global issues. This session is pivotal for advancing the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and fostering international cooperation to tackle pressing challenges like climate change and inequality. The UNGA Summit of the Future aims to generate a comprehensive action plan for enhanced global collaboration and address governance gaps exposed by recent crises. Shettima's participation underscores Nigeria's commitment to multilateral efforts for sustainable development and effective global governance. Moving ahead, on bilateral trade, the Nigeria-Malaysia bilateral trade has reached the region of $956 million, according to High Commissioner of Malaysia, Ambassador Ayub Omar. He mentioned that at least 3,386 Nigerian students are currently pursuing higher education in Malaysian institutions. The Commissioner, Ambassador Omar, lauded the Malaysia-Nigeria relations, which will hit 60 years of good partnership by the year 2025. He claimed that the two countries' relationship is based on mutual interest within the realms of politics, economics, and social businesses. Again, in Malaysia, the country's consumer price inflation eased unexpectedly to 1.9% year-on-year in August, down from July 2.0%, according to the Department of Statistics. This year marks the lowest inflation rate in 4 months, defying economists' expectation of the steady rate. Core inflation remained unchanged at 1.9%, indicating stability in underlying price pressures. Notably, housing and utility costs grew at a slightly slower pace of 3.1% compared to 3.2% in July. Meanwhile, prices for food and non-alcoholic beverages held steady at a 1.6% increase, while clothing and footwear prices dipped by 0.2%. Every month, consumer prices rose by 0.1% consistently with July's performance. The decrease in inflation may provide the central bank with more room to maneuver in further monetary policy decisions. As global economic conditions evolve, Malaysia's inflation dynamics will be closely watched, particularly as it impacts consumer spending and economic growth. Wrapping up with energy-related story, oil prices surged on Monday, driven by escalating conflict in the Middle East and expectations that last week's U.S. interest rate cut would support demand. Brent crude rose 0.8% to $75.09 per barrel, while U.S. crude increased 0.9% to $71.64. The heightened conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has raised concerns about potential disruptions to oil supply from the region, keeping prices elevated. The recent U.S. Federal Reserve rate cut, a larger than expected 0.5 percentage points reduction, is expected to boost economic activity and energy demand. However, market participants are wary that the cut signals a weakening labor market. Despite the volatility, oil prices have risen for 2 consecutive weeks, driven by supply risks and policy-driven demand expectations. That's the news update at 12 noon. Many thanks for watching. I am Grace Komolafe. Don't forget, SOUQ Sport comes up at 1. Please watch.
dazzling fusion of music and fashion as the all-white Groove made its triumphant return for its 8th edition. Fashion designer A.O. Afrique chose the iconic Freedom Park for the event with the theme Groove Meets Fashion. People flocked to the park from outside the country and different walks of life, adorned in pristine white ensembles, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle.
Person from Ghana na Ghanaian abi, person from Togo na Togolese abi, person from Zambia na wetin, person from Mali nko, Malians ko, Naira Mali ni. Oya person from Holland na wetin, Hollandia you got.
It was a radiant spectacle that transformed Freedom Park into a vibrant atmosphere of music, style, and culture. The event delivered an unforgettable experience for attendees. The display of lights and visuals created a magical ambience that complemented the music and fashion perfectly. Attendees showcased their unique interpretations of the all-white dress code with a touch of Ashoke, Ankara fabrics, and more. From minimalist chic to bold avant-garde, the fashion statements were as diverse as the crowd itself.
Pictures and the likes. I don't believe in the whole fashion thing and the African mentality is that, apart from the fact that African has taken over the world in entertainment, I believe that it's going to rule the fashion industry global-wide.
Beyond the music and fashion, the event also showcased A.O. Afrique's latest designs, a blend of Ashoke with a mixture of trendy Gen Z style and a variety of local brands. Pop-up shops and stalls offered attendees the opportunity to discover and purchase unique pieces in tie-and-dye and batik and Ankara fabrics.
One of the things I try to do for him, and he knows that, I'll buy his design and give it to people in the US to wear. And we don't cherish what we have. You go to a church, you go to a mall, and you are dressed up, and they come to you and say, look, where did you get it? That's how we'll be marketing it. And it's really a good success for him. And I know the story is this.
Oh, I've been waiting for ya. I've been wanting, I've been praying for ya. Hey, where will you find me, my love? Don't be scared, baby, because I'm loyal. See, where will you come? Find me, baby, I'm not lost. I don't want to wait for long. I know they get waiting rumors later. I can show you, if you want to know, baby, you're lost. I don't want to wait for long. I know they get waiting rumors later.
Oh, so good. This night has been a pleasant one. What has been the high point for you, and why? What do you think this night has been able to achieve that perhaps other editions of the all-white group did not attend to?
To me, every moment is high. Every moment is a high point. You don't enjoy an event in 5 minutes. You see it or two, and then you can now feel it. So I walked in, the beginning is good. I walked in, the models are good. That's fine. I will just say that the next edition, maybe we'll have more models. Maybe we'll have some other designers come join in. So the runway will not be these old designs alone. We'll have other designers come. maybe maybe we'll have something that we can bring in some international press to see what's good. So I think it will. Knowing Agbo is a crazy guy. Knowing him, I know he's going to sit down. He's going to call me like tomorrow and next and say, so, yeah, start writing. What do you think? And how do we do it? So next year, I hope to see a bigger, better, Lagos music. So it to me, it keeps getting better every year. So that's what I say.
Tonight it's all about AO Freaks designs, even as celebrate African fashion, African music.
6 or 7 years into all-white group, we added fashion into it, where we showcase through runway at every event. So this gives us courage because our designs are unique. It gives us courage, it gives us inspiration and motivation to do this year in, year out. And it has helped the brand, and it has, changed the lifestyle of so many people. And I am happy to see that our designs are appreciated, welcome, and then turned into a dressing style of so many people. Just like worshiping. I thank you, everybody. I thank you, our fans, for believing in us, for keying into the little things we do, and also for helping us grow. Thank you very much.
As the event drew to a close, Star Kids, one of the up-and-rising dance groups comprising children and teenagers, gave an energetic dance performance, with the crowd dancing to their favorite tunes. This created a sense of unity, and it was truly inspiring.
I'm coming here for the very first time, and I'm wowed by what I saw here today. And for those who are unable to make it, they missed greatly. And let me follow the words of Donald Trump, they missed greatly.
That's a good one. The all-white group was once again proved to be more than just a party. It was a cultural phenomenon that brought together people from all walks of life to celebrate music, fashion, and the vibrant spirit of Lagos. Lavina Emma, reporting for SOUQ News Television.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by an artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos. From a historical viewpoint, the first terrestrial signals of television broadcasting in Nigeria occurred when the then Western Regional Government established Western Nigeria's Government Broadcasting Corporation, popularly known as WNTV, on Saturday, October 31, 1959 at Agodi. WNTV was not just a pioneer in TV broadcasting in Nigeria, it also enjoyed the status of being the maiden TV station in the whole of Africa. WNTV belonged to the Western Nigeria Television Service. Africa has seen the emergence of exceptionally gifted stars in the broadcasting industry, particularly television gems.
She's a wonderful woman.
An icon and a legend.
She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding quality precede them.
Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star.
Oh, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. She's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person. And she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos.
A wonderful, wonderful woman. She's an inspiration. I mean, this was somebody that I used to watch on television when I was a child. And when I met her again in England, she would sit down with me, we would have a good chat and about so many things. I've learned a lot from her. And there are times, you know, we'll go out for a meal and she'll be telling me about the good old days of Nigeria. And really and truly, I want the good old days of Nigeria to come back. She's mentored a lot of people, a very down-to-earth lady. And I saw her recently. It was amazing. When she gave me her contact number and she could recall the number from memory, somebody was saying, how could you have done that, ma? I said, I really don't know. An eloquent speaker, elegant lady, a beautiful soul. I mean, there are too many qualities this woman has. And she was saying, do you know what? We have to do something for this generation. And these are people that we admire so much and will continue to admire them because they are like an institution. What can we do? We should have something like a walk of fame, honestly, for people like her. Ms. Taiwo Ajayi Lycett. This is also an institution as well, the veteran actress. And she is a very strong advocate for arts and culture. People like her, people like Chief Julie Coker, they ought to be celebrated. And this is why I always say, maybe this is me putting on my Renew African Mindset cap on again, promoting healthy living in the elderly. They ought to be celebrated whilst they're still alive. And this is what we should be encouraging. To tap into their talents, to bring up the younger generation.
I am the adopted son of Chief Julie Coker. She's actually my auntie, or more. I mean, when my father became late, you understand, she took me in under her wings, and I've been with her ever since the age of 6. And if I'm going to talk about her memories, there are so many, they are numerous. It's like the memories of a mother and a child. Yet, we've done everything. I was almost everything we did together. We traveled to Los Angeles together for the 1984 Olympics. She took me along with the NT entourage. We covered the event together. I learned a lot from her. So there are so many memories, but whenever she travels, she along with her son, second son, Richard, always tag along with her wherever she went. So it's a normal, my memories are that of a mother and a child. Chief Julie Coker is, to me, an icon and a legend. And the history of Nigerian broadcasting can never be complete or even written at all without the mention of Chief Julie Coker. First, she was more or less the first woman in so many, in broadcasting. She was the first, before Nollywood, she acted. Before you heard any musician, she went into music. So, as I said, the history of entertainment and broadcasting can never be complete without her name.
Incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Edenko Sr. My background, I'm a journalist by background. I'm a chartered member of the Institute of Public Relations. And incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Edenko Sr. Well, we've had fond memories of Auntie Julie Coker, let me put it that way back as a child growing up. we're very proud and still very proud of her as a pioneer newscaster in Nigeria. She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much. She's done, as a pioneer newscaster, like I said, we've always been very proud of her. She has been very professional, and as children, we always look forward to 9 o'clock news where Auntie Julie Coker it's on to cast the news, and we're always out there to see her. She has paid her dues. She has spent all her time being particular about professionalism in the industry, even up till now. She's done so much in the industry. She's done so much in the industry. Growing up, she has never been someone, and she's a lovely auntie. We always go to her. She always wants people to come around her. In spite of her status, she wants us, the children of her relatives, to always come over to Ikoyi, to Victoria Land, wherever she lived. And there's one particular thing I know about her, is that she never discriminated. For the people who lived with Auntie Julie Coker, I never lived with her. There's nobody that lived with Auntie Julie Coker that never traveled outside the country for holidays. So she's always like that. She wanted the best for everybody around her. Coming to relationship in the church where I attend, where my father and my great-grandfather attended, she was not a member of my church because she was a Catholic, but because she had affiliation with that church, because her mother was a member of that church. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. And that's Holy Covenant Family Church, the only Chekwe church in Lagos. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. She put in everything to make sure that the church is improving and all of that. Beyond that, our association with the church generally, our Catholic church, up till now, she's a strong member of the church. She has all her faith daily, has a very close relationship with our God, our Creator, and she's done so much in that direction. Up till now, as I speak with you, she's still a strong member of the Catholic Church, and she has both the UK, in Nigeria, the Holy Cross, the Falmer Church. She's had a good relationship. She's a God-fearing person. She's lived all her life showing care and concern to people, and that has always been her hallmark. A legacy of hard work, dedication to duty, to our profession, a legacy of love. I think the legacy of believing in God in whatever comes her way. You know, she's had her vicissitudes of life, and she's been able to overcome all of this. I mean, losing 2 children, you never can, you know. The strength to overcome all of this is awesome. But beyond that, more legacy is that she has done so much for this country. I could remember that even, I think just quite recently, she was talking about retraining of broadcasters. That's her passion. She has a legacy. She's done so much. So it's a lot of things that she has put into making Nigeria, into contributing to Nigeria. So our legacy, I can't even say, I can't pinpoint to only one thing. She's done so much across board, and so she's worth celebrating.
Let us honor this world-class broadcaster, a national and universal figure of distinction. Chief Julie Coker was born on July 25, 1940 to an Egba father from the Coker family in Abeokuta, Ogun State, and an Ishekiri mother from the Okorogeye Bodo family of Warri, Delta State. She was raised by her mother on Lagos Island and attended St. Mary's Convent School for her primary education.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding qualities precede them. My own recollection is that she was already a public figure, very glamorous on television before our paths crossed. And of course, as it so happens in such circumstances, you actually, the reputation precedes the actual meeting. So, and I think it must have been in the early 60s when she was the glamour girl of Western Nigerian television. And I think before then, she was at Holy Child College, and from there proceeded to a much more public posture. And of course, if you go even earlier than that, you have to admit that she is the product of the cross-culture of the Benin, Warri, Sapele axis, and then of course in Lagos where she went to school. And then to capital, Ibadan, which was at that time the melting, not just the melting point, but the boiling point in Nigerian political affairs. But so she was already in the public consciousness through being being a regular feature on television. And then, of course, she married one of the Nauros, Michael Nauro, was an old boy St. Grace College, and had been a superstar in football, athletics, music, and what have you. And I think at that time, St. Grace College boys had a monopoly on Holy Child girls.
Julie na Sapele girl. I'm from Ogwanja in Sapele. Right now, I'm president of Sapele Boma Boys. So I know Julie after she was born. Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Julie. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star in Ibadan. That's where TV started in Nigeria. The rest is history. She's still fine, making headlines wherever she is.
Well, people see her outside as a celebrity. I see her as an auntie. Like, she's my mother's first cousin. Her mother and my grandmother are sisters. Or we are sisters because they are all late. And it's an auntie I've always admired. As a child, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. And we grew up knowing Auntie Julie as someone who worked in WNTV, WNTS in Ibadan. And we all grew up to love her. She was very beautiful. She still tries to be beautiful now, even at her age of 84, she'll be 84 in July, And we worked together in NTA. I left NTA some years ago. We left NTA around the same time. I was the company secretary, legal advisor to the NTA. And I was the closest to her because we saw every day at work, being that she's my auntie as well. We got on very well. She's very patient. And she's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person. And she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody. She's accepted all God has given her in a very, very graceful way. She continues to be happy, and I just wish her all the best. In those days, they didn't have the gadgets we have now. Then, most things were very practical. Today, a lot of things are automated. We had very hot studios. They used to rehearse a lot. But now the internet has made life very easy. Now you can just be in a room and have it as your station and everything. Then we had huge transmitters. I remember going from state to state to launch transmitters in the 80s. And Auntie Julie was one of those people who started television, one of the first broadcasters, and they did a very good job, and they should be honored for their role in the pioneering television services in Nigeria. We don't know the criteria they use these days to honor people. I've seen many people who've done so much, they are not honored, and people who've done nothing and are honored. At the end of the day, it's God that honors you. I know she's a very good Christian. She goes to church regularly. I'm not that super religious, but she is. She doesn't joke with her religion. She doesn't miss her masses. And I believe that's what has kept her going in spite of all the tragedies she's had in life. She has good relations and a big family. And she's, like I'll tell you, a very, very happy and contented person. Contentment is a virtue that one has to have. So at the end of the day, if they talk about television, I mean, she should be honored as one of the pioneers of television in Africa, because the first television in Africa was in Ibadan, like you know. So, and if she's one of the pioneers, I guess she has a place in history. That's what I've been talking about, being a pioneer television star, a superstar. I mean, she did a lot of programs, like you know. She was a beauty queen. We should not forget that aspect. So in those days, people want to see beautiful faces on television. And she combined both beauty, eloquence, gait. She was very calm. I've never seen her lose her temper. I do. I lose mine. But I've never, no matter how you sort of annoy her, she's always very calm. She never loses her temper. And she has a lot going for her. But contentment is the greatest, I say, and the fear of God. Like I told you, she's very religious. And I think that's her greatest strength.
And only child college, Obalinde, Lagos, for her secondary education. Her journey to the limelight began with our winning the Miss Western Nigeria Beauty Contest in 1957 and our coming second in the Miss Nigeria Beauty Competition in 1958. She joined the Western Nigeria Television, WNTV, in 1959 as the second female face on television in Africa. She attended numerous courses in England, United States of America, Germany, and Norway, where she was groomed in the art of television broadcasting. Upon her return from one of these overseas courses, she joined the Nigeria Television Services (NTS), which later became the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA). She became an icon at the WTA, where she anchored the network news and numerous programs and events. She retired as an Assistant Director of Marketing and State Operations. Though now retired, she is not tired, as she tirelessly runs a pet project, Richard Coker Foundation, a charitable organization established in memory of her late son, Mr. Richard Coker Enaro. The major objectives of this organization is to help people suffering from sickle cell anemia. This documentary spotlights Julie Coker, particularly her family life and her days in the broadcasting industry, from her humble beginnings through the various travels and triumphs of being raised by a lone parent, her dear mother, her meteoric rise to stardom, and managing fame and popularity at a young age.
I am a broadcaster by training, and broadcasting has been part of my life since I was 8 years old. And by the grace of God, I practiced the profession and got to the pinnacle of my career, having worked with the NTA as a news correspondent, sports commentator, and sports anchor. Chief Julie Coker is not only a beautiful, delightful, immensely talented woman, but is a Nigerian, and I dare say a human being that comes only once in a lifetime. And when God created her for a purpose, because she's been able to effortlessly, effectively, and joyfully serve God and serve humanity. She is a Catholic by faith and religiously goes to church every day, even at the age of about 83 years old. And she's been a broadcaster par excellence. She's been able to impact the lives of not only Nigerians but foreigners alike, both in Nigeria and in the United Kingdom, where she presently resides. She's from Delta State originally, and we've known her and admired her and worked closely with her all these years till date. Reverberates in my heart and in my mind is the fact that she's been a beacon of hope for both young men and women, but particularly for women. Because for any woman that aspires to be something in life, you look at the life and time of Chief Julie Coker, you know she's a woman who has gone to school, who has practiced her profession, who has served God religiously, and who is still serving God, and somebody that is a good example of what a woman, a mother, and a grandmother should be.
Yes, my name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a legal practitioner. I've been at the bar now for well over 40 years, and I'm also a former commissioner in Osun State. Chief Julie Coker. Well, Chief Julie Coker is an icon of Nigerian broadcasting. I don't think there's anyone of my age who would know her. I'm 64 years, and of course I've known Chief Julie Coker since I was a young boy, when she was at the NTA. She also happens to be a good friend of my mother, and I've retained a good relationship with her ever since. But most importantly, she remains a household name. I think she's what we call a mother of the nation. Everyone is very fond of her, and everyone remembers her for the good and sterling work she did while she was with the NTA. I said, when I was a young boy, we used to watch her on television. She was very well spoken, very well presentable, and she came across very well. And that's an everlasting memory. That's the memory I actually still have in my mind. And obviously now she's much older now. She's like I said, the granny of the nation. But that long-term memory of her on the NTA, reading our national news, remains a lasting memory for me. Well, I think the most important thing they can learn from her is to be professional. Chief Julie Coker was professional and remained steadfast. Up till today, she is very committed to broadcasting. I don't think there's any broadcasting program that Auntie Julie Coker is called upon that she does not attend. She goes out of her way to attend, and she does her very best to promote Nigerian broadcasting and information in general. So I think that the lesson people can learn from her is the fact that you should remain dedicated and committed to whatever your lifetime profession is. Well, the legacy she has left behind in the media is the fact that you must make yourself enduring. You must also appeal to a wide audience as well. And Auntie Julie Coker has done that very successfully. She remains an icon. She remains a woman who has appealed to the nation. Even though she's in her 80s now, she's still very fond of, still very much loved. And it's important, therefore, that whatever we set out to do, that we endure ourselves to the vast majority of the nation, or the people we work with, so that we leave a lasting memory and legacy for those people. And that's what Auntie Julie Coker has done rather successfully. Nowadays, our politicians, our leaders, enter government, get themselves engaged in all sorts of things, and there isn't what you call total commitment to the cause. They're not particularly interested in trying to improve the lot of the masses. Neither are they very thoughtful in the legacy they will leave behind. And I think the likes of Auntie Julie Coker, at least from that particular generation, have shown that it's important not only to remain steadfast in your chosen profession, but also to think of how you can possibly improve your profession, endear yourself to a wide audience, and always think about how you can possibly improve the lot of the people. And most importantly, it's not always about financial gain. It's more about service and commitment. And I believe those two words, service and commitment, are the important things that this particular generation of leaders can learn from Auntie Julie Coker.
Auntie Julie Coker is a legend. She's known globally for being a legendary broadcaster in the business, from Nigeria to the UK to the US. She's had a history in her career of being someone that everyone looks up to. She started her career in the late 50s, and even in the 60s she met people like the late great President of the US, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and she also met people like Muhammad Ali in her time. She's well known as not just a broadcaster, but a music artist and someone who has an album with an artist like Anderson .Paak, who sampled her song Erayon on his own album Saviour's Road a few years ago, something that got to #1 in the Billboard charts in the US. I know a lot about her. She's someone who has gone through life's tragedies, but through that she's become strong in the sense of running a charity like the Richard Coker Foundation, which was founded in 2004 on the passing of her beloved son Richard Coker Enahoro, and it's run by herself and my brother Baba Epega. They are the chair people of the whole foundation, and they forge a way to make people aware of sickle cell illness, something that affects so many people in the diaspora of Africa and people of African background, and some Asian people as well. And it's something that she's a very strong and vocal voice for, not just in the UK, not just in Nigeria, but all over the world. She's a relative of my mother's, and her son was our beloved cousin, so she's a great aunt to us. And in fact, like a mother, because on the passing of my late mother, Ibiene Adoke Epega, she became like a mother to us since 1992 and has been very close to all my family, myself, my sister Yewande, my brother Baba that I mentioned, and my daughter Dylan Ibiene. So it's something that I can say that she's very close to us, like a mother to us. Has in fact stood as a mother to us in many, many, many circumstances and life occasions. My memories of her go back to the first time I remember being at one of her shows, her 7-Up birthday party that used to be on Nigerian television. I remember attending that as a child, and it was a wonderful, wonderful experience, and something that I treasure very much so. You know, we shared so many wonderful memories with her. It's something that I just can't forget. And what legacy has she left in broadcasting? Her legacy is something you can't stop even, because it's something we all look up to. Most recently, this past April, we had a visit by Tom Parker Bowles, the son of Queen Camilla of the United Kingdom, who came to Lagos to take part in the food festival, GT Bank. And he spent time with Auntie Julie. We introduced him to Auntie Julie, and he was thrilled when we told him of her background and who she was. And it was something like meeting the equivalent of Elizabeth Taylor of Nigeria. She has left a brilliant legacy, not just in broadcasting, but in film, in her mentoring, in a legacy that goes back to even working with the late Orlando Martins, who was a great uncle to us and the first African actor to carve out a career in Hollywood. Orlando Martins was somebody she works with over at NTA in the early 70s. Her legacy for Nigerian women, I would say, is that she's somebody we can look up to. She's somebody that we can regard. And we have great people like Sade Adu, who's the greatest singer of all time, I must say. But someone like Auntie Julie is somebody we can forge a career and look to her if we want our own career in broadcasting, in marketing, in entertainment, in public speaking, because she's just brilliant. And for all Nigerian women, she's somebody that we can all look up to and really admire, because when you think of great women of Nigeria, like her niece, Senator Daisy Danjuma, she's in that scope of people that we look up to and say, yes, someone that she can be a guiding light. Because like I say, my late mother, Ibiene Adokia Pega, was very close to her and they were like sisters. And so for me, when I see her, I see a mother figure. And what the government should do, in finality of this discussion, is to give a Julie Coker Day. Why don't we have a Julie Coker holiday? I think it would be wonderful for the government in Nigeria to give up a day, a media day, where people get introduced to broadcasting the history of Nigeria, our influence in the arts, because we're doing so well. I mean, we have great artists to this day. We have people like Burna Boy, we have Davido, we have actors, Chiwetel Ejiofor in Hollywood, we have Davido Yellowo, we have wonderful talent, and people like Auntie Julie paved the way.
I retired as the Director of Public Prosecutions of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and later served as Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. It dates back 50, 60 years ago. We were young, we were just starting life. Then later she lived close to me. She's super. Her nickname is JC. JC, Julie Coker, superstar. Not in the sense of acting, but because she's a unique person, a woman of empathy and concern for others' well-being. And she's very truthful and loyal, which are rare qualities around today. She's a very, very sincere person. If Julie tells you she's with you, you have nothing to worry about. You can't doubt her sincerity. We've had high and downs, and we've been there for one another, which is what life is all about. Julie has climbed so many heights and smashed so many glass, but she doesn't carry it as an ego. She's one of us. She's real. And whatever has happened to Julie in life has not weighed her down, has not stopped her from being who she is, which is a great talent, a great virtue, a great quality. That's what I like about her. She's not one of these people who worship for the sake of worshiping. She's of true faith. Easygoing. She comes and goes with a clean heart. How many people do that today? How many people have been through what Julie has been through and still the same loyal, friendly, happy, easygoing person? Not many. She's received so many knocks, but she comes out
in flying colors.
This documentary is a recount of a rise to stardom from a harsh start of life, which teaches us that with determination, perseverance, and aid of helpers, anyone can reach his or her divine destiny. She surmounted all the barriers that would otherwise have put down or derail the faint-hearted. In summary, this documentary teaches us that with doggedness, ability, creativity, and integrity, we can reach for the stars. Julie Coker is an inspiration not only to broadcasters, but to all aspiring broadcasters. Life is an epigram, a vital spark, a quest, a solemn message to the world. We must do everything within our power to leave the industry better than we meet it.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. These resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Yes, I'm your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. sports fans, enthusiasts, and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
I'm still your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now, the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating. Hot sizzling. Welcome to SOUQ Sports. It's a brand new week, and yes, how better to describe the weekend other than exciting? Manchester City picking a point deep into stoppage time against Arsenal. Anthony Joshua, knocked down on Wembley. Is he out? Well, time will tell. England qualified through penalties for the group stage of the CAF Confederations Cup, and of course, massive away wins in the Nigerian Professional Football League. Welcome once again to the show. I am the Top Cat, TC Barra, and with me on the show,
heavyweight champion.
You.
Champion of the world.
Charlie
Montero.
That is it, my man. Glad to have you on the show.
It's good to be on the show one more time. It's Monday. Let's get it. Let's get the money right. Let's get the moves right. Let's get our show right. Welcome to SOUQ Sports. I remain Charlie Montero, your one and only.
That's what's up. He's fair. I'm Dak. You can call us black and white. Get down from the local scene, or start off from the local scene, where El Kanemi Warriors returned to the NPFL football scene after a 1 week hiatus. You know, the Borno flood affected them, and so they went on some flood-induced break to shock El Kanemi Warriors. What do you call them? El Kanemi Warriors against what's the name now?
Borno.
So it was a great game, you know, as we saw MPFL match day 2 last, you know, the weekend because of the flood disaster in their home state in Borno. So during the game, the newly promoted side came from 2 goals down to score 3 goals. Now, the 4-3 comeback win has pushed El Kanemi Warriors to the 4th spot on the league table, pending the outcome, you know, of the other game. So we saw El Kanemi Warriors against Nasarawa United in that particular game. Massive goals coming left, right, center. 7 goals in all to bring it to a total of 4 goals. 3 for this other side, 4 for El Kanemi Warriors. So Nasarawa was able to find the back of the net 3 times, El Kanemi Warriors 4 times, and it was 7 goals, massive goals, banging it left, right, for El Kanemi Warriors here. But the Rivers United continued their unbeaten run away against Lobby Stars. We saw Kabiru Abdullahi scoring the lone goal in that 1-0 win. Based on that slim win, Rivers United topped the MPFL table with 7 points in 3 games after 2 wins and 1 draw so far this season. We also saw the Rivers Commissioner for Sports, Barrister Chris Green, reward Rivers United for their fine start to the MPFL campaign, and it was gathered that Green, who was pitch side for match day 3 of that MPFL clash with Lobby Stars, rewarded the management with $500,000 naira, 1 million to the technical crew. So the management got 500, 1 million for the technical crew, and 2 million to the players.
That's a beautiful way, to spur these players up, to encourage them to do more. I mean, I don't want to get into how the money will be shared and all that. But then it's always a good sight to see these guys, come out and you see there is a reward for success. And the management taking it upon themselves to do what is right, regardless of what they are being paid. Just do what is right. Encourage these players. Show them that they matter. Show them that what they do really matter, and you are happy with it. I mean, it goes a long way. It goes a long way, and it's good to see.
All right, we'll just take a moment, and when we'll get back, we'll bring you the rest of the stories from the MPFL right here. Just stay tuned.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
To your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best way to create it.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment. The National Theatre Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of legendary contemporary Nigerian artists, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company, mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage, that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Well, glad to know that you are still tuned in to SOUQ Sports. And of course, we'll start off again from the MPFL, where Kwara United technical advisor Tunde Sani has blamed his players for a goalless draw against Ikorodu City. Sani, when his boys faced the Oga boys, stated that the players were too anxious to score in the game. And of course, that game was played under floodlights. Let me talk about that floodlight situation. Or just before that, let you know that keenly contested, Ikorodu United picking that point on the road, despite the game being a barren draw. But then a lot of persons have talked about the floodlights. That game was scheduled for 5:30 p.m. on Sunday. And so it went into, 7:30, thereabout. That's when the game was concluded. And then there's the talk about the fact that the lights were not properly, or the stadium was not properly lit, despite having floodlights. So whatever is worth doing is worth doing well. The question now comes, why did Kwara insist on playing in the night?
But that is a question that they need to answer. Because I don't see, if you don't have proper or adequate preparations or adequate facilities to, host night games, why don't you, bid to play your games earlier or try to play your games? There's 3 p.m., there's 2 p.m. Kickoff time, early kickoff time. I know they are not directly responsible for choosing a time or picking when the fixtures are being fixed all the time. But when such a thing is done, you know that you're going to play at night. Why don't you test this facility? Look at the scenery and everything is different all of a sudden. The ball can skip your eyes when it's not properly lit. So I don't know. It's a big concern, and they should try and look into it and make sure that things change, because this is not going to be the first time or the last time that they will have this sort of fixtures. And if people have come out to complain, or if Ikorodu FC have come out to complain and say this is wrong or this was an issue, look at how Daisy is even affecting the camera and the quality of output. So I think they should work on this. They should look for a solution quickly, so it won't dampen the quality of the game in the long run.
Well, take a look at the game. Near misses, a lot of chances were created, and Coach Bright Ozebabe says he seemed not quite happy. Well, he seemed happy while expressing confidence in his voice as they picked up 1 point on the road. Let's listen to the Ikorodu City coach, Coach Bright Ozebabe.
This is key for us. Helps us with our confidence going to the next game at home. So the boys did show some character today, and he paid for us at the end. Yes. Yeah, we need to keep concentration. Yeah, we need to stay positive. We need to try to win second balls. We need to be calm, not to make sloppy errors. So these are things we work on after our first game in Katsina. Yes. Performance was key. Yeah, they did their part, and the sub that we brought in helped us stabilize the team, and the result did pay us at the end. Finally, yeah, but playing at home is different. The mentality is different. The confidence is there. We're going to play our brand of football, yeah, and the fans are going to enjoy the game. Congratulations, Chris.
United are winless this season after 2 games. The Harmony Boys will square up against Barca United next week in Yenagoa. And of course, Ikorodu City will be playing their next game at home. And definitely we right here will be there to bring you, you know, a live update. Well, maybe not a live, but then we'll bring you update of how the games that pan out. But then let's come to you real quick. 1 point from 2 games now for Ikorodu City. One of their games, I think the one against Eimba, was postponed because of continental engagement. We've talked about the baptism of fire. Do you think they're beginning to get in tune with the workings of the NPFL?
Well, like you rightly said, I think yes, they're starting to settle down. They're starting to settle in. They're starting to know what it requires to play on top level. I mean, a goalless draw is not at all a bad outing for them, because they're still new to it and they are learning the game, and they were able to make chances there. It's not like they were void of chances or void of creation. You see them go forward, and it was an end-to-end game. They tried to take the game to Kwara United, and they showed what they can do. Just like the coach rightly said, they need to, you know, more or less what they need to do more of is to take their chances once it presents itself, and not, you know, have that lackluster or cluster behavior when you get into the game. Once they have their chances, they should take it, because once they start playing the bigger boys, they will not get these chances. So once you have a chance like this, you take it, you kill the game off, and, you know, focus on the next one. But it's good to see that they're, you know, getting into stride, and they are no longer, you know, defeated, huge defeats anymore. So 2 games, 1 point is a slow start. It's disappointing maybe to the players or to the management, but then they can pick the positives, learn from it, and move ahead.
Well, the Oga boys, we're rooting for them right here. And of course, we'll move to the east, where Heartland played host to Katsina United. Game going down at the Dan Anyam Stadium, where the Shanji boys were held by the Nazi Millionaires to a barren draw as well. Match day fixture, Katsina United labeled the result as a very valuable point. Emmanuel Amuneke without a win ever since he resumed with the NPFL outfit. Of course, he is the coach of Heartland Football Club. But then, one man who is distinguished himself, which is Daniel Ogumodede, has led leaders Remo Stars Football Club of Ikene back to the top of the Nigerian Professional Football League 2024-2025 season. He stunned former champions and host Kano Pillars. Well, they were dislodged on Saturday by another former champions, Rivers United FC of Port Harcourt. And of course, they went on to show Kano Pillars, the same as Sugida's side, what they're made of. Congratulations to them. So we saw massive wins. If we could have the results of the NPFL, you know, on the screen now, we saw massive wins away. You know, we saw teams win away.
Go away and win.
And exactly. So Rivers United won away. Right. We also saw El Kanemi Warriors beat Nasarawa United away. Niger Tornadoes on Sunday beat Plateau United 2-1 away. And Remo Stars, like, well, beat the same as Sugida side 2-0. We also saw Area Warriors pick up a point on the road. Ikorodu pick up a point on the road, you know, 1 point each. And it just points out to the fact that no home win was recorded in this match day fixture. What do you make out of the NPFL?
I feel the NPFL is now getting a lot more competitive, because we are used to seeing when teams go away, you get threatened. How do you expect yourself to come to our home and take a win? So I feel like it's now getting a bit more open. Teams are now more competitive, and people are now understanding that the game of football is whoever plays better wins, whoever, you know, gets the result does. And we are starting to abolish the long tradition of, if you go away, you shouldn't expect a win. You could settle with a draw and all that. But I think the DNA is changing, and the game is, you know, evolving. And we want to, and we encourage to see more of this, because it makes the league a bit more competitive, and it brings this kind of beauty.
The fake people now would have faith in the system.
And when fans will be, you know, encouraged
to want to come out,
to want to come and support their team even when they are playing away from home. So I guess it's a positive for us to take away from the MPFL.
All right, let's take a look at how things stand in the MPFL from the MPFL table. On top of the summit, from 1 to 20 teams who are in what position. So Remo Stars back at the top with 9 points from 3 games. That's a clean sheet. Rivers United in second with 7 points. Niger Tornadoes have got 7 points from 3 games. Sunshine Stars complete the first 4 there. And then in that order, you have El Kanemi Warriors, Kano Pillars, Plateau United, Katsina United, Ava FC, with just 1 game played so far. They've got 3 points, and that's why you have them in that position. Shooting Stars have played 2. Aqua United have played 2. Nasara United have played 3 and have picked up 2 points. Likewise, Abia Warriors, who have played 3 and have only picked up 2 points. Rangers International in 14th. Bendel Insurance in 15th position. Those are the way things are from 1st to 15th there on the table. Kwara United in 16th position with just 1 point. Lobby Stars in 17th position with just 1 point from 2 games. Bayelsa United have only mustered 1 point and are in 18th position. And then we see teams marooned to the bottom. Ikorodu City, Oga Boys, Oga at the bottom with 1 point from 2 games. And completely at the bottom of the summit there. It's not a very good position for you to find yourself. But then what do you make out of the table?
Well, it's starting to take shape, but we cannot, make any conclusive judgment from 3 games. A lot of games still yet to be played. You can see that some people have not even completed their 3 game match fixtures yet. So we cannot conclusively say that the table has taken. But everybody that is on the table, or where any one of them is on the table, is completely deserved, or will I say is deserved of them at the moment. So the game is, there's still a lot of games to be played, and there's still a lot of matches to be played. So with time, I think they will start to take shape.
Well, sadly, Heartland, who were relegated last season, are the ones who are at the bottom of the league table. And it's not surprising. It feels like they're not deserving to be in this MPFL, despite getting a very experienced head coach, to lead the team. So we'll move on now to continental football, where Enyimba yesterday emerged as the only surviving Nigerian club on the continent. They edged out Etoile Filante of Burkina Faso 3-2. But they had to do it on penalties. It was the last round of the preliminaries of the CAF Confederations Cup. And, they went back and forth.
A lot of them.
Some persons would say Filante dominated the game. Some persons believe Enyimba were resolute. But then, Angola's Sagrada Esperança gave Rangers something else, to deal with. But Enyimba were able to hold their Burkina Faso opponent to that goalless draw. Having also played a goalless draw in the first leg, and which required the games to go to penalty. Both sides ended the tie, goalless over the 2 legs, and we saw Enyimba going into penalties, converting 3 out of their very first 5 shots there. We also saw Etoile Filante, converting 2. But then I think the person who you might describe as the hero of the penalty take will be the goalkeeper.
Yeah,
I mean,
really.
He was outstanding. He was confident. He seemed boisterous. I mean, when it felt like all hope was lost and nothing could be done, while Enyimba players were fagged out, drenched in sweat and married by fatigue, we saw the goalkeeper, exercise something. And it's surprising that would have Enyimba show such level of exhaustion. I wonder, yes, they've gotten into the group stages. Would they be able to go all the way?
Well, they should be able to go all the way. I mean, doing this at home, getting this result should be more like a positive, boost for them. Because if they could manage this, of course they can try. They can only try really, and go for a good or a stronger outing and show what they're capable of. We know Enyimba of back in the days when they go, for these competitions, they represent Nigeria well, and we are proud of them. I mean, it's one of the clubs in the MPFL that once you mention the name across any, geopolitical zone in Nigeria, and they'll easily recognize Eyimba. Yeah, we can identify with Eyimba, and that's because of their previous successes. So I feel that they can get into that stride and really show the country what they are capable of.
Well, Coach Olanwaju said it was some sort of luck for his players to get to this stage of the competition. Let's take a listen to Eyimba's coach.
Honestly speaking, I don't want to take the credit. I want to give the credit to all my backroom staff, and the players, because I'm the youngest among them. And you see the way I scream, and you see the way I was screaming at the players today. I'm the kind of guy who demand so much from myself, and I demand from the team. So pushing them to this level and achieving this, I think it's great for the club. And for me personally, I'm not the type of coach who is always after personal ambition. I think about the team first. The team come first. So for me, as a group and as an individual, I think I feel great. This is what I've always worked for. As a coach, I always wanted to coach at the top level, and the kind of energy I put into the work, and with help of God, I think God has been very good to me, and I want to return the glory to God for this.
Well, what do you make out of that?
Well, it's very humble. I mean, straight to the point, telling that it is not just him that they should, sing the praises to. They should also sing the praises to the coach, the backroom
But don't
staff.
you think this person never expected to be here at this
Really,
stage?
we can attribute it to a decent company. You don't really expect, as long as you know what you are doing and you are good at it.
What a comparison. Yeah, you had to.
Yeah, but rightly so. Rightly so, because I feel like he is humble because he did not expect himself to be in that position, but it's what he has, built his career to be able to achieve in the long run. I mean, once you start out in a career, you like, this is where I want to be. And now he's doing it, and he has, brought the glory to himself and to the country, to the players as well.
Well, I do not want to talk about the People's Elephants performance, but they will play in the group stage of the competition. It's a chance for them to start afresh. While Rangers lost 3-1 to the Angolans to exit the Champions League, 3-2 on aggregate. It's just sad that they had to bow out. The Flying Antelope had a 1-0 home win in the first leg, and then, suffered a 3-1 defeat in the return fixture against the Angola side, talking about Sagrada Esperança. So that brings the scoreline 3-2 on aggregate. And
the sigh of disappointment, really, because I felt like they had the advantage going into that game. So why don't you defend?
Yeah.
Why don't you try and control the game? Why don't you try and dictate? Did they frustrate your opponents to, make lackluster decisions or make decisions that... I mean, we saw the game between Arsenal and City.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to give you a kind of insight as to what they would have done. They would have been calm, controlled, because you have the advantage. Be calm, stick to the tactics the coach has laid out for you, and just see this game through. Make sure you see it over the line. But it's disappointing, really. We would have really loved for another Nigerian side to be, representing us across the continent. But then it is what it is, and the game is the game, really. We just have to encourage them, come back home and, get your league campaign going and show us that you need to, or show us that you deserve to be there next season, and try to accomplish that.
So everyone should rally behind the People's Elephant and share them, because we do not have representatives in the CAF Champions League as a country, talking about Nigeria. And so we'll move from the continent of Africa, beam our searchlights on Europe, and focus will be on England, the English Premier League, where Manchester City forward Bernardo Silva said only one team came to play football when his side, Manchester City, faced Arsenal in a game that ended 2-2. Arsenal were accused of employing dark arts at the Etihad Stadium. However, Gunners manager Mikel Arteta believed that it was just a miracle that his side could come close to victory as they played the second half with 10 men. John Stones' 98-minute equalizer, having had a 7-minute added time, denied Arsenal what would have been a very huge victory over the defending champions. Winger Leandro Trossard was sent off, first half injury time. The Gunners had just 12.5% of possession in the second half, and City had 28 shots in the second period. A number eclipsed only by the momentous Aguero title-winning second half against QPR in 2012. What do you make out of this blockbuster?
It is a blockbuster for us to start with. I mean, let me start by criticizing Lisandro Trossard. I don't like criticizing players, but I felt like
He should have done better.
He should have done better because not a couple of matches ago, we saw the same thing happen with Declan Rice. I mean, they should have learned from it. Losing a key player for a silly action, just like kicking the ball or trying to delay play. You shouldn't do that. I mean, Arteta should, take control and make his players understand that.
You feel he's a little bit laissez-faire?
No,
with his players,
no,
not
he's
very
not.
hard.
He is
maybe firm
because
on them.
I think I watched a documentary on Arsenal a while ago, and he is he knows how to communicate his emotions strictly at the players, and I feel like he is now going to pay attention to this. He's now going to pay attention to the fact that his players want to always delay the time, or it's now becoming something like a characteristic of Arsenal players only want to try and delay the play or use mind games, to delay the game. But they can't keep doing this. They need to show the stride of champions. I mean, you are going to the Etihad, play the game, but I still want to take out my frustration at Bernardo Silva for making that kind of claim. I mean, I think Man City players are starting to be arrogant. I beg your pardon, because we saw during Champions League when they played Atletico Madrid, I think 2021 season of Champions League. He came out to say that he has never seen a team play behind the ball, play so compact, and just that's the game. That's the only way teams have identified that you can stop
Manchester City dominated the game.
They did.
Through and through.
Through and through, yes. We know Man City has the capacity or has the players, has the quality to dominate the game from beginning to end. So it's now left for the opposing team to know that this is not, we can't match them stride for stride. We have to look for a tactics that will help soak up the pressure, keep these people in check. And I think that was what they had. That was the only option they had to. They could have applied yesterday.
What do you make out of that goal? 98 minutes, 7 minutes time.
It was heartbreaking for me because I really wanted to see City have an L, because Arsenal, for me, playing behind the ball, being so compact, defending with everybody behind the ball is very difficult to do. It's very difficult to play football when you are chasing.
I think the goalkeeper had lost concentration. He was fatigued or something.
I wouldn't really blame the goalkeeper. I would blame it on the players, because they were scattered around him. His vision was blocked at some point. So I think he did well. For me, he was the man of the match, and I think they rightly gave him the man of the match. And all praise to Raya. He was the one that kept them in the game. Shots were flying in from left, right, and center, and you see this Raya just stopping them, and you're like, oh my God, at the edge of your seat. So it was a blockbuster, like you said, and I'd say kudos to Arsenal.
Well, Luis Diaz scored twice in 2 first half minutes as Liverpool returned to winning ways in the Premier League with an emphatic victory over Bournemouth at Anfield. Now, you recall that Arne Slot's team were beaten 1-0 by Nottingham Forest, where they walked alone into the forest. The win lifted Liverpool top of the Premier League before Sunday's game between last season's top two, Manchester City and Arsenal, happened. So let's take a look at some of the EPL results and take a look at the table after the weekend. We saw, games as well, Chelsea against West Ham. Yep. We also saw, Manchester United in action. But then West Ham losing at home to Chelsea gave some talking points, or well, some bragging rights to the Blues. Yeah. Aston Villa were winners over Wolverhampton Wanderers. We saw Newcastle United lose to Fulham. Leicester City and Everton were in a 1-1 draw. And of course, Southampton and Ipswich shared the spoils 1-0. Tottenham Hotspur beat Brentford 3-1. A massive comeback for them after that game against Arsenal. Yeah. And Crystal Palace and Manchester United goalless. That broke a lot of hearts.
It did, mine especially, because I expected that Manchester United would go there and show their prowess. I mean, they did that in the midweek, and they gave everybody high hopes that they can repeat that feat and copy and paste it on Saturday, and just give us a wonderful viewership. But then it was really more or less cancellations, wrong decisions, and just
plenty things.
Crazy.
But then let's move over to the La Liga, where Barcelona beat Villarreal to maintain their 100% record in the La Liga. It was Barca's goalkeeper Marc-Andre ter Stegen who suffered a very serious injury and had to be carried off on a stretcher. Robert Lewandowski got 2 goals and missed the penalty. Rafinha grabbed a double, and Pablo Torre also scored as Hansi Flick's side made it 6 league wins from 6. So Barcelona are top of the La Liga, 4 points clear of reigning champions Real Madrid, who have drawn 2 of their 6 matches. But Kylian Mbappe scored his 4th goal in 3 La Liga games as Real Madrid came from behind to earn an emphatic victory over Espanyol. Despite their dominance, the unbeaten hosts thrilled 9 minutes into the second half when Thibaut Courtois diverted Geoffrey Carrera's cross into his own net. And now that turnaround was complete with 15 minutes remaining when Rodrigo met Vinicius Junior's cross before substitute Vinicius added a third 3 minutes later. And then Kylian superstar Mbappe converted a late penalty. I mean, it just allowed him, dude, put your name on the score sheet or something like that. So Barcelona top of the table, Real Madrid in second, Atletico Madrid in third, Atletico Club in third, I beg your pardon, and followed by Atletico Madrid with 12 points. So it's 18, 14, 13, 12, completing the first four, teams there that will be making it to the Champions League. That is, if it remains like that, but then you know that these things will not be like this for a very long time. So you have a look at the table, see how things are, in the La Liga, and of course, about 7 or 6 games have been played across board with a lot more to happen. And we do have a game today, and that's going to be Real Betis taking on Mallorca at 8 p.m. So La Liga still happens tonight, Monday Night Football. Yeah. But then quickly we move on to the Serie A, where Marcio Gabbia scored a dramatic late winner as AC Milan beat the very fierce rivals in Inter. Now, it was a Milan derby, and to ease that pressure, AC Milan had to win to ease the pressure on their manager, Paulo Fonseca. Now, Milan came into the game with a report suggesting that the boss, Fonseca, was under huge pressure just 4 games into the Serie A season after what has been described as an underwhelming start for them. So we saw them picking up the maximum, win there, 2-1 against Inter. Congratulations to Milan on that one. In other games, Juve and Napoli both missed the chance to move to the top of the Serie A table after it ended goalless in Turin. It was a barren stalemate at the Allianz Arena, and I've not seen such a game. But then finders keepers. It's best no victor, no vanquish. Everyone just rest your case. So in all the games, we saw Venezia beat Genoa 2-0. We also saw Leeds and Parma end up 2-2. That was on Saturday. And then previously, all the games have been played. Check out on the screen the results of these games. Fiorentina 2, Lazio 1, Monza 1, Bologna 2, and then Roma seeming to have picked up the biggest scoreline of the weekend, having beaten Udinese by 3-0. All right, today we'll see Atlanta play host to Como at 7:45 p.m. and hopefully our boy will be in action.
Yeah, I was going to say that Ademola Lookman should light up the stage, coming back from a barren Champions League outing. I feel like he will be recharged, he'll be revitalized, and he will be ready to take this league by storm, because he's the shining light at the moment in that team, and he's, won from Nigeria. Everyone will be watching that game to see how far, he goes and how much he competes. I know Nigeria knows how to support their own, regardless of whatever
club affiliations, wherever we
just know how to support their own, and would really be behind him. Go out there and show us what you're capable of.
Well, talking about Nigerians, let's backtrack a little bit to the La Liga, where we do have Juke and Iheanacho not getting enough playing time, in the La Liga. And that seems to cause a bit of worry for supporters and Nigerians who follow these leagues, and there's probably the idea that they might be loaned out. Do you think that would be good for them?
Well, it depends on what the manager sees or how the manager wants to play. First and foremost, I don't know why they got those players if they are not going to play them, but I think it's more or less like an easing in process. It's more or less like an onboarding process. They need to, get accustomed to the league. And I don't see a better way of getting accustomed to the league when you're not playing. You can't sit on the bench and say, "Oh, I'm taking in or doing IT."
But then need player.
But then you need to, rack up some playing time, which can also impact, their performances as well. Because if these players are sat on the bench, once they have 10 minutes cameo, what do they, it takes a huge mentality for you to be able to come on and change the game. But then we clamoring for change, and we're clamoring for these players. If you do not want to lose them, please send them out on loan, because they're important to us in our national team. And we're really hoping to see our Nigerian players flourish in the international scene.
Well, let's get on the train and go across to Germany. Guten Tag, Germany. Harry Kane became the top scoring English player in Bundesliga history Well, he netted his 41st league goal for Bayern Munich, and it was 5-0, contributing a fraction, of the number of goals scored at Werder Bremen. Michael Olise and Jamal Musiala gave the visitors a 2-goal lead at halftime before Kane slotted past Werder Bremen goalkeeper Mikel Zetera from the edge of the box, and his landmark goal moved him above Jadon Sancho, who scored 40 Bundesliga goals for Borussia Dortmund. Now, that result has ensured that Vincent Kompany side remain top of the Bundesliga table. 4 wins. Take a look at it on the screen. The Bundesliga has got a newcomer leading it. Champions Bayer Leverkusen remained a point behind Bayern. And that's also after a dramatic 4-3 victory over Wolfsburg. We saw Victor Boniface score in the 3rd minute of injury time for Leverkusen. While seeing the highlights of that game, the goal was coming back to back. I mean, you score, I score. And Victor Boniface was able to, score that. And he put up a post that is available for marriage, right? I mean, if you're looking for fiancé with price tags. Anyway, that's social media rant. Borussia Dortmund in another fixture thrashed 5-1 by Stuttgart.
I never saw that one coming. Well, we know what Stuttgart are capable of. We saw their outing against the Champions League winners, Real Madrid. But going and doing that against Borussia Dortmund, I never expected that. But really, it's really a good one to see that there's no king forever. So Dortmund need to go back to the drawing board and right their wrongs. But it was an embarrassing outing for them, I would tell you.
Newly promoted start hosting Kiel picked up their first point from the game at Bochum. And we want to see how they will to survive. Union Berlin had beaten Hoffenheim 2-1. Eintracht Frankfurt were winners over Borussia Mönchengladbach 2-0. Well, earlier we saw Augsburg lose to Mainz 2-3. That was on Friday. To the French Ligue 1, Jonathan Rowe bagged the 90th minute winner for Marseille as they came from behind to clinch a 3-2 victory over Lyon in the Ligue 1. England's under-21 international scored his first goal for the club after joining from Norwich City on a season-long loan. Marseille are level on points with Paris Saint-Germain, who drew 1-1 with Reims on 13 points after 5 matches. Monaco are on the same number of points after battling 3-1 win over Le Havre. We also saw Marseille, PSG and Monaco all unbeaten in the league this season, along with 4th place Lens. We'll take a moment, and when we return, we'll be completing the remainder of the show right here on SOUQ Sports.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Glad to know you are still with us. I'm trying to learn how to swing. Straight to golf. America's Billy Horschel held his nerve to beat Rory McIlroy in the Chilean playoff and clinch the BMW PGA Championship title. Horschel, McIlroy, and Tristan Lawrence entered the 3-way playoff at Wentworth in Surrey after ending the final rounds on 20 under par. So a bogey from Lawrence on the first hole made it a 2-horse race, and Horschel wrapped up victory with an eagle. It's the second time Horschel has won the PGA Championship, having also come out on top at Wentworth in 2021. So for Rory McIlroy, it's another near miss after being beaten in tight fashion on several occasions this year, and that also includes last week's Irish Open when falling away in the later stages during his pursuit of a 5th major at the US Open. So quickly we get into the car, belt up, cross it, shift gears and throttle. Formula One, McLaren's Lando Norris dominated the Singapore Grand Prix to take a further chunk out of Max Verstappen's advantage in the championship. Verstappen finished a distant second in his Red Bull. Is now 52 points ahead of the Briton with maximum of 180 available over the remaining 6 races. But Norris was deprived of an extra point by Daniel Ricciardo after Red Bull's junior team RB fitted soft tires with a lap to go, so the Australian could take the fastest lap from the Briton on the final tour. Despite Norris's imperious win, the average point gain by which he needs to eat into Verstappen's lead still went up to slightly 8.7 a race. So Norris McLaren teammate Oscar Piastri finished third from 5th on the grid, passing both Mercedes driver on track after a later pit stop. So Ferrari's Charles Leclerc looked like he might do the same as he fought back from his 9th place on the grid. But then, after passing Lewis Hamilton, George Russell held off the Ferrari when he caught him in the closing laps to take 4th from Leclerc and Hamilton. Oh, crazy stuff. We'll run away from Formula One now real quick and let you know that 2-time world heavyweight champion Anthony Joshua is at crossroads. Hold on. He was humbled at the hands of fellow Briton Daniel Dubois, and it happened at the Wembley. Pow, pow, pow. Crazy. Now, the 34-year-old was demolished in a powerful display by a man 7 years his junior. It was a 5th career defeat for Joshua, following losses to odds in the SOUQ in 2021 and 2022, and underdog Andy Rius Jr. in 2019. Saturday's fight was ages 32nd as a professional, and afterwards, he hinted he had a rematch clause. Well, another boxer, Fury, watching ringside, joked that a television camera, that Joshua's defeat had cost him £150 million. And that sort of fee, he said, he could have expected if the two were to fight. In the meantime, Fury must focus on his rematch with Usyk in Saudi Arabia. That's coming up in December. Yep. Joshua won gold at the 2012 Olympics in his home city of London and claimed his first world title over 5 years. 8 years ago. What do you make out of that fight?
Well, it was a disappointing outing, especially for his fans here, in Nigeria. But I would say he made a lot of errors that he could have avoided from a professional angle. Looking at it, you don't keep yourself open when you are fighting somebody as deadly, somebody as deadly as Dubois. You shouldn't give him those kind of chances. Yeah, he was a bit hungry. Joshua, he was, throwing in some punches, or he was packing in some punches there, but it was not as effective as the one Dubois landed. So I think he should go back to the drawing board, get his, tactics right. If he does get a rematch, he should come up on top, because he shouldn't, give us a disappointing outing again. But I guess he would do what is expected of him and, get us where we need to be, or get himself where he needs to be.
Well, congratulations to Dubois, and better luck next time to Anthony Joshua. To tennis, let's let you know that Spain's Carlos Alcaraz stealed a straight set win against American Taylor Fritz to lead Team Europe to a 13-11 victory at the Lava Cup in Berlin. Of course, we hear the Manchester City are firmly in the mix to sign Germans Jamal Musiala, who's 21, but then they're facing competition from Real Madrid for the Bayern Munich midfielder. Liverpool defender Trent Alexander-Arnold and the 25-year-old England international says winning trophies will be very key, when it comes to signing a contract extension with Liverpool. And Newcastle are the latest Premier League club to enter the race to sign American-born Italy's under-21 forward Luca Colesio, who is 20. The Premier League, along with Europe's top league, are trying to agree on a plan, and that plan means who would be going where. So it will mean the next summer transfer window closes before the start of the season, not eating into the season. Well, onto sports business, let's let you know that a new 3-year agreement has been reached with Barclays to remain the title sponsor of the Women's Super League and the Women's Champions League. And we hear that it's worth a region of £15 million a year. Oof. including investment, marketing, and it's double the previous arrangement, which runs out at the end of the season. And, Barclays became the title sponsor in 2019, and the renewal is set to be the biggest deal in the women's domestic football. And you realize they also extended their partnership with the Premier League, agreeing a new 4-year deal. Money makes the world go round.
Money really
even in
makes
sports, it
everything
makes
run.
the world go round.
And it's just outrageous to hear the amounts they're calling, but then it's good for the sport.
Yeah.
It keeps it moving, it keeps it rolling, it keeps the ball rolling. I mean, everybody is fed at the end of the day. Everybody takes home something at the end of the day. But it's like a major deal, when it comes to feminine sports or women football.
Yeah.
And it's good to see that we are taking positives, are making positive strides in encouraging these women to, come out and, show what they are able to do and deliver on the big stage, encouraging them to, feel included in this. But it's an encouraging side, really, and it's a welcome development.
Oh, time flies when you're having fun. Many thanks to you for watching, but then we'd want to continue the conversation on social media. And so we ask you to go to our various social media platforms, SOUQ News Television, SOUQ News TV across board. Like, comment, share, and do let us know. We'd want to hear your feedback. We want to find out what your thoughts are. And I've been with none other than the most eligible
Charlie Montero. Well, it's a breeze, really. We really expect to spend longer time with you guys. We don't want to leave, but we have to. And it's a wrap, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we will say goodbye. See you on Wednesday.
we could do like normal.
I'm not ready. Chill. I have to go and work out. I have to. No. Let's do the rematch on Wednesday. I'll be ready for you. Yeah.
All right, Wednesday we'll be back at 1 p.m. West African time. Until then, have yourself a wonderful day. Keep watching SOUQ News Television, and many thanks for everyone who's ensured that you can receive us crisp, loud, and clear. Pop, pop.
World. Staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth report. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role
in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Well, Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaya Kishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaya Kishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up on Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student in PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to two commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the two commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period teaching for 1 year at Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of the state, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobiobi Egbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Demola Badejo was the secretary. I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of our SWAN, Sports Travel Association, during the time of Fan Ndubuisi. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12 and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, MassCom. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer. Because the way I see it now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. That is it.
All right, from your story, it's proper to refer to you as proper Omoiko. Now, I would like you to give us a picture of what
I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoiko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yes, you're right. I'm an Omoiko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, serve all the breeze, eat fruits, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted. Then, Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we'll put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see? They are like ponds. In those days, I could remember, if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses. Comfortable houses. Small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN then. Electricity Corporation of Nigeria. ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that we started seeing the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Fọlọ́runṣọ́ got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure again, at Lawani Street. She was working at Lutz as a nurse then, and this man she thought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these Babatunde Fọlọ́runṣọ́ people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny. In Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in a hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. So shortly after that, he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution. at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set, and shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery. Because the guns were so many after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people can do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is a coastline settlement, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then, and the man who inherited that was Adam Emmanuel. Adam Emmanuel gave birth to his children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal was Ramotu Emmanuel, who is my own great grandmother, and she was left to take care of that place, but she was West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on, and his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court, and she won that case. Went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, it was established that the land, Morocco, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner. So Morocco was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. He had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first Baali of Morocco. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadri Olaya Kishimori. He became the Baali after him, after the first Baali, and he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahim was the first chief imam of Morocco, and his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Baali of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with NIPOST. Then, before he went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olaya Kishimori, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offsprings. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her, and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Mandela. And Maoko, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank. And she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been going ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Maoko, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive there. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Maoko in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Maoko. People will be flying the third mainland bridge, and you'll be seeing that death, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again, we can give those who are there, part of what we've built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I called them, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think positively for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Maoko has a lot of resources. Maoko is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Maoko to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people, and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now we are appealing to the present Lagos State government Sanwo-Olu to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together. Let us see what we have. Let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Maoko. Oh, Maoko is a slum. Maoko, they are living on water. Maoko, no, there are so many good things about Maoko. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these, I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Maoko. As far as Lagos is concerned, Maoko is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Maoko for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Morocco, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. We don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Morocco. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Morocco is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Morocco today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land that will, as usual, people will say, no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to... They have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they draw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Morocco, all the children in Morocco will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Morocco that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the Morocco environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things. And it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Morocco. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest, as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow.
I was hoping you would talk about the potential of tourism in the village. Maybe you can shed more light.
That's what I said, at the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation spots. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money, they were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. You could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No. He is my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Maoko is not government land. Maoko is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? I belong to the other family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and says, no, you cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot grow overnight and say you are. No, it's not possible. Well, the initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis, they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the present scenario in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? Who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls? He said, government. Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said he should go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives on me. This is the head of ram robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? And so and so. He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy, will see you later. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were two DPOs sitting with us, and looked at one of them and said, okay, but you two, you were there when they were burying them now. While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that, DPO, but you led them to us to be buried. Now you gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me? How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? One of the legacies I would have said I had was I brought sanity, but it's been erased off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Maogo, and yet the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba of is late now. The Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekombi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember. I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he's from Ilaro, he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. But people saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by the military that if anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. Well, if he's gone now. But I felt bad. How could I have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or her siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry, coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Afatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were all cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all.
There's this advocacy in support that traditional rulers should be ascribed with the constitutional role.
I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, Obi Anoba, Obi Bale, you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves otumbas, even taking the post of Oba or Bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. Yeah, I said I'm optimistic. And I said I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold $1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, $1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you a ticket from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Tinubu going to start from? Oil refineries, you said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is a person who said has built this. Is the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do, but yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. There are other people too. You know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, we should be focused upon. Nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians, have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they'll come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. They take all the money you should have gained, they take it back to their country, because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about £600,000, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said he even showed me letters written to him by his bank that you come and collect loan. In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
Right. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, but I have series of experiences over that. But don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked you? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend Tokubolo Ontoba was the one covering the Don Barracks. And any time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifu. I said, look, Egmon, you are going to Abeokuta. He said, for what? I said, is it that you become the editor here, or you go to Ogun State and become the chief press secretary of the government? I said, what are you talking? I said, look, we have arranged it that you go to Abeokuta to go and become the chief press secretary. He didn't believe it. But myself and the journalists in Abeokuta were fed up of showing us more then. But good enough for Raji Rasaki was the governor then. He accepted our offer that Kunle Odifu should come in as chief press secretary. But he didn't know what to do with Shodin Osho anymore. And good enough, coincidentally, he was taken out of Lagos at that period. So Lawal came in. And when Lawal came in, what happened was that Lawal thought of it and said, okay, people are gunning for Kunle Odifu to come in as chief press secretary. Let's show Nation when become the commissioner, and Kunle Odifa became the chief. So his own position as news editor opened. So I told Tokunbo, go and occupy that position. It was in-house politics. It was in-house politics. And Tokunbo became the news editor. So I went to meet double chief, Drew Onobuli. I said, look, I'm reporting here as the next State House correspondent. The man looked at me and said, where are you coming from? I said, I've come to tell you that I'm resuming. Nobody posted me. But I went to meet him. He said, go back to your office and collect the letter. I said, my letter will come tomorrow morning. He said, what about Tokunbo? What has become of Tokunbo? I said, they have not started Tokunbo. Tokunbo is now in the office as the news editor. And I went back to the office, brought a letter, and I gave it to you. And I started my work in the Don Barracks then. That's all of those things. If I set myself for a goal or a target, I get it.
That's great. Thank you so much, sir. Finally, we would like you to do a shout out to our station. You, the former artist, you introduce yourself, and then you tell people, keep watching SOUQ News TV.
Yeah. I'm so happy about this SOUQ News TV. I'm the Valley of Makoko. I'm a lawyer. I should not say I'm a politician. I'm a human rights activist, and I've watched SOUQ News TV. And I pray for them that they grow like the Al Jazeera's. I pray for them that they grow like the BBC and the CNN. It's a developing station. I'm so impressed, especially with the kind of things you have invested in this place. And I pray and I hope that God will assist you in getting the right personnel to drive this station forward, move this station forward. And I hope the marketers, the advertisers will come in and assist this organization to grow. And please, don't use economic consideration to taint your news. Give us the news as it is. Well done, my brother. Good.
Thank you so much, sir. What a privilege.
Over the past 20 years, the band has been a prominent figure in the African music scene and has been credited with helping to bring Afrobeat to the mainstream of global music. Now 43 years old, the band's latest album, released in August 16, 2024 to mark its 20th anniversary in the music industry, is a testament to its enduring legacy as a trailblazer in the Nigerian African music industry. Having dominated the scene in the early 2000s and 2010s, the band's smooth vocals now convey the tale of a gentleman entering middle age, yet still asserting his status as one of the entertainers who revolutionized Afrobeats. The new 13-song album featured carefully selected artists like Awilo, Akon, Wyclef Jean, and Youssou N'Dour, all pioneers of Afrobeats, reinforce this narrative. In today's News Talk, we are celebrating the evolution of the band as a Nigerian singer and entertainer, tracing his antecedents from Zaria in Nigeria to a global audience of fans. My name is Bayo Olaoye. Oladapo Daniel Oyebanjo, professionally named D'banj, was born on January 9, 1980 in Zaria, Nigeria. He studied at the Nigerian Military School and then went on to pursue a degree in mechanical engineering at the University of Lagos. After graduating with honors, he worked as an engineer for a few years before going to the United Kingdom to pursue music full-time. In 2004, D'banj officially began his music career under Blackbone Music, which was under the imprint of 419 Squad that was founded by JJC Skills, a veteran Nigerian hip-hop and music business mogul. Between 2004 and 2006, D'banj and another up-and-coming music talent, Don Jazzy, were managed by Ayo Shonaya under the R70 imprint. His first 3 music videos, which included Mobolowo, Tongolo and Tongolo Me Remix, were produced and directed by the R70 crew. Later that year, he signed a record and partnership deal with Don Jazzy to create the famous Mo Hits label, which launched him officially into the Nigerian music scene. His first single, Tongolo, was released in 2005 and was an instant hit in Nigeria. Since then, he has gone on to release numerous albums like Rundown 2006 and Entertainer 2008, and singles such as Why Me, Oliver Twist, Fall in Love, Emergency, Mr. Endowed, Igwe, Something for Something, and many more hits that has created a nostalgic era of the 2000s and early 2010s. In 2010, the band began collaborating with American artists like Snoop Dogg, and in 2011 signed a deal with Kanye West's GOOD Music label. That same year, the band scored a major hit with his single Oliver Twist, which topped a number of African charts and fared well in the United Kingdom and Europe as well. The Coco concert, which took place at HMV Apollo Hammersmith in London on the 29th of August 2011, was a highlight of the band's career. The event was hosted by comedian Eddie Caddy and featured stellar performances from the Mo Hits All-Stars, Don Jazzy, The Band, Wande Cole, Dr. Seed, The Prince, and K-Switch, alongside top music talent Tiwa Savage, KAS, Dot Star, and the surprise guest Kanye West. The event was capped off by West removing his chain and wearing it on the bench. To music enthusiasts in that area, that was a huge deal, as Kanye West was one of the biggest artists in the world then. Kanye West's performance at the Coco concert signaled the start of a new era of collaboration with international artists from all over the world. Today, Nigerian acts are celebrated all over the world with international creative collaborations and business partnerships and distribution deals. In 2012, the partnership between the band and Don Jazzy ended as the pair split up. According to reports, the decision to part ways was agreed upon by the two former creative partners. The once thriving music duo, the band and Jazzy, faced increasing tensions within their Mo Hits Records partnership. Disagreements over business structure, alleged the band's dominance, and financial disparity, among others, contributed to the strain. The growing rift, coupled with the band's perceived absence during the crisis, ultimately led to the collapse of their successful partnership. The band, after dissolving its partnership with Don Jazzy, began working on a compilation album which will eventually come out with his new venture, DB Records, with the album The King's Men. The band teamed up with Akon on two songs in 2015 called Feeling, The Niaga, and Frosh. These songs were part of his EP called An Epic Journey, which he released on a series of music videos. The band music was becoming more like an urban hip-hop at the time. He released another album called King Don't Come in 2017. In 2024, the band marked its 20th year with the release of the entertainer The Squirrel, and still keeps a good relationship with Don Jazzy. The band has won numerous awards throughout his career, including Best African Act at MTV Europe Music Awards in 2006, Best International Act Africa at the BET Awards in 2011, Artist of the Year at the African Music Awards in 2014, Best Male Actor at the MTV African Music Awards 2016, and several others. He was nominated for a Grammy Award in 2013 for his collaboration with Kanye West on the song All of the Nights. As far as history can tell, the Coco Master, the band, is still a master of the art and an undisputed leader of Afrobeat in the entire world. He has carved a niche for himself as an outstanding and renowned Nigerian singer and entertainer. I am Bayo Olaoye. In Lagos State, access to clean water and sanitation has long been a persistent challenge to residents. To address these enduring issues, both government, practitioners, stakeholders, international partners, community leaders, civil society organizations, in conjunction with international agencies such as the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, have taken steps to seek sustainable solutions to the complex challenges facing the water, hygiene, and sanitation sectors in Lagos. In today's news talk, my focus is on the critical role of water in fostering peace, cooperation, and socio-economic development in any society. I am Bayo Olaoye. There is a need to emphasize the fundamental importance of water as a human right, and that there must be collective action to address the inequalities in access to clean water. There is also the intrinsic relationship between water scarcity and conflict, with the potential of water diplomacy to bridge divides and build lasting partnerships. Recently, the Lagos State government took the bull by the horn by establishing the Water, Sanitation and Hygiene Policy, also called WASH, as a guiding framework for equitable distribution of clean water and sanitation services, and empowering communities to take ownership of their water resources. The program's support for various activities in the water sector, including capacity building and rehabilitation of waterworks, represent a holistic approach to water management and underscores the dedication of government to promote water security and sustainability in urban areas. The Lagos State Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, emphasized the pivotal role of water in fostering peace and cooperation among communities, and commended the WASH policy, pointing out that the state government will not leave anyone behind in its quest for water security and peace. The WASH policy represents a milestone in streamlining the frequently antiquated WASH sector, emphasizing crucial governance reforms, sectoral coordination, institutional role classification, and service decentralization. Tokunbo Lawal emphasized the proactive and structural framework adopted by the government in executing the policy. Key initiatives included establishment of a planning committee tasked with overseeing the implementation, holding quarterly review meetings to monitor progress, and organizing a workshop to delve deeply into the intricacies of the policy. These policy-led initiatives underscores the dedication of government to address the complexity within the WASH sector and signifies a significant step towards achieving sustainable and equitable access to water, sanitation, and hygiene services for all residents of Lagos State. There is a need by the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission, SOUQ, to establish a robust regulatory framework designed to imbue the sector with a culture of regulation, ensuring adherence to set standards and promoting the entitlements of consumers to quality services. Standards for services must be established, which serve as benchmarks for service providers, ensuring consistency and reliability in service delivery. Finally, while advocating for the rights of the consumers to quality services, SOUQ must emphasize the importance of transparency and accountability in all aspects of its operations. I am Bayo Olaoye. The Anambra State government has announced plans to rebuild and reclaim the master plan of the famous Onitsha market in Onitsha. This is good news to businessmen, traders, and entrepreneurs across the country. Governor Chukwuma Soludo, who made the announcement in Onitsha, said that the Onitsha market was reputed to be the largest market in West Africa, adding that it will be rebuilt by the state government to international standards. The governor stated that with the existence of a master plan for the market will be rebuilt soon into multi-story complexes and 21st century compliant. In this news talk, I will be examining this bold and inspiring message, an issue on the minds of many businessmen and entrepreneurs from the eastern parts of the country. I am Bayo Olaoye. Governor Chukwuma Soludo expressed the deliberate intention of his administration to transform the Onitsha metropolis while commissioning the Trans-Nkisi Recreation Center in Onitsha. The governor, who described Onitsha as the commercial capital of the southeast, said that if Onitsha did not progress, the entire region will not progress, adding that attention must be paid to the town. The governor stated that with the population surge, a master plan for a greater Onitsha will be essential, at least for the next generation, pointing out that Anambra had the smallest landmass after Lagos. He also disclosed that all trunk A roads in Onitsha will be dualized and provided with street lights. Governor Soludo stressed that his administration was literally breathing life into towns in Anambra State, as everywhere was witnessing development and the whole place was turning to a large construction site. The governor noted that due to inadequate resources, the Public-Private Community Partnership (PPCP) model will be used to develop the state, as it was prioritizing needs. He expressed his gratitude to the people in Anambra State who have responded to the call to assist government and enumerated several roads built by wealthy individuals from Anambra State, which he had already commissioned since the call was made. Evaluating the resources available to the state government, the governor stated that it was nothing to write home about, as it was meager, but urged citizens in the state to pay their taxes. He criticized and spoke strongly against wealthy and influential people in the society who evaded the payment of tax for one reason or the other. The governor expressed his readiness to partner with private individuals in the prosecution of projects that will have impact on the lives of the people. The president of the Traders Association in amenities for the people in the areas of education, roads, health, infrastructure, security, water resources, and agriculture. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Welcome to News Hour on SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komalafe. First, the major headlines. Thank you for joining us. Now we bring you the news in full. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has taken decisive action to combat cybercrime and transnational car theft. He directed security agencies to intensify efforts in cracking down on individuals involved in these illicit activities, emphasizing that depriving criminals of their proceeds is a potent tool to combating these crimes. This move is part of Nigeria's commitment to tackling money laundering, cybercrime, and other financial crimes. The president commended the Economic and Financial Crime Commission (EFCC) for its recent handover of 53 vehicles and $180,300 to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police (RCMP), benefiting to Canadian citizens who fell victim to cyber crimes. President Tinubu stressed the importance of preserving the value of seized and confiscated movable assets for the state, society, and victims, in line with existing legislation and international conventions. He instructed anti-corruption agencies to protect Nigeria's economic and financial integrity from organized crime infiltration. The president also affirmed Nigeria's commitment to working with international partners to ensure that cyber crimes and organized crime groups involved in transnational car theft are deprived of the benefits of their illegal activities. This collaborative approach demonstrates Nigeria's determination to safeguard its economic and financial integrity while promoting global security. Again, President Bola Tinubu announced a significant 40% increase in allocation to states and local governments through the Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAC. This rise comes as Nigeria's debt service to revenue ratio improved from 97% to approximately 60%, indicating a healthier fiscal environment. Also, the country's foreign reserves have grown to about $37 billion, up from $35 billion in 2023. In response to criticism regarding his economic policies, particularly the subsidy removal, Tinubu highlighted that over $6 billion in inherited foreign exchange backlogs have been cleared. His administration has also introduced grants for medium and small-scale enterprises MSMEs, benefiting millions of small business owners, alongside a distribution of over 10,000 conversion kits for compressed natural gas (CNG) to reduce petrol dependency. Tinubu emphasized the government's commitment to support citizens, noting that thousands are now benefiting from a new student loan scheme and a consumer credit program aimed at civil servants as part of ongoing effort to mitigate the economic impact of subsidy removal. On Nigeria's economy, Nigeria's external reserves have surged to $37.31 billion, the highest since November 2022, marking a 12.99% rise in 2024. This recovery, reported by the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) on September 18, 2024, is driven by increased foreign inflows, including domestic dollar bonds, remittances, multilateral loans, and foreign investments. Key contribution includes $500 million raised from the domestic dollar bond and $553 million in remittances over the past year. Despite these gains, the Naira remains weak, ranked among the 10 worst-performing currencies globally. However, foreign exchange inflows increased by 57% year-on-year, reaching $8.86 billion in February 2024, fueled by new investments, foreign direct investment, and portfolio inflows. Away from that, the federal government has given its stamp of approval to the Bakassi Deep Sea Port Integrated Project, a groundbreaking initiative poised to revolutionize Nigeria's maritime sector and turbocharge the Economy Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, announced the endorsement, highlighting the project's potential as Nigeria's first agro-value chain-based deep sea port. The strategic project is featured a 217-kilometer superhighway, serving as an evacuation corridor to the north, and facilitates the export of key agricultural products such as rubber, timber, cocoa, palm oil, and livestock. The Bakassi Deep Sea Port is expected to enhance Nigeria's competitive edge in the global market, boost foreign exchange earnings, and contribute significantly to socio-economic development through job creation, trade facilitation, and increased revenue generation. The project's adoption of the public-private partnership model ensures its competitiveness and attractiveness to local and international stakeholders. With its alignment with the federal government's renewed hope agenda, the Bakassi Deep Sea Port symbolizes Nigeria's commitment to sustainable practices and economic diversification, paving the way for a brighter maritime future. Moving on, the National Pension Commission, PENCOM, has disclosed that it recovered 27.97 billion naira from employers defaulting on pension remittances since June 2012. The sum includes 13.60 billion naira in principal contributions and 14.17 billion naira in penalties, emphasizing PENCOM's commitment to enforcing pension regulations. In the second quarter of 2024 alone, 336.255 million naira was recovered from 35 defaulters, with 125.57 million naira in contribution and 210.68 million naira in penalties. PENCOM also expressed refunds for exempt security pensioners and continues effort to expand pension enrollment to Nigeria's informal sector, targeting over 60 million workers. Pension fund assets have grown to 20.79 trillion naira as of July 2024. Updates on the just concluded Edo State election. President Bola Tinubu has congratulated Senator Monday Okpebolo on his victory in the Edo governorship election, which took place on Saturday. Okpebolo, the All Progressive Congress APC candidate, won the election with 291,667 votes, defeating his closest rival, SOUQ Ighodalo of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, who polled 247,274 votes. This win is a testament to the people's support for the ruling party's progressive ideas and economic re-engineering program. President Tinubu praised APC leaders, Edo leaders, and party governors for their hard work in achieving victory. He urged the governor to view his win as a call to service, demonstrating magnanimity by reaching out to his political rivals and uniting the Edo of the people's development. Tinubu also commended other candidates for their contributions to advancing Nigeria's democracy and commended the people of Edo for their peaceful conduct during the election. The president acknowledged INEC and security agencies for conducting a successful and largely hitch-free exercise, showcasing Nigeria's maturity in democracy after 25 years. In a progressive move, the Lagos University Teaching Hospital LUT and Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria SAFN have launched a groundbreaking bone marrow transplant program to cure sickle cell diseases in Nigeria. This program addresses significant health challenges and provides comprehensive care, including newborn screening, penicillin, prophylaxis, and transcational Doppler screening. The program has already begun treatment patients, with 2 individuals receiving cell infusion. Bone marrow transplant is a recognized cure for sickle cell disease, with advancement making it viable for children and adults with severe cases. LUT's program is supported by the multidisciplinary team and guided by international experts, offering hope to individuals affected by sickle cell disease in Nigeria. On humanitarian, the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, has announced a $3 million emergency aid package to support over 67,000 flood victims in Maiduguri, Borno State, Nigeria. This funding aims to provide essential food, shelter, and medical assistance to those displaced by the catastrophe floods. USAID is collaborating with the United Nations and local organizations to ensure that resources reach affected individuals. The World Food Programme, WFT, is delivering hot meals to internally displaced persons in 4 camps and offering nutritional support to vulnerable groups, including pregnant women and young children. Also, the International Organization for Migration is using U.S. aid funds to address urgent needs across Nigeria. The U.S. government recommended the resilience of Maiduguri's residents and the effort of first responders, extending heartfelt condolences to all affected by the disease. It is time to focus on more stories from Africa. We'll be back after this break. Please stay. South Africa's broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Commission, led by SOUQ Matona, is working to address the country's significant racial inequality by introducing new incentives and potential fines to encourage corporate participation. The current system, established in 2003, uses a scorecard to reward companies for hiring and promoting Black people. But critics argue it hasn't been effective, with unemployment rates 5 times higher for Black people than white people. To tackle this, Matona plans to enhance incentives for compliance, focusing on skills development and enterprise investment, and potentially fining non-compliant companies. President Cyril Ramaphosa supports this approach, emphasizing the need to address racial inequality, describing it as an existential challenge for South Africa. However, some analysts argued that the law should be repealed, citing unnecessary bureaucracy and increased business costs. Despite these differences view, the Commission aims to have amendments tabled in Parliament within 12 months, marking a crucial step towards promoting economic empowerment and reducing inequality in South Africa. Still in South Africa, its former Foreign Minister, Naledi Pandor, has been appointed chair of the Nelson Mandela Foundation effective October 1. A prominent public intellectual and one of South Africa's longest-serving parliamentarian, Pandor becomes the third person to lead the foundation since its establishment in 1999. She worked closely with Nelson Mandela during South Africa's first democratic administration in the 1990s. Pandor expressed her commitment to advancing Mandela's legacy, especially in today's complex world, where promoting social justice is crucial. She emphasized the importance of the foundation's work in addressing global challenges and looks forward to making a significant impact. During her time as Foreign Minister, Pandor was a strong advocate for the Palestinian cause, which led to South Africa filing a genocide case against Israel last December. Despite facing threats, she remained steadfast in her stance against oppression, further showcasing her dedication to human rights and justice. Away from that, Kenya's leading telecom company, Safaricom, will spearhead the implementation of an $815 million integrated healthcare information technology system, IHTS, as part of the country's healthcare reform. Partnering with Apero Limited and Convergence Network Solutions Limited, Safaricom will lead efforts to digitalize Kenya's public health sector under the new Social Health Insurance Fund, SHIF, which replaces the National Health Insurance Fund, NHIF. The consortium will invest over 104 billion South African for the IHHC rollout, focusing on key infrastructure like health information exchange to unify patients' records, promoting interoperationality across healthcare systems nationwide. The project will also include digitalization through a standard-based integrated hospital management information system, cloud infrastructure, secure networks, and power-back system. Safaricom CEO Peter Indigwa highlighted that the project will be funded through monthly installments beginning in 2025, eliminating upfront capital costs for the Ministry of Health. Also, the company's track record of deploying digital platforms will further support the nationwide rollout. Let us shift our attention to the Middle East right after now. We'll be back. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum has approved a 10 billion dirhams expansion plan for the Dubai Exhibition Center (DEC) at Expo City, Dubai, set to become the largest indoor events venue in the region. This initiative is part of the Dubai 2040 Urban Master Plan, aimed at transforming Expo City into a dynamic economic hub for global exhibitions and events. Sheikh Mohammed emphasized the importance of the DEC in boosting tourism and economic growth. The expansion will occur in 3 phases, starting with the completion of 140,000 square meters of exhibition space by 2026, nearly 2.5 times the current capacity. By 2031, the DEC will feature 180,000 square meters, accommodating up to 60 large-scale events annually, significantly increasing Dubai's role in the international exhibition market. This project aligns with Dubai's goal to enhance its possible position as a global business and tourism hub, leveraging strategic location and world-class infrastructure to attract international participation across various sectors, including technology, healthcare, and finance. On foreign exchange, the Japanese yen rebounded from its intraday losses on Monday amid time trading driven by the Bank of Japan decision to maintain its interest rate targets. BOJ Governor Kazuo Ueda emphasized the central bank's commitment to adjusting monetary easing to achieve economic and inflation goals. Japan's economy shows moderate recovery, but underlying weaknesses persist. Meanwhile, the US dollar rose as Treasury yields recovered, despite expectations of further rate cuts by the US Federal Reserve. Market analysts await key economic indicators, including the U.S. Purchasing Managers Index (PMI) data. Japan's Consumer Price Index (CPI) reaches 3.0% year-on-year in August, while the core national CPI hit a 6-month high of 2.8%. The U.S. dollar to Japanese yen pair trades around 144.40, moving within a descending channel. A break above 144.70 could signal bullish sentiment, with resistance at the psychological level of 145,000. Moving ahead, Odisha Coal and Power Limited (OCPL), a state-run coal producer in India, is set to auction 3 million tons of surplus coal at a 15% discount of the national coal index price. This online auction will take place on October 4, reflecting a notable shift in demand dynamics for coal in the country. Recent data from India's coal ministry reveals that domestic coal production has risen by 7.12% year-on-year, reaching 370 million metric tons from April 1 to August 25. The surge in production comes as electricity demand from coal-fired power plants remains limited, largely due to recent end of the monsoon season. Exports such as vias from IA Energy Natural Resources suggest that this scale indicates a high supply and reduced demand for coal. Also, India's thermal coal imports are projected to decline for the first time since the COVID-19 pandemic. This is as a result of increasing domestic output and record inventory levels. On finance, China's central bank, the People's Bank of China, PBOC, injected 234.6 billion yuan, approximately $33.29 billion, into the banking system on Monday, marking its first 14-day cash injection in the month. The move, which reduced the 14-day reserves repo rate from 1.95% to 1.85%, aims to ensure adequate liquidity ahead of China's National Day holiday starting on October 1. This cash injection also aligns with 14-day repo rate with the 7-day repo rate, which was previously lowered in July. While analysts do not view this as a major policy shift, it signals the PBOC's efforts to ease monetary conditions. Market observers expect further rate cuts and a reduction in the reserve requirement ratio in the coming months to combat deflationary pressures and stimulate economic growth. China's economy faces significant challenges, with growth expectations falling below the government's 5% target. Authorities are expected to provide further policy guidance at a press conference on Tuesday. In the face of global challenges, September 21 stands out as a pivotal moment for reflection and action on the International Day of Peace. This year emphasizes how environmental issues drive conflict and social tensions. As we come together to promote nonviolence and reconciliation, this day reaffirms our commitment to a peaceful and sustainable world. Joy Chuma brings you more in this report.
Peace is a fundamental aspiration shared by all as we continuously seek to create harmonious environments both at home and in the workplace. Across the globe, individuals have taken it upon themselves to lead efforts in promoting peace, each contributing their own distinctive insights and approaches. These diverse perspectives come together to nurture cultures rooted in understanding, cooperation, and mutual respect, fostering a world where peace is not just a goal, but a way of life. Today, September 21st, marks the International Day of Peace, a significant global observance dedicated to promoting non-violence, reconciliation, and ceasefire. Established by the United Nations in 1981, this day serves as a reminder of the vital importance of peace, tolerance, and understanding in resolving conflict. People around the world celebrate this day with the goal of fostering peaceful homes and workplaces, drawing on their unique perspectives to create cultures of harmony. This year's theme, Climate Action for Peace, underscores the connection between environmental challenges and global conflicts. Climate challenges, rising temperatures, natural disasters, and resources scarcity often heighten social tensions, displaces communities, and fuels violence. As such, the 2024 theme draws attention to how environmental degradation can spark unrest and highlights the urgent need for climate justice as a foundation for lasting peace. This annual observance serves to raise global awareness about the importance of peace, encouraging nations and individuals to resolve conflicts through dialogue, non-violence, and reconciliation. It provides a platform for advocating ceasefire, promoting tolerance, and highlighting the interconnectedness of issues like climate and social unrest. This day also celebrates the efforts of peace builders worldwide, emphasizing the collective responsibility of fostering harmony, empathy, and understanding across diverse communities. Ultimately, it reinforces the global commitment to achieving lasting peace and sustainable development for all. This year's theme highlights the impact of environmental degradation on conflict and instability. As the world grapples with growing environmental and social challenges, the International Day of Peace 2024 reinforces the United Nations commitment to peace, human rights, and the sustainable development goals. The words of the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres reminds us that peace is not just absence of conflict, it's a state of mind, a way of being, and a collective responsibility. The global community is called to cultivate empathy, understanding, and harmony in pursuit of a more peaceful and sustainable future for all. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
Thank you very much, Joy, for that report. Let's embrace peace. And now we'll bring you more stories from other parts of the world. Speaking on migration labor, the United Kingdom is actively seeking skilled professionals to address labor shortages across key sectors, including healthcare, technology, and construction. In response, the government has introduced various visa pathways to attract international talent, aiming to fill gaps in industries facing shortages. With high demand for roles in STEM fields, artificial intelligence and healthcare, UK employers are offering numerous positions with visa sponsorship, notably software engineering, data scientists, nurses, and civil engineers are among the most sought-after professionals for 2025, with competitive salaries. International workers interested in relocation must identify licensed employers and can explore several visa options, including the skilled worker visa and health and care worker visa. The application process involves securing a job offer, obtaining a certificate of sponsorship, and submitting necessary documentation. This initiative supports economic growth by integrating global talent into the UK workforce. On aviation deal, Total Energy SA has announced a significant partnership with Air France KLM to supply up to 1.5 million tons of sustainable aviation fuel (SAF) over the next decades. This agreement aims to substantially reduce carbon dioxide emissions in the aviation sector and builds upon a previous memorandum of understanding. The contract aligns with Air France KLM's goal of achieving a 30% reduction in carbon dioxide emissions by 2030 through various strategies, including fleet renewal and eco-flying. Total Energies plans to produce the SAF from waste and residues at its facilities in France and across Europe, underscoring its commitment to energy transition and industrial transformation. This initiative is part of broader efforts to address environmental challenges and support sustainable practices within the aviation and refining industries. The partnership reflects a growing trend among major companies to collaborate in reducing carbon footprints and promoting greener energy solutions in response to climate change concerns. We wrap up with sport right after this break. Please stay with us. The city of Cape Town in South Africa will be hosting the prestigious World Rugby WXV tournament from September 27 to October 12, 2024, attracting international attention and boosting the local economy. The tournament features 6 nations, including South Africa, Japan, Australia, Scotland, Italy, and more, competing in 9 matches at Cape Town's DHL and Athlone stadiums. With ticket pricing starting at 35 South African rand, the event is expected to attract large crowds, contributing to Cape Town's tourism and hospitality sectors. The city's reputation as a global sports event host is further solidified, enhancing opportunities for economic development. JP Smith Mayora, committee member for safety and security, expressed pride in Cape Town's role in supporting women's rugby, underscoring the significance of hosting such events in boosting both sport and the local economy. The tournament also highlights Cape Town's world-class infrastructure and capacity to host international events, fostering further investment and tourism opportunities. That's our package for you today on News Hour. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to stay back as we bring you more interesting programs. I am Grace Komalafe. Good afternoon.
The Supreme Court has given Nigerians something to chew, something that will absolutely be constantly on their minds. Since its July 11, 2024 verdict, which granted autonomy to local governments, the nation has known no rest. Political and legal pundits and other members of the society have said one or two things about the judgment. The debate is raging. Nothing unsettles the minds of politicians in particular than a troubling issue. In today's news talk, I shall be analyzing the views, sentiments, and emotions being displayed by politicians on this issue of local government autonomy in Nigeria. The verdict has caused disgust in their camps. Many of the states with the hidden agenda of their local government were also dazed and humbled by the judgment. The states had it coming. They had been warned by the same Supreme Court in several past decisions to let the local government be. In those judgments, the apex court categorically declared that local governments were not appendages of the state. In 4 cases which is cited in its July 11, 2024 landmark judgment, the court recalled saying in Ajunwon versus Governor of Oyo State 2021, Governor of Ekiti State versus Olubunmi in 2017, Eze versus Governor of Abia State and others in 2014, Friday versus Governor of Ondo State in 2022, that the local government is autonomous and should be left alone. In these judgments, the Supreme Court ruled that it is unconstitutional, illegal, and of no effect for a local government to be run by a caretaker committee, interim council, administrator, or any other name, agency, or body. It ruled that a democratically elected local government does not exist at the pleasure, whims, and caprices of either the governor or the state house of assembly. The misconception by the state authorities that the Constitution does not intend to grant and guarantee autonomy to the local government can be described as sheer aggrandizement and a selfish instinct to conquer and make the local government mere parastatals of the state. It is unthinkable that a democratically elected governor will embark on wholesome, undemocratic tendencies which no doubt endanger democracy and the rule of law. It is also almost becoming a national phenomenon and embarrassment that governors have constituted themselves as special species most dangerous to democracy in the country. Disdainfully disregard, disrespect, and disrupt democratically elected councils and appoint their lackeys as caretaker committees to run the affairs of the councils. The nation owes a debt of gratitude to the current Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, for taking this matter up by filing this suit. The only new thing that the Apex Court did not do in other places was to make a formal declaration on how local government funds should be remitted. The Apex Court did not make the order then because it was not sought. As we all know in law, the court is not a Father Christmas. Contrary to the thinking in many quarters, the local government's autonomy is an all-encompassing issue. It is not only financial, it is political and administrative. The local governments have for long suffered in the hands of governors who treat the council chairman like selves. The chairman must kowtow to them or be removed from office with ignominy. Local governments may not be known under a federal system like ours in the same way that the federal government and the states are recognized, but they have a constitutional role to play in governance. The states should allow them to play this role. This is what the Supreme Court had been saying in a number of judgments, but the message did not sink well until July 11, 2024. The clincher or final blow was his bearing of the states from no longer taking custody of the funds of local governments. By that singular action of striking down Section 162B of the Constitution, the Apex Court pulled the rug from under the feet of the states. Up till now, they do not know what has hit them. They are stunned. All the humiliation, suppression, and oppression of local governments have now stopped. The local government council have now been set free. All eyes are on the chairman and their councillors to develop and enhance the dividends of democracy. A lot depends on them for the autonomy of the local government council to be meaningful. They have a chance of a lifetime to live their dreams and make a difference in the lives of people in their council areas. They should not be intimidated by the governors. We also appeal to the governors not to lay mines and obstacles or hurdles on the paths of local government councils within their area of jurisdiction as they play their role under the Constitution as an autonomous political institution. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Education, a transformative force that empowers individuals, ignites people's curiosity and fosters critical thinking, as well as cultivating compassionate citizens, has attained global observation due to its immeasurable impact. Education opens doors to opportunities, inspire dreams, and help shape a better world. Yet, in conflict zone, education is under attack, depriving vulnerable groups such as girls, migrants, refugees, and people with disability of their fundamental right to learn. The United Nations recognized these critical issues, declaring September 9th as the International Day for the Protection of Education under Attack, highlighting the devastating impact of war on students and teachers. From 2013 to 2017, over 12,700 attacks on schools were recorded globally, endangering more than 21,000 students and educators. Countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo, Israel, Palestine, Nigeria, and Yemen have seen their educational institutions become targets, with over 1,000 attacks on schools during this period. This attack disrupts learning, cause physical and psychological harm, and creates opportunities for recruitment into armed forces, sexual violence, and displacement. The damage is not only to the immediate victims, but also to the future of the entire generations who may lose the opportunity to build skills necessary for sustainable development. Despite this challenge, education has moved away from the four corners of classrooms. The advent of transformational technology, especially virtual learning, which became more recognized during COVID-19, restored hope and confidence to the life of those who are eager and passionate about learning. Virtual learning is being embraced by the day. The need to sustain physical classroom learning remains at the center of international organizations like UNESCO and UNICEF's goal, as they continue to occupy the front line in protecting education during crisis, working with governments to create safe learning environment and upholding the rights of children to continue their education even in conflict zones. Initiatives like the Safe School Declaration of the Global Coalition to Protect Education from Attack urge countries to safeguard school, hold perpetrators accountable, and ensure that children's education is prioritized. Investing in education in this context is essential to breaking the cycle of violence and building a more secure, peaceful future. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News Television.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The three wise men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eco greeting tradition. The three wise men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
With 68 million cases of malaria reported annually in the country, an estimated 194,000 deaths are responsible for about 30% of the global burden of the disease. In today's news talk, we look at the necessity to rethink the programs of government on how to eliminate malaria in Nigeria and the whole of Africa. When a country carries this kind of burden, it is imperative for that country to acknowledge and indeed reject such an unviable record. And this can only be achieved through focused and sustainable actions that will ultimately bring the frightening statistics down. Shareholders have attributed the country's failure to tame the scourge to sufficient funds and commitment of government. If Nigerians can easily recollect any program designed to confront malaria, they will want to at least remember the African Summit on Rollback Malaria in Abuja, popularly known as Abuja Declaration Rollback Malaria Program, launched with fanfare in 2000. 24 years after, we hardly hear of the initiative, despite some successes that it has recorded, especially by the way of funding, both for domestic sources and international donors. It has gone the way of many other government agencies and initiatives in other sectors. As the saying goes, you cannot be doing the same thing the same way and expect a different result. If malaria is still as prevalent in the country today, despite various governments' efforts to eliminate or at least reduce it to the barest minimum in the last 70 years, then a rethink of what governments have been doing so far without much result is imperative, with a view to giving way to new initiatives that will change the narrative. We must reimagine and root our approaches that has so far defined government interventions over the year. Nigeria and African countries and the global malaria community must also reinvest approaches to address the constraints that prevent efficient delivery of existing effective key malaria control strategies and forthcoming innovations and tools for the country of the disease have evolved both in quality and quantity over the years. Aside from imagining and reinventing approaches to fighting malaria, we must accept the simple fact that malaria is a multi-sectoral problem rather than merely seen as a health issue. As far as the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. In this wise, we must tackle malaria from the very source. Drainages must continue to flow to prevent water from being stagnant, so mosquitoes will take advantage of the stagnant waters. There must be collaboration among the various ministries of health and environment. Contributory factors such as inappropriate dropping of garbage must be checked to prevent blockage of drainage. This implies that environmental laws must be strictly enforced among several factors. It must also dawn on African leaders that malaria is basically an African problem, and research efforts on it must be intensified in the region in the quest to change the narrative. There is nothing wrong in Nigeria taking the lead in this regard, but the government must be ready to fund the efforts. The government must be ready to intensify enlightenment programs on prevention rather than cure of the disease. Failure to meet the financial stipulations of the Abuja Summit by many countries has to give way to improved funding if Africans are to witness a drastic reduction in deaths caused by malaria. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
Education, a transformative force that empowers individual, ignite people's curiosity and foster critical thinking, as well as cultivating compassionate citizens, has attained global observation due to its immeasurable impact. Education opens doors to opportunities, inspire dreams, and help shape a better world. Yet, in conflict zone, education is under attack, depriving vulnerable groups such as girls, migrants, refugees, and people with disability of their fundamental right to learn. The United Nations recognized these critical issues, declaring September 9th as the International Day for the Protection of Education under Attack, highlighting the devastating impact of war.
For years, uncomplimentary features including obsolete books, lack of power supply, leaking roofs, and sparse library infrastructure have become an integral feature of public libraries. Visits to some of these facilities, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, indicate a litany of pathetic public libraries. Attempts by governments to turn things around have been weak and sometimes non-existent. Expectedly, the impact of this on learning is telling. This is the basis of today's news talk, which focuses on public libraries. An American writer, Sidney Sheldon, once said that libraries store the energy that funds imagination. He added that libraries open up windows to the world and inspire us to explore and achieve and contribute to improving our quality of life. For many years, many young Nigerians have failed to improve the quality of their lives by expanding their knowledge or nurturing their latent reading skills, hence leave most parts of their lives in doubt, contrary to the advice by British novelist and screenwriter J.K. Rowling, who said, "When in doubt, go to the library." Public libraries play a crucial role in a country's educational system by providing free access to a wealth of information and resources through offering a diverse range of books, journals, and digital resources that are essential for learning and research. They serve as a repository of knowledge accessible to everyone, regardless of socio-economic status, in addition to supporting lifelong learning by providing resources for all age groups. Their role in promoting literacy by offering reading programs, story hours, and access to books for young readers is very crucial for early childhood education and developing a reading culture. It is in light of this that the declining state of public libraries and poor management of the existing one, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, are posing concern to critical shareholders. These concerns are there because of the overreaching effect on the standard of education in the two states, Oyo and Lagos. Most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan share similar attributes. They range from old buildings with leaking roofs, obsolete books, empty shelves, disused tables and chairs, uncomfortable ambience, and overgrown shrubs. Also, while the world is migrating electrically and libraries digitalized to bring them up to speed and make them fit for purpose in contemporary times, most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan are without electricity and manually driven. With fond memories of borrowing books to read in Lagos and returning them to the library in the full care of the other students after digesting their contents, Mrs. Felicia Adeniyi is pained that many years after, school children are longer enjoying such opportunities because of what public libraries have become. For starters, most of the libraries in Lagos State belonging to the state government are in a ruinous state. In its wisdom, the Lagos State government some years ago has turned the age-long library on Broad Street into a drug laboratory or whatever. This reporter used to use the library in the 60s, 70s, and 80s before the politicians decided to change their minds. In Oyo State, the surrounding of the Oyo State Library Board at Dugbe in Ibadan betrays what a reading environment should look like. Inside the facility is equally disheartening. Additionally, makeshift shanties cluster the precincts of the library, making it difficult for visitors to recognize its presence. Random samplings carried out among students revealed a worrying situation. While many of them hardly know where the public libraries are located, some don't even know that public libraries exist. This perhaps explains why the standard of education in the state is on the decline. The reference section, located on the first floor, is lightly deserted, with only one patron present apart from the staff. The shelves are filled with old dusty books, revealing lack of maintenance and updates. Public libraries in Ogun State are also a worrisome sight. Users no longer patronize the state library. One of the major factors causing this is because the libraries are not digitalized and facilities are in a poor state. When the director of the Lagos State Library Service, Oyadipe Ashimiyu Amao, asserted that the state libraries had been standardized and are offering quality services, one can't help but wonder the cause of the growing apathy among residents so far as the use of public libraries is concerned. But the answer is not far-fetched, as some of the existing 13 libraries that exist in Lagos State have not been developed to the expected standard. Amao had recently, at a function organized by the State Library Service held for secondary students, claimed that the state libraries offered a conducive environment for libraries. But when SOUQ News visited Ikeja's Secretariat Library, the National Libraries on Macaulay Way, Butemeta, the conditions of these libraries were against the assertions made by Amao. It is completely against what the gentleman had told the public. While the National Library opens at 8:30 a.m., library users they insist that the discomfort they experience there is a discouraging factor which they have continued to bear because of the little or no choice that they have. One of the library users said that they often come to the library with their hand fans due to the lack of electricity, and when there is power supply, the air conditioners and fans may not be working. Is this what we need in the center of excellence? Let us in Lagos declare a state of emergency on public libraries because the reading culture is gradually vanishing right under our nose. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we'll talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Pulse. It's always a delight. Once this time of the day draws close and the time hits 4, for those in Nigeria and West Africa, this is the time where we'll talk. I will tell you the same thing. We don't have that extra baggage to keep quiet. And whatever it is, wherever it's coming from, whoever is involved, the businesses, the banks, the losses, the gains, the conflict, the agreements, the disagreements, those signing, we talk. Because when we keep quiet, that is when there is trouble. But as long as we talk, then solutions are not far. And on SOUQ Pulse, we talk. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and I'm glad to be here live on SOUQ News. We are all about positivities. So come, sit, settle, and detox. Today on SOUQ Pulse, we will be going to Asia. You heard me right. And we will ask some good questions. We will talk about some things that is happening. Positive, yes. Not too positive yet. But we'll talk. We'll go on a very short break. When we return, I will introduce our topic and also our guest, who happens to be an expert in this particular field. Your Excellencies, don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the story, shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
Let's have taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one. Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests that's against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we're live on SOUQ News, where we tell you all things are possible to them that believe. Now, where are we heading to? We are going to loans. And to be specific, we're looking at Chinese loans. And we're asking ourselves, how can Africa avoid every one of the pitfalls we've had with the Bretton Woods institutions with these Chinese loans? That's where we are heading to. If we want to say we are going to make progress, we are going to get productive, yes, we will need money to develop. We need money to build. We need money into infrastructure. But are these monies going to where they are intended? Is it going to be devoid of any trap? Is it going to be payable? Is it going to be profitable, both to lender and we that are using it? Now, let's get to that particular place where we get to talk, because this is another institution. This is another nation. And we don't want a repeat of what has happened to Africa over time with IMF, with World Bank, and some other Western nation banks and international money-giving organizations. We are indebted to the neck. Now China is here. Let's talk. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to join us on this particular discussion today is the Executive Director of African China Center for Policy and Advisory. Join me as I welcome to SOUQ Pulse for the first time, Mr. Paul Fripong. You're welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And giving us this time. Now, let's get straight into this discussion. Now, China has been the highest lender of late to developing African nations. There is no gainsaying about that. Now, the Belt and Road Initiative started by President Xi Jinping has also provided loans for infrastructural projects right from 2013, when that project came upstream, to 2023. Over $700 billion has been signed, both for deals that are ongoing and those that will start and those that are yet to start. And this statistic is coming from the Ministry of Commerce in Beijing. Africa will smile with these figures. Looking at infrastructure, some built, some not built, some completed, some yet to start. Africa will also smile. But now let's start this way. This humongous amount of money is not free. It's a loan. Is it burdensome on Africa?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to join you to have this very important conversation. In recent times, if you're tracking the development stories in and around Africa, you come across the issue about debts and debt sustainability. These are terms that are used to measure the economic development journey of countries or regions. These are terms that are accepted, globally when we say debt sustainability. And it's there for a purpose. The reason is that countries around the world are at different stages of development. And it's also understood that no one country can develop without a combination of debts and, of course, its own assets, as we call it, internally generated funds, as well as getting funds from outside through raising of debt. It is an established norm that you may have to fall on debt-related instrument to be able to raise the kind of financing that you need to develop your economy. And so, as we speak today, the most indebted country in the world is also the #1 country economy in the world, which is the United States of America, which is over 30-something trillion of dollars. So it's the most indebted country in the world, yet is the #1 economy in the world. So that's the conversation that we have when we talk about debt sustainability. Now, in the context of countries in Africa, debt sustainability, what we are saying is that for countries in these categories of developing countries category, or late developing countries, there's a threshold, and this threshold is pegged against your gross domestic product, which is your GDP. So, for example, a country like Ghana, like Nigeria, and all countries in Africa, the threshold is that At every point in time, your debt level should not be 60% above your GDP. So that's the debt to GDP ratio, 60%.
Okay,
if you go
Mr.
above
Paul,
that,
let
you
let
are
let me
moved to
hold
the
you. Let
threshold
me
of
hold you on
called.
that. Let me hold you on that. Now, I like your analogy when you talked about the US being one of the highest debtors. Good, that's on paper. I also like your analogy where you say it's one of the highest grossing nation when it comes to productivity. Good, that's on paper. Now let's bring it back home to African countries. If we want to toe the line of the US, are we 10% as productive as they are to accumulate the amount of debt we are taking on ourselves?
So that is the conversation we are having now. Okay, so I was trying to bring it down, right? So in the context of Africa, we, as long as you're doing above 60% to your GDP, your debt level is above 60%, it's called unsustainability. And that is unfortunately where you find most countries in Africa. And in fact, my own country, Ghana, we are doing almost 90% of our GDP. Okay. Now, in the context of whether we have the capacity to pay or to be able to offset, some countries have been able to do, some countries have not. Example again, Ghana, we were not able to meet our debt obligations. That is why even now we are in the IMF program, the IMF bailout, because we had to restructure the debt that we owe to domestic investors and also do external debt restructuring to external creditors. But again, we also need to understand that we also need to be allowed to interrogate the components of the debt that are accumulated by these countries individually. Because if we box everything together, we might miss the main point. And when we pick a country and we want to analyze the debt levels of these countries, might have debts up to about 90% or 110%, and they might be in Africa. But if you can track the component of the debt that they owe, vis-a-vis even the maturity period of these loans, and also what these monies are used for, okay, you can appreciate the fact that maybe this country for about 3, 5, 7, 10 years maximum, they can move from the 110% or 90% GDP to about 50 or 60% when these debts have matured in 10 years time. Okay, so we have to allow ourselves to interrogate these country specific cases in terms of the debt levels before we can understand whether indeed the countries have the capacity or not. Of course, in most countries, like in Ghana, like in Zambia, like in Ethiopia and all of that, it has shown that these countries did not have the capacity to meet the debt obligations when these debts are maturing. In these cases, that is why eventually they have to default. In fact, we defaulted on our debt obligation, paying of interest, or even paying of interest we defaulted, let alone paying of part of the principal. So then we have to restructure what we call a debt restructuring that we've gone through before we had to get IMF bailout.
And when the management, who happen to be my bosses, who happen to be your friends, told me that, hey, reach out to Mr. Paul Frimpong and you are in good hands. Indeed, I am really seeing that I am in good hands. Now, let's hit this while it's still very hot. Less than 2 weeks ago, African leaders went to China and they met with the president. Although a lot of countries, it was not that advertised, but we got to see that presidents of several African countries went to China. And they came back with news. More debt. At the rate we are going, before we start looking at individual countries, is this where we should start playing? Because if we have to aggregate as a continent and head to a particular place, which means somebody has strength over others, are we playing the game the way it should be played? Or we are still following empty belly business to deal with other people?
So for the perspective of China, I mean, and in the case of Africa, in terms of where we are as a continent and the kind of development assistance or support that we need, it's more of becoming a chicken and egg situation. The reason is that as we speak today in Africa, one of the key challenges that has been identified, of course, is about investing in critical infrastructure. As we speak today, 600 million people, which is almost half of the continent population, or even half of the continent population, do not have access to electricity. Almost 500 million people do not have access to clean drinking water. When you talk about railway development across the world, the global average is 23 kilometers per 1,000 square meter. In Africa, it's just only 2.3 kilometers per 1,000 square kilometer. Internet accessibility, investment in healthcare. Right? So, on the onset, there's a huge gap. In fact, on paper, upon all the researches and all the recommendations that has come from our own institution, not from foreign institutions, from the regional bodies, like from the African development, even from our own Africa Continental Future Area, we talk about building a common market, 1.4 billion market. The bottom line is that we need connectivity. Connectivity here talks about infrastructure investment. In fact, Agenda 2023 of the African Union, we have 7 aspirations. Aspiration number 2 talks about building world-class infrastructure crisscrossing across the continent. Indeed, we need between $130 billion to $170 billion each year for the next 10 years and above to invest in infrastructure if we want to move the continent to the next level, which is very key. So that is the gap we are talking about. So there's a huge gap.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with you that we need that much to move the continent or the various countries to the next level. But now the same question is this: are we going to depend on other countries or depend on loans to get this done? What happened to Africa waking up and counting? What happened to Africa coming to the market and bringing goods to sell? What happened to Africa just not being the seller of raw product?
Yes.
Why are we always hand in mouth, cap in hand, heading outside Africa to go collect monies for this same thing we keep talking about, infrastructure, like the West or Asia owe us? Do they?
Yeah, so we also have to understand that, again, that is why in the first instance I didn't mention about the US example, China example, all of them, right? It's at every point in time and the level of capacity that you have and the kind of assistance that you need. In fact, that's why almost every country in Africa has investment promotion authorities, or an IPs, right? I'm sure Nigeria has investment promotion center trying to woo investors to come into Nigeria. We give you tax exemptions in days, we give you tax cap. It is a norm. I mean, the fact that you want to develop yourself, you want to have your own resources, it is the first thing, of course, that we call for. The country must build retaining capacity to raise funding, at the regional level, at the continental level to do that. But that is never enough, right? So the strategy is how to find a balance, okay, between what you can generate internally and what development assistance can open to you, reasonably tapping into that based on your own capacity and ability to meet the obligations of these kind of assistance that are available. To be able to balance that together with your own internally generated funds, whether at the country level or regional level, at the ECOWAS or maybe at the continental level, to be able to meet the needs as we have it. So clearly it is shown that countries in Africa do not have the much capacity. We have capacity, but not to the level that we think based on our own only resources that we have at home. We can build these billions of dollars of infrastructure that we have. We have what it takes to leverage on what we have to get what we want, which is what you mentioned. Of course, we have Africa is endowed with enough resources. The conversation has to then shift as to what we are putting on the table in taking on these resources, in taking on these kind of debt that we are taking on. In fact, one of the brilliant things that came up, even what China called the debt for infrastructure deals, that infrastructure resource for infrastructure deal that China proposed, and in fact some countries proposed and China adopted, which for me was revolutionary, because what is the cycle that we have? So for example, Ghana, we take gold in the raw form, we sell it, people take the gold. Of course, the gold itself is the majority of the gold that is mined in Ghana are mined by companies that are from outside. In fact, the largest mining companies in Africa, not even talking about Ghana, the largest mining companies in Africa are not African companies. They are foreign companies. Mining companies in Africa are foreign companies. They take the gold, refine it, and then there's the 1 to 10% that the government have. They bring it back, and then we have to go and look for contractors mostly from outside, and then we pay them back with the money that we have. But if you are just exchanging your resources right from the onset for this infrastructure that we need, it's more like, of course, you're not going to get 100% of the value of the resources as we have, but that could be more than just the 5% royalties that you have in the gold that is taken from your country, and then you have to wait for that 5% to come back. You have the dollars, then you have to go and look for contractor to come and construct a road for you. But this one is a direct exchange. So for me, those are the innovative ways that we are promoting and also advocating for, that we can find a way. In fact, there are a lot of regional connectivity projects that are left hanging between countries that we believe countries can come together, mobilize resources together to embark on those things. Of course, in that stance, you can get some support from international systems.
Before we get
the
to
whole
those
idea
particular
is
relationships within Africa, let's break this down a bit. Now, a country like Kenya is owing China well over $8 billion. Now, Kenya has also gone for loan restructure. They've also gone to ask for more. They've also, at a point in time, they couldn't even pay. As we speak, we are looking at not making the same mistake that we've made with the Bretton Woods organizations. But right now, are we not falling in the same pit holes that we've fallen before? What's the difference?
Well, so for me, I think when you talk about debts and of course China, there's a lot being said. There's a lot being written about the kind of relation that is existing between African countries and China when it comes to loans. And of course, one of them being about the issue about the debt trap. I think that's the question that you're asking, whether we're not being trapped the same way Bretton Woods institution, trapped most countries, in the past. There's something that I call borrower responsibility, and that is the thing that we try to advocate for, that countries that are taking on these loans have their own core responsibility in managing the sort of debt that they are taking on. When you track the debt conversation when it comes to Africa and China debt, in some ways, the conversation has been that most countries in Africa are in debt crisis because of China. The fact actually is the opposite, and it's not true. That countries are defaulting because you mentioned about Kenya. Kenya's, of all the total external debts of Kenya, China's own is just about 4% of it. Just 4% of Kenya's total external debt is owed to China. In the case of Ghana, it is around 6% of our total external debt. So when we were having issues about price of debt in recent time that we had to go to the IMF, the debt component that we owe to China out of our total external debt was just 6%. So the 94% of our total external debt is actually not about China, really. Of course, it is a known fact that China was the single largest, creditor to Ghana when it comes to that component. But in percentage-wise, it was just 6%. In the case of Kenya, it's around 4 or 5% of total external debt of Kenya. In the entire continent of Africa, China's total external debt, Africa's total external debt when it comes to China is around 12% of our total external debt as a continent. So for me, it's a working, tightrope that we need to work on. The fact is that we need this financing, but we have to be strategic as countries. We need to be innovative around it. The fact that monies are available to be tapped into doesn't mean that we should just open up our arms and just take on that which we don't even have the capacity to pay back. So for me, that is the conversation that we need to have when it comes to the debt situation in the countries in Africa and in China.
Thank you very much. Now, let's take this conversation a little bit further. Now, we get to see narrative coming from the West, and China gets the good bashing, be it from the EU, be it from the States, be it from every one of them across the Atlantic. China gets the good bashing when it comes to Africa. On the same hand, they are also investing and bringing up new initiative to counter the Road and Belt Initiative of China. US have the Global Infrastructure and Investment. What's it called? EU have the Global Gateway. Now, the question is coming this way. If Africa is the one that is being courted, if Africa is the one that the bride everybody wants to get married to, there is something they are all profiting, definitely. Why is Africa not using this to her own advantage?
Well, it's an ongoing development. I mean, you referenced the earlier event that was held in Beijing. In fact, it is the kind of event that, in fact, more African leaders or countries were present more than the UN General Assembly as it happens. So you have over 50 governments, heads of state, and leaders from 50 African countries in Beijing, the largest, more than they even attend UN General Assembly. Now, it is a known fact that the engagement, the continued engagement between Africa and China is actually something that has also continued to spark a lot of interest from other parts of the world, including, of course, the intensified interest now from the US in Africa. Now we have the US Africa Leaders Summit, the first one was held in, I think, 2008 or so. And then President Biden just held one in December 2022. Now we don't know when they're going to, there are a lot of other Africa Plus One Summit, as we put it, a lot of engagement, whether at a country level or regional level, Arab Africa Summit, the UK Africa Business Summit, the EU, and all of that, trying to engage more with the continent. For me, I think it's a brilliant set of an interest that we have to find a way to leverage on these interests to actually find our feet in the global stage. It is a known fact that China's continuous interest in Africa and this continent, of course, you mentioned about the global gateway to counter the BRI, which is a core part of what Africa is also aspiring to achieve, which is about building connectivity, putting real hard currency and infrastructure development, which is what the BRI is about. So if in the course of these new momentum, new interests being re-energized from the EU, from the US, from other Western allies, of course, that could be a good point where Africa can actually leverage on these for development. As to whether that is happening now, we will live to see, because we've not really seen any tangible commitment from these other initiatives, as you referenced earlier, from the Global Gateway or other from the US, in terms of even in December, the US government promised about $5 billion of investment to African countries. Now we live to see if that $5 billion will actually be available for African countries to leverage on to develop. So for me, it is a welcoming development that shows that we still are relevant, in shaping the global world. In fact, there's a lot of angles, economic interest, of course, geopolitical interest as well. As we speak now, China is seeking to build a very strong relationship with countries in the global south. China wants to be the leading voice, leading, economy when it comes to countries in the global south. And guess what? Over 54 countries of those countries in the global south are in Africa, of course, except Eswatini, that do not have diplomatic relations with China. That is a whole 54 countries that can back China's initiatives around the world. In fact, China has introduced a lot of new initiatives, like the Global Civilization Initiative, Global Security Initiative, Global Development Initiative, and the Building a Global Community Shared Future. These are all initiatives led by China that requires that there has to be a backing of a huge bloc like in Africa. Of course, the same way from the US and other European allies that are also trying to match up with this level. It is up to us. And of course, they cannot. And let's take on the fact that none of these people will put Africa's interest first about their interest. You have to understand that part.
Okay,
it
now
has to
you're saying this with your full chest, and I like that. None of them will put Africa's interest first. Like with your full chest, and I'll say it again, I like that. Now, we are going to go on a very short break. But before we hit that button, I want to ask you this particular question, and I want just a yes or a no answer. Then we'll go on this break. Now, cumulatively, Africa profile countries' debt profile is a bit scary. This was as of 2020. Angola was owing China 42 billion. As of 2020, Ethiopia 13.7. Nigeria 7.3. As of 2020. Now, this is 4 years later. I don't want to go into those figures. Now, let me ask you this particular question, why I don't want to go into those figures. So just answer me a yes or no. Should we be scared?
Yes, of course. I mean, debt has to be interrogated properly. Yes, we should be worried about these numbers, of course.
Now, with this, we'll go on a very short break. When we return, we will take this discussion a notch further. You that is collecting, what are you doing with the money? Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Must for the third time, we must make sure that we are heard. Talk to your leaders. Make sure that wherever we take these monies from, they are used judiciously and people are accountable for them. So, Mr. Paul, you're welcome back. Welcome back from the break. This is still SOUQ Pulse. Now we are taking this a bit further. We've talked about the loans. We've talked about some other issues. Now let's ask this directly. Chinese loans are majorly infrastructure loans. Loans from the Bretton Woods institutions were still majorly policy-driven loans. Which is better, the infrastructure loans or the policy-driven loans?
I mean, of course, that is why earlier on I did mention that when you talk about the debt-related issues, sometimes we need to be allowed to interrogate what those monies are used for. In the case of most countries in Africa, what we're calling for is the kind of loans that goes to invest in the critical infrastructure. As we speak now, China is the largest investor in Africa's infrastructure. In fact, when you combine the next 8 lenders together, when it comes to infrastructure investment in Africa, China investment is $8 billion more than the next 8 lenders combined. And here are the components of the next 8 lenders. You have the World Bank, you have the IFC, you have the KFW, you have the African Development Bank. All these development agencies and banks, when you combine their investment in Africa between 2007 and 2020, it is still short of $8 billion compared to what China has invested in African infrastructure. Again, as you already mentioned, China's investment in Africa goes into infrastructure. The loans that country takes from Africa goes into. For the first time, we are seeing real critical infrastructures in Africa that are tangible, that you can see, you can feel, you can touch, and can point to the fact that the money that a country A, country B, too, is used for building this infrastructure. And that is what we need. And infrastructure is a long-term investment. So a country, again, that's why I did mention that a country can take on the money that might push it the sustainability to about 100% of its GDP. But for 10 years later, based on the kind of project that the money has been invested in, that project can start offsetting the loan that it has taken from China or from any country to build that infrastructure. And by that time, the debt sustainability will come up. So when you're having a conversation today, and you say because the debt level is about 90%, 100%, therefore the country is going to be in crisis, then you are wrong, because you didn't interrogate the component of that debt and what those monies were used for. So if we are seeing real tangible infrastructure for the first time in Africa, and that is why I always put it bluntly, yes, there are challenges in every relationship, like we have with the West, same way with China, but there's a net positive gain when you look at infrastructure investment in Africa. And I'll tell you what, the history is very important.
Let me hold you on the positive gain. Let me hold you on the positive gain. But now let's look at it from this other side. Now in 2018, we are heading to Zambia. These are some stories that when we talk about them, we shake our heads. Zambia government handed over the country's national electric company, SOUQ, to China, thanks to the fact that they could not pay their loan. They were unable to meet the loan repayment. Now, before that particular time, they also lost their broadcast company, ZNBC. And there was also this big rumors that they were going to lose the airport in Lusaka. At this point in time, are we safe?
So these are all stories that do not hold water when it comes to a debt conversation, when it comes to China in Africa. And these are parts of the earlier thing that I mentioned about the debt trap diplomacy as they talk about. And that is a narrative that says that China selects vulnerable countries around the world. You know, Sri Lanka, they mentioned Sri Lanka, of course, in most countries in Africa, that they believe do not have the capacity to pay money owed to them, and they keep giving to them to trap them. And then when they are unable to pay, then they take on their assets to manage for them. In fact, China has not taken any country's asset to manage in any country in the world. In fact, in most cases, they are able to restructure some of the loans that they own. For the first time, that you have a country that you own majority of the debt to, that has allowed you to structure debt with. Because when you talk about debt restructuring, the Bretton Woods institution, they are not at the levels of the kind of money that these countries owe to China. We're talking about these are billions of dollars. In fact, at some point, China actually forgives some of the debts that are owed to some of these countries. Now, the issue about the debt trap that has fed into, that does not even allow us to have a candid conversation about the debt when it comes to China, or the loans that countries owe to China, is that it makes you feel that countries in Africa, in fact, do not have a say in the kind of loans that they take from China. It's more like Beijing just picks you, country A, and then drops money on you, take it, and then you just grab it, and then you just go and use it without thinking about it. Again, it makes you feel like the African agency is not part of the conversation when it comes to discussing deals with China. And trust me, some of these projects that I mentioned, you will go and find European companies that are involved with the local government before these monies are even released to these countries. So there's no issue about confiscating of any country's assets anywhere in the world by China or any of that sort. In fact, in most cases, they actually allow these countries to sit on the table to restructure their debt. In the case of Ghana, they did the same. They talk about Uganda, Zambia, Sri Lanka, and all these countries. It's more of trying to... There's a caution there. Nobody should dispute the fact that we have to be cautious in these loans that countries are taking on. They have to be sustainable. The project that needs the financing.
Why we are being cautious? Why we are being cautious and looking at these issues from a patriotic and African eye side of it? Let's also ask ourselves this particular question: to what extent is corruption playing out in this Chinese loans, be it funding of this particular project when they get here, or this particular infrastructure stretching longer than it should be? Because some of these projects are also counterpart funding. Like there are several of those particular projects in Nigeria that are counterpart funding, and a project that's supposed to last a year, 2, 3 is lasting over 8, 10 years. So what role is corruption playing within the African context when it comes to Chinese loans?
There are a lot of loopholes when it comes to the kind of role that countries in Africa play when it comes to managing the debt. And of course, corruption is one of them in terms of trying to get transparent deals that we believe is in the interest of the public. Those are issues that have come up in terms of trying to interrogate what can be done to really reduce the sort of risk that these countries are exposed to when it comes to taking on loans, whether from China or India, from the West, anywhere in the world. So corruption is a key part of what the kind of conversation. That's why I always talk about borrower responsibility. In most cases, we box all the challenges together and drop it on the source of the funding. And then we exonerate ourselves from the conversation that as if we do not have a role to play in where we find ourselves. And that is what this whole debt conversation about when somebody says you are being trapped by another country. It's like the person is saying that you do not have a brain of your own. In fact, it was no fault of yours. In fact, you were not involved, and somebody is just luring with money. So if it falls flat on the surface, or if you find yourself in a fix, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. It's that person that gave you the money to invest in your road and your railway and your oil infrastructure that you need. That cannot be the case. So we have own borrower responsibility is very key. In fact, in the conversation about debt, usually we exempt the African government and African leaders from this kind of conversation, which is not right. The issue about corruption, yes, corruption can be induced from the source of the funding, the kind of, the source of funding that you're getting, the corruption can be induced from there. But again, we also have to deal with our own corruption-related issues that we have, that we know, and it's a known fact that you find in some of the corrupt, when you look at the corruption perception index around the world, you're going to find majority of them in Africa. And the sort of illicit financial flow that exit the continent. In fact, the loopholes in our tax system that can help us, block some of these funding that we are losing to invest in African infrastructure. So there's a whole lot that we need to discuss about our own responsibility as countries on the continent, that we have a responsibility towards managing this debt to the level that we believe. So taking on the money from China or India, from Europe, whatever, is not the issue. It's about how we are being responsible enough in accepting the fact that we also have a critical role to play, and not just because we find ourselves in fact, therefore it is not our fault. Somebody lured me to take money and I just took it. That cannot be the case. So corruption, again, is a very key thing that we need to deal with as a continent when it comes to taking on these loans and details.
Thank you very much. Corruption is a key thing we have to deal with. Now let's bring this home. For those that keep wondering, you see a whole lot of NGOs, non-governmental organizations. You see a whole lot of funding, counterpart funding. You see a whole lot of countries coming and making inroads into Africa. But the truth of the matter is this: nobody is coming here to give Africa free food, because it's non-existent. No matter the diplomacy, no matter what it is, it's all about interest. People see interest and they go to where their interest is protected and where they will make profit. It doesn't matter how the relationship is called. Now, let's now ask ourselves this question. I'm bringing that to you. For those that are representing different African countries in these forms of agreement, be it the loans, be it the signing of deals, be it in every form of these meetings, do you really see them representing Africa well? Or at the end of the day, we signed papers that those that will come after will not be happy that those that were before them signed?
Well, I think we are seeing a bit of progress in terms of the African assertiveness when it comes to dealing with powers that be, or the kind of sources that they get funding or assistance from. Now we are seeing more of African voices that are clamoring for better engagement, better deals, and getting, taking the African perspective into consideration when it comes to the engagement with this. In fact, in the president of Xi Jinping in Beijing, that for the first time you have African leaders that were speaking on specific challenges that they believe are existing between Africa and China. For example, the issue about trade imbalance. In fact, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa in his speech mentioned that right in the presence of the Chinese president. It doesn't matter whether you are promising to offer $50 billion of development assistance to us or not. these are real challenges that we are facing that we believe has to be resolved. So in that context, I can see that now there are voices. In fact, in recent time, we saw the president of Kenya in Western quarters, the IMF meetings and all of them raising voice about how the international financial system is not favoring countries in Africa and how they need to be restructured. There are conversations about currency, dependency of the dollar depend on the dollar, and how countries in Africa needs to now find a way to trade among yourselves using our local currency. These are all new nuances and voices that speaks to the fact that there's a new momentum from the representative from Africa that are trying to assert their voice, trying to push the interests of Africa. In fact, in the Beijing Declaration, as we saw, the 10-point that President Xi announced that accumulated into the $50 billion that we've all seen, you can see that almost all the issues that President Xi mentioned are issues that are raised by institutions in Africa. When you go to every major country, even at the regional or the continental level, that are raised, that these are critical issues that we have to look at for as a continent. And that was what you can see that's fed into the kind of commitment that were announced during the Beijing summit of the SOUQ. So there's a new drive in terms of the asserting of the African voices in shaping how these deals and how these pronouncements, how these initiatives are done, than when usually it is just announced and just dumped on African countries. Now that's not the case. There's a series of engagement because of the new frontiers that are emerging. Now we have the BRICS, as we all know, that's also ensuring that there's a new momentum for voices in the global south, which of course now a lot of countries in Africa are applying to join the BRICS, and of course we have the SOUQ and China being a huge front for most countries. So these are all avenues that are giving impetus for African perspectives to be heard and to feed into some of the final outcomes of these deals and engagement that we are seeing around the world. In fact, there are changes even at the WTO level. There are changes at the UN Security Council level. The G20, in fact, for the first time, I think last year, the African Union was accepted as a member of the G20, which is a very huge development for Africa. So I believe that these are all new changes that are welcoming, and therefore one can see that some interests are being pushed, and those interests are being fed into some of these new initiatives that we are seeing around the world concerning Africa.
Now we are rounding up. We've come to that particular time where the watch says is enough. But before we go, I just want a sentence or two from you on this particular issue. Now, the leaders are elected for the people. The people don't serve the leader. The leader is supposed to serve the people. That is what it should be. Whether that's what it is in Africa, that's a topic for another day. But now let's look at this particular loans and this infrastructure coming from China. Do you think the people should be carried along? Citizens of different African countries, for whatever infrastructure the government of the day is putting on ground, do you think the people should be carried along? Or do you think the people should also stand up and say, get this or don't get that? At what point should the point and the voices of the citizens of the country be heard?
It is the responsibility of countries to ensure that any program that they are putting on the table, dealing with any country around the world, is in the interest of their citizens. That is the first point. So if the Chinese government is dealing with the Ghana government, they assume that the Ghana government represents the voices of the Ghanaians, and therefore they are dealing in the interest of the Ghanaian populace. That is the first point. They have no hand in deciding on what the people of Ghana want, because they believe that what the people of Ghana want is what the government of Ghana represents. So that responsibility is on the African countries themselves to ensure that before they table any sort of program line to engage any country, whether it's from Europe, from Asia, from the Middle East, whatever, dealing with other African countries, that these issues and programs that represent the interests of their citizens. That's the bottom line. When you're dealing at the highest level in terms of government to government, the people are not involved. They cannot be involved at that level. It is you sitting across the table representative of another country, let's say China, and you believe that you are there because of your people that you represent, and therefore whatever you're putting on the table is in the interest of it. So that responsibility really relies on the countries that are going on the table to negotiate these deals with these countries, whether China, India, or Europe, or whatever. So we have to ensure that we have to advocate for government to almost always represent the interests of their citizens, because if not, then we're going to sell ourselves short in some of these engagements without real
Thank you
benefit
very
to our
much,
people.
Mr. Paul. We've had the Executive Director of Africa and China Center for Policy and Advisory, Mr. Paul Fripong, on SOUQ Pulse for the first time, and it's been our honor for every member of the crew and myself. And we look forward to having you again. Thank you very much for being a guest on SOUQ Pulse, Mr. Paul.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Now, to everyone out there, let's get this fact straight. Doesn't matter how much your country is owing. It doesn't matter how much they will owe tomorrow. But know this, you are a part and a responsibility is yours to make sure that your voice counts. So whatever the infrastructure is, talk about it. Wherever it's going to be situated, talk about it. If the loans are getting high, talk about it. If there's any form of restructure, talk about it. We can't keep quiet. We can't afford to keep quiet because our silence is expensive, very expensive. Now, for every other person out there, you have a representative in your various houses, National Assembly, whatever you call it in your country. Get this and get it right. If we say we need to build infrastructure in Africa, is to get us productive. And that must be done not just well, but timely. We can't lose time and lose production and lose productivity all at the same time. So it's my responsibility, it's your responsibility to keep talking. Hold your elected leaders accountable. That's the first point of being productive. That is why they are elected. And don't keep quiet. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. It's been my pleasure having you on this program today, and on behalf of me, myself, and a very beautiful crew that bring this to you on daily basis, except the weekends. I want to say thank you very much for hanging in there. Remember, follow us on our social media handles, SOUQ TV, on all social media handles, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, SOUQ News TV, and send in every single thing you think you've missed or want to hear or respond or you're not happy about, and somebody will definitely reply you. Follow us and we'll follow you back. It's been a pleasure having you here today. I will say thank you very much. Have yourself a beautiful, beautiful evening. And remember, be your brother's keeper. Bye.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part of Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.